Hey everybody, welcome back to another Worcester Council Theater 3000. I'm here, I'm Bryan O'Donnell. We are here with, as always, with Bill Shaner and Brendan Melican. Gentlemen, wonderful to see you both.
Same.
Should be let's just say it's going to be a terrible meeting tonight. So we
might be the worst one ever.
Yep. yeah. But we talked about it last night. We talked about it last week. Lots of terrible things going on in the world, and now it's coming to bear on the city council agenda. So we're going to start off. Bill has a few words to say that I think speak for ourselves on the show, and hopefully speak to our audience and kind of set the tone for at least tonight. Bill, you want to take it away?
Yeah, sure. And if you go to the Worcester Sucks Instagram, Joanna bullied me into having that posted on there as well. But I think it's just important to say there's something sort of thought out and pre-written before we get into this shit show that, we all love spicy takes on here, but in this particular situation, spicy is bad. Spicy is taking the bait. We shouldn't have been put in this position. The Israel resolution that Mo Bergman filed is against the city charter, and it shouldn't be on the agenda, but we're here. We have to deal with it. It's in the discursive confines of the moment. There's not a whole lot of moral clarity, and there's a lot of hooting for violence. And that hooting for violence is very much, celebrated and encouraged. And I'm sure tonight we're going to hear a lot of such hooting. But it's a zero-sum game to meet that hooting with hooting. Nothing that happens here in the Worcester City Council is going to fix anything about what's going on in Gaza. But there is a harm in letting the hooting for violence go by unchecked. There is a moral obligation to stand up against that. But such a stand, it requires a prohibitively difficult amount of tact and precision. It's a real tightrope. So just in this moment, I'd ask, where the trap is so widely set, clarity is so difficult, we recognize that the risk of unforced error is especially high here. There are councilors that are going to speak out against the hooting for violence inherent in this resolution. They deserve our support. But for us, we have to be very conscious of what we're saying, whether it has any practical value at all. The edgy comments here could really irreparably harm the local movement by bad faith twisting, and that's certainly, there are people out there that are looking for that and going to be happy to do that. So edgy doesn't really do anybody any good here. We sort of have to recognize this resolution as bait and be thoughtful about whether we're taking it. So that's all I wanted to say. I think that we have a lot of fun on this show, but we shouldn't have too much fun with this one. is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, there are ways to have fun that that don't really apply to the ways that we have fun don't really apply to tonight, especially where it isn't it isn't even really a space to clown on this issue as it pertains to this agenda. It's just I think we have to be very, very conscious of.
And it's gonna tonight. I'm sure we're gonna hear some really stunningly ugly things tonight, yes. Which are fine and nothing that you're not hearing on the news every day. And it just sucks that we're put in this situation, and we shouldn't be. And I think that we need to sort of keep that framework, that the reason we're here is the result of a pretty cynical decision, and we need to tread carefully.
Yeah, and not be cynical ourselves.
Right. So I'm very excited to hear what certain counselors are going to say in this moment, and I am positive that there's going to be some really bad faith hostility coming out of this, which is unfortunate and unproductive, but I think that that's useful for certain people. So let's just keep that in mind. Otherwise, though, plenty to clown on in this agenda. I think we're finally going to take a real vote on crisis pregnancy centers after a year and some change. Honestly, maybe no, 2 years. I'm getting confused about the timeline now, but it's been a long, long time, and I think we're finally going to take a vote. And we know what the vote's going to be. It's going to be 8-3 against, maybe 7-4, but I'm not optimistic. We'll see. Other than that, it's kind of just routine business. There's a housing report. There's a report from the police department on the firearms they've seized. And there's a ton of city council orders. This is going to be a long one. We got to buckle up for this one. It's going to be long as fuck, honestly. It'll be, I think the public comment's going to be really centered around crisis pregnancy centers and the Israel resolution, though.
Yes,
I think those are the two main things. But, Brendan's best observation ever, bike shedding is alive and well in this. It's insane. Oh, no, I haven't ordered my pizza yet. I need to do that. I'm not in any rush because we're going to be here till 11 o'clock. So
if anybody wants to throw some topping ideas or styles in the chat, I think that's a very productive use of our time right now.
Oh, everyone develop the grossest pizza you can think of, and that's what I'll order.
I don't know if you guys saw Eric's comment, but I don't know. There's a decent chance that it gets held, but
I know that certain councils are planning to speak on it, and I haven't heard of anybody that's planning to hold it. And I generally have a heads up on those sorts of things. I mean,
and also it feels like if somebody holds it, then someone's gonna make a meal out of that too. Like that's
there's no way around the meal being made.
Yeah, it's almost like a hope. I think not necessarily Mo. I'm not saying Mo. I'm saying like people that would seek to be cynical about this and use it as a trap.
Yeah.
Would be happy if it got held, so they could hold that up as
Yeah. Yep.
So I think we have to reckon with the idea that this is all going to take place tonight.
It is an entirely zero-sum game, and I really sympathize for the city councilors that are going to approach this with some moral clarity and are in the position of having to do that on the city council floor. That is not somewhere I'd like to be.
We don't talk about that a lot, about we're in the middle of an election season. And we talk about things that are clearly like moral arguments that aren't just regular council agenda, but are standing up for something that you think is right. I think I can hear the meeting. Travis, do we have that up? The risk you take in a city council local election with a small number of voters to stick to your principles and to speak up on something that is primed to hurt you in an electoral sense. And I'm not saying that everyone on the council is cynical and wouldn't make that move, but like when you're so close to this election and the margins are so tight, to stand out in front of something is like we have to give a little bit of credit there when people are willing to do that.
Yeah. In a lot of ways, if you think about it in terms of like movement politics, the three people on the council right now that are sort of representative of the movement are made to eat amounts of shit that no one should have to eat, and that's not fair, and there's no way around it, right? It's like that's part of the job, I suppose, but it's like if any one of those three decided that they're all set and it's not good for them personally to keep doing this, like 100% back that.
Because that's the thing, like, because it's stuff like this where it doesn't have any bearing on this, on the business of the city. It obviously has a huge bearing on the citizens of the city and how people feel about their representation and all that. So, but for as far as like, if somebody was to just say like, hey, I'm sitting this one out, then obviously that's the easier thing to do. And
Right.
the fact that people are not going to do that is like, that's, it's surprising to me.
Well,
when you look at a race.
Yeah, and with this Israel resolution, as much as it's like completely pointless, it's even more pointless if you don't take the opportunity to sort of stand up for local communities that really need it right now. It's worse to let this happen without that being introduced into the record.
Right. Yep, absolutely.
So yeah, public comment tonight's going to be fucking painful.
Yes. And
what is this K Toomey tweet? I love a good K Toomey tweet.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up now too. Thanks for the heads up, me and Self Mom. Do we know which one? We can't actually click on links from the comments, so we're not sure. So if anybody can contextualize that for us.
It's just, I'm tired, man. Reading that tweet just made me fucking tired. Hawaiian pepperoni? Man, I'm gonna feel my heartbeat.
You know what me and my brother used to get all the time? Pepperoni and jalapeno pizza.
That's actually pretty sick.
It's really good.
Oh my God. It just, not that it's the point or anything, but the rhetorical conceit of she's just centering herself in the story is just, it's amazing how Kate Toomey does that like every time. Like it is always, she's the main character of
center of the goddamn universe.
Yeah, don't get it twisted. Kate Toomey is the main character of Worcester.
Thank you, Travis, for grabbing that and putting that up.
Yeah. I think that anybody who was watching the mayoral debate with us last night, it was really interesting to see Christian King attack Joe Petty for keeping Kate Toomey as chair of public safety for like every single term.
Yeah,
that's a drum that we've been beating and I've been beating on Worcester Sucks for forever. And it was a quick exchange, and I'd love to see that track more as a campaign issue, but it was super refreshing to hear someone say that out loud.
It is one of the most effective, in my small anecdotal body of evidence, one of the most effective moves that I've been able to levy to teach people, or to convince them not to vote for Petty as mayor.
Oh yeah.
As soon as they hear that Kate Toomey will be sidelined, it's like, okay, all right, cool.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of that, I have an interesting document that I was able to procure that we can take a look at on the show probably.
I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, it's a good one. Travis, I'm going to text it to you. Does that make sense? It's okay. This will be fun to take a look at as a group, because it's a 2012 conflict of interest disclosure form that Kate Toomey had to submit because she's in a law enforcement family. And it'll be good to have everyone take a look at this, I think, in some downtime, because I can't read a lot of it. It's handwritten and it's hard to make out, but the substance of it is pretty interesting. Especially given that she keeps getting
Thank you. We'll
appointed
do a
to
roll
chair
call.
of public safety and then not
Council
holding
Bergman?
meetings.
Council
I'm very
Florio?
excited to see
Here.
that.
Council GA?
Here.
Council King?
What do we have for
Here.
lawyers, legal advice tonight?
Council Rivera?
Here.
That's not
Oh,
that's
yeah.
not trainer.
Wow, a
Council
very
Russell?
interesting meeting for Mike Trainer to sit out.
Yeah.
The meeting where another lawyer tells him that he's just dead wrong about something, he just sits it out.
Young lady who is trying to visit every city hall
He
in the
said,
state of Massachusetts. I believe
I'm
it's
sick.
231. Did you get that number
Yeah.
right?
Oh, I'm sick.
Yeah, Garrett, did you get that right? And congratulations, you don't have was it 351 cities and towns, so a few more to go. But once you come on in through the gate here, sure.
This is that kid that is touring all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts.
351. She's in number 351 tonight.
Council Russell has asked me to bring you in here. We got a good crowd for you here tonight, and to congratulate you and recognize your parents, Boo Barber and Adam Barber, for being here, and Sierra Barber.
Now, please get out of here before public comment.
People you can.
Yeah, go to a
You're gonna go to the
cooler
State House
town.
pretty soon too, and to the governor's office, and so you're doing pretty well. Councilor Russell?
I have that PDF loaded. Just call for it, Bill.
I'm curious to see. Yeah, I'll call for it in a bit, but I'm curious to see this. What George Russell's going to say. No.
I think he's
Never mind.
just photo hopping.
All right, yeah, let's pull that PDF up.
Well, according to one of the Kennedys, they're still town stat.
All right, yeah. Disclosure of conflict of interest form. Go down. Describe the issue that is coming before you. Potential issues complicating final approval
Impacting.
of contracts.
I think that says
Oh,
impacting.
okay. With police patrolmen's union and other public safety issues.
So
What
what's the date
response-
on this?
Travis, scroll to the top. I think it's 2012.
That makes sense because at the time her brother-in-law was the president of the patrolmen's union.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the date, but where
It might
were
be on
we?
the signature page.
Oh, 2017.
2017.
Interesting. Go back up to page 2.
We might be back into the meeting now.
Okay, we'll take another look.
Yeah.
We'll keep parsing that one out throughout the course of the meeting. That'll be fun.
Council's going to hold 8A, go to the planning board on Hermon Street. So those two are held under privileged.
Ah, fuck, we missed one.
First one was 7E, National Grid.
There you go.
Okay.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah,
A remarkably
yeah.
small amount of holds tonight. Usually we got 4 or
Okay, we
5.
have approval of the minutes. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Gia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mark Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Rivera? Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, public participation. Any person may speak for no more than 2 minutes on any
There
item
we go.
on the agenda. Here's your name, city of residence, and
Right there
item
in a
number.
suit.
Thank you. Fred Nathan, item number 935 E. So
The suit
a lot of
tonight.
times on the council calendar here, there are people or companies or what have you that donate money to the different projects, and there's never any background. I would think that when someone donates $1.2 million for the city to do whatever they do with it, it would be nice to see some background.
Yes, he is
But
always
that's another
first.
fight.
That's another fight? What are you talking about? Who's fighting? Oh my God. I
Under the
love this guy.
resolutions, 12C.
This looks like the only interesting bit
Obviously,
left in this
everyone
PDF, by
hates
the
what's
way.
going on. Terrorists came in late at night or very early in the morning, and they bombed Israel. At which point, they took hostages back to Gaza. It is an unfortunate matter. And obviously, there are a lot of people that have.
I'm trying not to laugh
views.
because I just noticed he didn't cut the
However,
tag off of his sleeve.
Given the fact that there are Americans and there are a lot of innocent people who've been taken hostage and
I
held
can't unsee it.
in Gaza, so Israel has to think twice about how they go in there because there are hostages amongst everybody in there. There are a lot of innocent people. Not everybody there is a terrorist by any stretch. There are a lot of innocent people on both sides. I would like to see calm somehow and get these hostages out of there.
God, this is fucking
But
awful.
let's face it, Mr. Mayor, our president has blood on his hands. And I won't go into
Thank you.
detail because I think you already know.
Thank you.
Kid.
Names to your residents and item number.
Kid. Oh my God, we're off to such a good start, everyone.
My name's Mary.
I hope that
Saxton.
nice
I'm a
child
Worcester
is out of
resident.
here.
I'm here this evening in regards to agenda item 9.39B. I'd like to urge Worcester City Council to send the proposed deceptive CPC or anti-abortion clinic advertising ordinance to committee for serious consideration, noting that the Lawyering Project's legal expert has provided a formal opinion that it is constitutional. Also, I'd like to remind you why holding CPCs or anti-abortion centers accountable for truth in advertising is so important. Outright lies and misrepresentations advertised on the Worcester-based Clearway Clinic's website almost caused the death of one woman and endangered the lives of who knows how many others. Please protect your constituents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Nice comment. Very short and sweet.
Idella Hazard, City of Worcester. I'm speaking on 11K, and I'd like to thank Councilor King
What's
for
that one?
bringing it to the City Council. I know a couple of people over the last 30 years, during the last 30 years, who have actually lost their home for being behind in taxes. And the City Council, very small amounts of taxes. One family for $6,000. It's unfortunate. We, the City Council, have sat here and heard them think and speak and say how pitiful it was for banks and mortgage companies to take people's homes.
This is one of the
Behind
most
on
dystopian
a
things
few
that Worcester
mortgage
does. It's not like unique to
payments,
Worcester, but
which
it's fucking
amounts to the
crazy.
same things. Councilor King is proposing that people be allowed to make payments. And I think that's an outstanding idea. It's unfortunate that people didn't get FHA mortgages where everything's included, the mortgage payment, the insurance, and taxes. all
Fred
in one
Nathan in
bill.
his suit.
However, people get sick, they're unemployed, they're retired, and when you're retired, you get like 3% raise or something every so many years, and it does not stay up with the cost of living. Now, people shouldn't lose their homes for that. We have to, especially when we have this kind of homeless.
Saw Eric at the Rewind event
situation.
with his Hazard
Elderly
Club shirt
people
on.
cannot be losing their
Oh.
homes. It's outrageous.
Hell
So I beg the city
It was very
council,
sick.
listen to reason.
Hazard Club.
Use your heads. If you sympathize.
I gotta say, those
with
shirts
people
come out
losing
really
their
nice. The website
homes
that
because
Travis
of
found
mortgages,
is like actually a
please,
quality product.
there's something
Hey,
we can do
love to hear it.
with taxes. A payment plan.
So
I
get
got a
one, everybody, is
mention,
what I'm saying.
Councilor King.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Did Fred just come from an Easter mass? Is that what we think?
Names to your residents.
I don't know where he found one this time of year, but
Thank you. My name is Greg Wiener. I am a resident of Holden and the president of Congregation Beth Israel in Worcester. I speak here only for myself as an individual in opposition to any attempt to amend Councilor Bergman's resolution about hostages kidnapped from Israel. A few days ago, a 6-year-old Muslim boy was stabbed to death in Chicago simply because he was Muslim. That attack was barbaric and inhumane, period. I feel no need to qualify. I would find the gravest moral offense in attempting to qualify my denunciation by reference to any other tragedy or event. What is it then about the Jews? Why must we apologize for mourning our children? Why must we qualify a simple statement that the act of kidnapping infants and the elderly is barbaric and inhumane? There is room for debate about Israeli policies and actions. There always has been, not least in Israel itself. Can that not be addressed if the council feels a need to speak on it separately? Can the Jewish people not mourn long enough for a single sentence, unqualified, with no but or also appended, to pass less than 2 weeks after the worst mass killing of Jews since the Holocaust? Has the window for permissible Jewish grief closed? If we lack the moral courage to defend Jewish lives without qualification, who are we? On what authority can we speak on any other moral matter? If a sentence this simple, one sentence with one message, don't terrorize Jews, period, is controversial, then God help us all. As a Jew and as a human being, I urge the council to pass Councilor Bergman's resolution unamended. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, to your residence?
Sarah, dear councilors, my name is Sarah.
There it is.
I'm a Worcester
Look at that
resident.
shirt.
Look at
Perfect.
As an American Jew, I'm here for two purposes today. First, I'm grateful to see the regulation that restricts crisis pregnancy centers' deceptive practices, and I encourage the councilors to implement the rules developed with the lawyering project in due haste. Additionally, I am here to call on the council to join in solidarity with the thousands of Israelis, Palestinians, and Jews who, even in the horror and grief of this moment, are rallying together for a ceasefire, together to an end to the siege, together for the return of hostages, and together for an end to apartheid. This resolution's language is needlessly and dangerously inflammatory and conspicuously voids any mention of war crimes being perpetuated by Israel's far-right government. Hundreds of Palestinians who have been trapped by Gaza in Israel are also American citizens, and their right to life and liberty are no more or less sacred than the 2 million Gazans, including 1 million children who are stateless, dispossessed, and suffering collective punishments at the hands of Israel's military. The language of inhuman and barbaric acts is particularly objectionable in light of how Israel's defense minister, Yoav Gallant, used the term chayot adam, or human animals, to justify cutting off water, food, electricity, and fuel to Palestinian civilians. My family did not flee anti-Semitism in Lithuania for my American city councilors to promote dehumanizing rhetoric among my neighbors.
Please.
Voting
please.
against this resolution does not justify the killing of Israeli citizens, nor does it signal approval for Hamas. I want to say that again. Voting for this resolution does not justify the killing of Israeli civilians, nor does it signal approval for Hamas. Rather, voting no is a testament to the sanctity of human life, Israeli and Palestinian, a sentiment best articulated by 19-year-old Tamar, an Israeli survivor of the Hamas massacre at Kibbutz Be'eri. Ezrachei Israel, politikaim, toshvei Israel, chul, lo akhpat li mi shomea, takshivu li tov. איך אני אמורה לקום בבוקר ולדעת ש4.5 קילומטרים מקיבוץ בארי בעזה יש אנשים שם שזה לא נגמר בשבילם. מי שהם מדברים על נקמה תתביישו. אם המילים שלי מגיעות למישהו, תסתכלו טוב טוב עמוק פנימה, תשאלו את עצמכם על מה הערכים שלכם, על מי אתם מצביעים, על מה אתם מבקשים ממנו. אני יודעת מה אני מבקשת, שלום מעוגן. ואל תתפשרו אם אתם נותנים לתקווה למות, אתם נותנים לתושבי עזה למות שוב. Citizens of Israel, politicians of Israel and abroad, I don't care who hears, listen to me well. How can I wake in the morning and know that 4.5 kilometers from Kibbutz Be'eri in Gaza, there are people for whom this is not over? Whomever speaks of revenge should be ashamed of themselves. If my words reach anyone, look inside yourselves and ask yourselves, what are your values? Who are you voting for? And what are you demanding of them?
Thank you.
I know what I am demanding, a just peace, and do not compromise on this. If you let hope die, you allow for the residents of Gaza to die again. Thank you to the council for the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, well said.
What's your name and city of residence?
Karen Riley McNary, City of Worcester. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments on 11W.
Please, go ahead.
On 11W.
Dang. I wonder.
Thank you.
Having to do with the location and oversaturation of
An
services.
in-person correspondent would be useful in this
City of Worcester
situation.
has
Yeah,
undertaken
if David or
low-income
Marco,
housing
could
preservation,
someone can get a message to them to let us know what's going
in
on.
some of their areas, and there is a line around where those areas are, where we can preserve low-income housing. And I'm just here to encourage us to take a look at where those, where those areas are, where we are preserving our low-income housing units, and remember that our folks that are entering into sobriety, that are entering into mental health, that are working, to rebuild their lives from where they're coming from, are starting not from a really robust financial scene and situation.
Yeah, we're still on public comment. We haven't gotten into any counselors speaking yet.
Many of us actually might stay there. Many of us, or others may move on. But right now, we got to keep the services where we keep their housing. And we are working to preserve some low-income housing opportunity here in our, city core. I hope that we're actually going to provide the services that those areas actually need. And this is one of them. So full respect
Marco has a
to
little
everybody
tweet
that
thread
has,
on.
supported my professional space.
During that last public comment, someone yelled,
Though
"They
I hear on
started
my
it."
own
As what
representing tonight, I
what
really
cut her
just
off.
hope that we will
I think
remember as we're
that
doing
sort
that,
of
that we have
drama
to keep the
is
services
still
where they're at.
unfolding
We
in
can't
there.
co-locate those unless we co-locate housing. So
This is what happens.
Okay, thank you.
just life-saving. Thanks.
David Webb, Worcester. Regarding 15I, I am against the city considering purchasing a product such as the Emily, an emergency integrated life-saving lanyard for the Worcester Police Department. I guess considering some recent events, I could see why councilors Toomey, Bergman, and Melrose Carlson want this water safety robot to be the next police funding justification. This past summer, our city's management put cops instead of lifeguards to be its public beaches.
They had the
I guess it needs to
swimming
remind
life
the city that just
robot
like how
on
cops
the
don't prevent
agenda
crime, they
tonight.
won't prevent drownings either.
I didn't see that.
Saving drowning people isn't supposed to be a police job anyways.
I think it was something that was
Our
held a
state
couple weeks
allocated
back and may have
resources properly
been
to all
buried at the
emergency
bottom.
departments instead of giving more and more technology to cops. I wouldn't have to keep saying this, but no more police robots. They've only used their drone a half dozen times and it hasn't resulted in any arrests. So how about we start with training the cops?
Sorry,
instead of
Trebler.
just giving them more
We can't
toys?
hear it the way that
The
you
Worcester
guys
Police
hear it.
Department doesn't
So
need more funding. It needs accountability and
it's hard to
leadership from the
figure
top
out.
down,
So
which
let us
brings me
know
to
if
my
you
next
guys
2
need
minutes.
volume
In
adjusted
regards
ever.
to 17A, I am in support considering an expansion for the applicant pool for the chief of
Yeah,
police
maybe we should just
position.
turn it up a little
This
bit.
would allow us to
Yeah,
have
Travis
people
just
who have
bumped it.
organizational project
Oh,
management
cool.
and equity focused backgrounds, someone who understands
That's
transparency
interesting
and
how it's
accountability
different.
instead of respecting the blue code of silence culture. Now, I don't know if the chief of police gets $275,000 a year, a car, and guaranteed 6 months severance like our city manager, but we have seen how poorly it goes when we don't consider our options before putting someone into one of the most powerful,
Maybe they don't,
highest paid
but they
positions
do
in
get
the
to
city.
get drunk
And this
and
council
yell
owes
at
it to us to
their
learn from their
neighbors.
past mistakes. Anyone who has ever
That's
argued against the
invaluable.
bad apple concept should be for this.
This
We
comment,
don't
it's
want any
simply
bad apples in
because
charge.
they're not as
Hire
thoughtful
outside of
as
the
we
orchard.
are,
Duh.
and we should
It's
become
very
the ruling
important that we
council of
actually
Worcester.
move towards accountability
Right.
and stop getting these lawsuits that y'all pretend to be afraid of. Which brings me to my next
us as
agenda item.
the Senate
17B, crisis
commenters
pregnancy
union as
centers
the
for, I think,
lower
the eighth
chamber.
time.
Right.
Because I know that reproductive rights are a human right, and that crisis
And,
pregnancy
first
centers
order of business,
disproportionately affect people
jail
who don't
for
speak
anyone who
English
doesn't
or cannot
recognize
afford
that I'm baby.
actual health care. I am, of course, in
If you don't
support of the
concede that
city
I'm
taking a
baby
stand against
and
this
do whatever I
practice
say, jail.
again.
You're going to
We
jail.
did a year ago,
Sorry,
as
pal.
public records published by the Pat showed, while working with the city solicitor, the manager lied to Councillor Wynn, and now 6 meetings later, we have an unbiased opinion to counteract the bare minimum research our city's law office did. A few council
So
meetings
sick
ago,
the
I said
trainer's
my
not
public
here for
comment
this
at this
meeting.
podium that the city solicitor was incompetent, and then later that meeting, he
Okay, can
quoted
you wrap up
Google
your
as
comments, please?
Stop asking people to wrap it up. How about we stop crisis pregnancy centers?
Okay, you're done.
What's the point of separation of
no.
church and state?
Holy shit.
Please leave the. Thank you.
Oh my God. That's so cool. Oh my God.
Anybody else want to speak?
I love it when Petty goes, "You're done."
Good evening. My name is Stephen Schimmel. I'm a resident of Worcester as well. And for the last 10 days, our people have been mourning. I know that prior to tonight's council meeting, there was some discussion over the language proposed in the resolution, and we can split hairs over whether it's proper to say barbaric or inhuman or horrific or blood-curdling or wherever it may be. We shouldn't have to be poets to describe what took place last weekend.
Yeah, that's what
Most of us are at a loss
bit.
for words at this time. We're not here for theatrics or to give you some attempt at showing that we have the authentic voice of what this tragedy means to us. But the resolution before us tonight is simple, it's concise, it's to the point, and it's backed by humanity. It criticizes the very worst of what happened without going into numerical golf playing.
I can't make out what his hat
It
says.
states that the kidnapping,
Jewish Federation, it's the JCC.
the stealing of
okay.
individual lives is unacceptable to us. The Jewish community, I believe, is looking for support in this horrifically difficult time. Many of us have been friends with you, members of the council, members of the city for decades. In this moment of great grief, we simply ask that you stand for humanity. For the better part of the last 2 decades, maybe even 3, we have been a sister city with a great municipality in Worcester, not unlike a great municipality in Israel, not unlike Worcester, a city with strong diversity, a strong culture of
Is that true?
Of equality, and one that embraces all the people. It's called Afula. And from Afula, we have welcomed into our community for the better part of 20 years, young people who have served and lived among us, who have met with you, Mayor Petty, and others on the council who have spent time here. At this very moment, they are on the front lines engaged in a horrific hostage rescue situation in the attempt to disembed a terror organization from an urban environment unlike anything, in extraordinary circumstances. From Afula, there were also a number of young people who are missing today. And so the connection between our cities is a human one, and one that runs deep. I simply ask and wish that all of you find the humanity in this and stand with us in this very, very difficult moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Provost, Worcester. Item 17B, Mr. Mayor. Don't go getting an appointment at Planned Parenthood and then the next morning go across the street to another place and then say, "Oh, I was deceived." Wait a minute.
Kid. Kid.
Read the sign?
This meeting's gonna break my fucking brain, dude.
Start using our heads, okay? I want, for the sake.
This gentleman walked up to the mic like a character. That was such a way to enter.
Looking to find our.
Oh, Addison.
situation.
I'm going to have
We
to you
need
folks
advice,
ensure
we
that
need help.
John Provost here is the
My
person
hope
who
and prayer for
narrates my
them
memoir
is that
for
they
me.
have full,
And we are going to entitle it, "You
access
Were
to any
Deceived." He's going to open every chapter with
and
that.
that which they are open to receiving. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else. Oh, we have one.
I'll be brief. Don't worry. My name is Teja Cerezo. I'm a resident of Worcester and the co-founder of Merrill Safe Haven, a new nonprofit in the city. I'm here to speak in support of 11H. On July 18th of this year, Merrill Safe Haven received our first call. A woman with a child needed housing, and although it was a lengthy conversation, the phrases that stick with me still are, "I've called everywhere."
Oh.
Yeah.
Everything was full in the city of Worcester. At that time, I began to create my own Rolodex of organizations that provide shelter and services.
I'm trying to get Safi now to send a wave to the
Over
camera. I just texted
7,000
him.
individuals in shelter currently.
Sorry,
and
not sure
with
what
the
that was
state
about.
tapping out at
Oh,
7,500.
good.
A resource of this magnitude would greatly
Travis,
support
can you
even
bump up the
shelter
stream
providing
volume?
organizations as the state
It's
navigates
crazy because it
removing
sounds like
families
wicked
from
loud to me.
hotels and
It sounds
connecting
really
them
loud to me
into
too.
shelter
Yeah, right in
providing
Travis's ear.
organizations whose sole existence
We
is to
can.
provide this kind of
I'll
support.
turn our mics down a little.
In a recent conversation, Mr. Mayor, you asked me if I knew where the folks who used to go to the organization lived are going now. I don't, but I think this list will help us all figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you.
The clapping, I love it.
My name is David Coyne. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm also Jewish. And I'm here tonight with trepidation because I know that what I'm about to say may cost me friendships, relationships I've had for 30 years, including a place to worship. I'm deeply troubled by the necessity of putting on the council agenda item 12C. As I understand the council rules, Council Rule 11 says that the city clerk's office, in consultation with the city's solicitor, should determine whether or not an item belongs on the council's agenda. This is an item that expresses the opinion of members of the council through their vote. And I have no problem with members of the city council or any other Americans or any other non-Americans writing a letter and signing their names to it. But the council should not be spending its time on an agenda item that is not under the jurisdiction of the city of Worcester or of this council. The city school superintendent sent out to school families a very thoughtful letter that spoke to the pain of people who have connections to or just general empathy for the people of Israel, Palestine, and pointed out that the schools would be respectful of everyone's concerns, that counseling was available for people who needed it, and that is an appropriate.
Yeah, Yenny, you're right, but I just haven't had the.
I'm disappointed that we
haven't looked it up.
Similarly put out a statement as a city through the city manager or the mayor to again express those concerns. But this is not an item that belongs before the council. It is an item before the council for the specific purpose of making some members of the council stand and take a position on something that is not under the jurisdiction of the council. And I appeal again to the clerk in consultation with the solicitor to determine why it is permissible for this item to be in a council agenda when it is not in any way under the control
This is David Coyne,
of the city of Worcester or the council. I thank you.
Good guy.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else?
Who is this person that's
Audience
just
wanna
screaming
speak
at
to the
me?
board? There's your name and city of residence.
My name is Margot Barnett. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm speaking on 12C, reluctantly speaking on 12C, because I agree that it's not, that the the council rules should have kept this, made it so that this was not an item on the agenda. What I'm concerned, I hear the point about that the suffering of the horrible suffering that occurred and the horrible acts that occurred in Israel are standalone. However, it's important to me as a Jew that we are able to hold the suffering of people in different places at the same time. And it's important to me as a Jew that people take anti-Semitism and attacks on Jews seriously. I think it's really more difficult to do that when people are feeling like they aren't heard and that their experience and suffering is erased. So my concern about this item, and I get it, that it shouldn't get an if, and, or a but that I want to see us at the same time. We have many people in Worcester who are connected to relatives, friends in Gaza who are feeling tremendous pain at the same time. It's not a but. It's if we can hear, it's very difficult. It's very difficult. I feel like I'm not up to the task. I feel like most of us are up to the task of being able to hold realities that seem to be in contradiction together at the same time. I think that we actually are served better if we can acknowledge that, because then our neighbors will not feel like they have to pick a side. Our neighbors will not feel like that they have to say it's either this or it's that. It's both. It is that there is suffering and there are people who are being, feeling like their pain is not heard. I want to hear all of it. And I want us to affirm that we create a safe space in this city for all of us.
Thank you.
Well, she nailed it. So everyone else.
That was a remarkable tackle.
God damn.
Online.
And I mean, those two speakers really did the thing that needs to happen, is centering the fact that this is on the agenda, you know.
Right.
The debates in that conceit.
Hi, Bryan
that this
Dutrumbull
deserves to
from
be on the
Worcester.
agenda.
I'd like to comment
From
on
Shaun
item
Connolly,
8Y, the study on the impact of raising the minimum wage for tip workers to that of other workers. The sub-minimum wage for tip workers is a holdover from the post-Civil War Reconstruction era, during which it was used as a mechanism for continued racial oppression. 10 states and numerous cities have already abolished it, and our city should do the same. Most people who work for tips are women and or people of color, many of whom are single mothers, and the sub-minimum wage and the variability of tip-reliant income only serve to exacerbate financial insecurity for these groups. Racism, even here in Worcester, manifests itself in the differences in earnings for servers of different races and ethnicities. Black women who are tipped, for example, make roughly $5 less per hour than white male tipped workers nationally. Raising the wage floor for tipped workers would allow some of the most vulnerable among us to have a paycheck they can count on. They would no longer have to worry that one customer's lack of generosity could mean that they miss rent this month. Business owners will say that they can't afford to pay workers as much as other employers do, but if a restaurant can't afford to pay its employees the minimum wage, then it's not a sustainable business and we shouldn't collectively subsidize it. The Group 1 Fair Wage is currently attempting to get this issue on the ballot for next year in Massachusetts. I hope that they succeed despite restaurant industry fear-mongering, and I urge Worcester to be a leader on this and to start by looking into the impact of putting in place the sort of worker-first ordinance that will enable more people who work in the city to actually live in the city. Thank you.
Yeah, and cooks should get some of the tips. That should be in the law.
My brother's restaurant, they tip everybody that works there.
That's great. I love
They
that.
actually in fact, even
Hi,
removed.
my name is Melissa.
They
I'm
add a
a
surcharge
resident
to the
of
bill.
Springfield.
They pay everybody
I'm a
above
client of
minimum wage,
Clearway Clinic.
and then any tips that come in
I just wanted to speak on
still
behalf of
are
item number
spread to everyone working, not just the
17B.
wait staff.
That's so sick.
Clearway has helped
That
me
should be the way every
immensely,
restaurant is run.
And this is one of
especially
the most popular restaurants. Like, they're not losing money on the deal.
Hold
Travis has
on.
been there.
Oh, it's legit. So freaking good.
Let's listen
Turkey
to
in the
this.
Wolf is
Sorry.
so good. She's pro Clearway. Do we want to?
my pregnancy for terminating it.
Oh,
And I
well,
decided
whatever.
that I changed my mind after I took the first
Oh,
pill of the abortion.
my bad. I thought. Whatever.
So everybody should go to Turkey and the Wolf in New Orleans.
Searched online for a
Do it.
That's the best.
Still tip, even though they tell you you don't have to.
Oh yeah, give them all your money. It's worth it.
And they helped me with the reversal process. I'm now holding my 1-year-old beautiful baby girl because of them, and I am so appreciative. And I ask that you please understand that these pregnancy resource centers are only there to help women in need who really need it. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Before I forget, just Brian's comments made me think about this. My uncle is working on a campaign right now to get rent control on the ballot statewide.
We can't go ahead.
And they're looking for
My name's
people
Sam Whiting, and I'm a
to
staff attorney for
petition
Massachusetts Family
in Worcester,
Institute
get
in
petition
Wakefield.
signed.
Over the past
If
few
anyone's
months, I've
interested in that,
submitted
reach
3
out.
letters to this
WCT
council
3000.
voicing
Let me know if
MFI's
you're
strong opposition to item
interested in getting involved in the
17B,
campaign. They have
the
a
draft
local
ordinances that
coordinator.
target pro-life pregnancy resource centers for government censorship. In our most recent letter, we responded to the opinion submitted to the city by the Lawyering Project that these ordinances do not raise any serious constitutional concerns. This opinion ignored clear viewpoint discrimination inherent in these ordinances, relied on cases which would very likely not be followed in Massachusetts courts, and is rooted in pro-abortion partisanship. The city council would do well to listen to the advice of its own solicitor over that of an abortion advocacy group. In addition, the city councilors supporting these ordinances have compiled
didn't
many
catch it.
pages
Is
of
this guy
data
Mass
and
Families?
documentation that they claim proves that pro-life
Mass
PRCs
Families
deceive
Institute?
women. But all these materials really prove is how dangerous and unconstitutional the proposed ordinances are. The examples of supposed deception contained in these materials expose a deep and disturbing bias against pro-life viewpoints. Here are just a few examples of so-called deceptive statements by pro-life PRCs, stating, "We discuss all your options," using the word clinic to describe a pro-life center, stating that abortion can cause mental health problems, stating that the abortion bill is reversible. So what do all of these statements have in common? Well, they're all true. Under these ordinances, pro-life centers will be able to be fined hundreds of dollars per day for making true statements. If you don't see the constitutional problem with that, I don't know what to tell you. To avoid litigation and support women and children in Worcester, we urge this council to reject these unconstitutional ordinances. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
No questions.
Do you want to speak, sir? Go ahead. What's your name and say your residence?
Moshe Libero. I'm born and bred in Worcester, Massachusetts, and I serve as a rabbi here, but I speak on behalf of myself. I know the world was crazy, and I thought Worcester was the one place where we were free of that craziness. I did not come here tonight planning to talk, but obviously my heart is racing with emotion, and I don't want my silence to be misconstrued as anything else than just not wanting to take any spotlight. The last number of speakers have attempted to make this a political issue and draw a divide between the Jewish people and innocent Palestinian lives. They're actually quite united. They suffer at the same hands, at the same barbaric hands of evil Hamas terrorists, an organization that breaches into a sovereign nation, rapes, pillages, murders innocent women, children, and men, Holocaust survivors, and then forces their civilians wanting to take coverage to stay in place and die for their own selfish cause The fact that we're even debating this scares me to the core. I urge everyone here to put whatever the media is trying to play as a political issue aside, look into your soul, and realize that voting for this is voting in favor and in support of human life and freedom. In Kabbalah, the mystical teachings of the Torah, it says that a little bit of light dispels much darkness. At the end of the day, a proclamation from the city council or whatever it is on the agenda is a piece of paper. But in this room is countless people of different diverse backgrounds, of different religions, and everyone here in this room wants to see and share a world of light and peace. So whatever the words in that document are, the real takeaway tonight should be that each and every one of us in our own right leaves this room, goes home, and thinks how they could be friendlier to a neighbor, how they could think of one more positive action to add to their day-to-day observance. And through each positive action, create a domino effect of goodness and kindness in the world. And let the light of our great city of Worcester shine as an example to the entire world, that even if it's uncomfortable to stand up for what's right, they do. And let us be crusaders of light for the entire world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Laura Crawford. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Can you please state your name and city of residence?
Good evening. My name is Laura Crawford. I'm representing the National Council of Jewish Women in Massachusetts. We have connection to about 20 Worcester residents directly. I just wanted to speak quickly about 17B. If you would take this issue on the fact that it is about just deceptive advertising and falsehoods, if you take away the topic, if you take the topic away and see for what it is, just protecting vulnerable populations from nothing more than marketing businesses, this is that are operating under false pretenses. If you just don't consider the topic and focus on the education and the language of this protection order, all it really does is state that a business has to be truthful, or it could have consequences. So much like our cigarette industry, not all business models operate under the same amount of truthfulness. Protecting your community by supporting transparency for an operation that there are now many examples point to deception to the most vulnerable populations. I hope that tonight you vote to have a serious look at the ordinance's language. The language which has been held up constitutionally has also been reviewed by several solicitors in this Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And the legal opinion on 9.39B amendment, consider and educate yourself, because this is what government does. It protects its citizens. I hope you strongly consider educating yourselves and ensuring the integrity of who you are protecting and why. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, the next speaker is Elijah Watson. We're trying to meet the resident now.
Hello. Hello.
Name and city of
Hello.
residence.
Hello.
Go ahead, Elijah. Can you hear us?
Hello. Hello. Can everyone hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. What's your name?
This is awesome.
This has to be a crank call.
This is
Next speaker is Jeffrey.
oh, they should have let him keep going for 2 minutes. Just saying hello for 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Webb. I'm a resident of Worcester.
Hello.
I'm participating in tonight's meeting to voice support for the ordinances that prohibit deceptive advertising by limited service pregnancy centers,
and requires transparency in advertising by pregnancy service centers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Tom. Let me try to meet the resident. Please state your name and city of residence.
Tom Marino. I live in Oxford, but I've worked in the city for a very long time. Speaking on 12C, I would remind the council that the councilor from the 3rd District on March 8th, 2022, requested a Rule 11 ruling from the chair, pardon me, a Rule 11 ruling from the chair on a resolution
You don't have to say
on
that.
nuclear weapons, specifically citing that the issue is beyond the purview of this council. I'd also remind the council that the sponsor of this resolution also expressed similar sentiments. I'd also note that at no time in records that span at least back to 2005 online is it apparent that
Is
this
this Tom
council has
Marino?
ever taken up an item with the word pray in it. The word appears before roll call and in one citizen petition that I could find in the last 18 years or so. More importantly, I find it shocking that
Good
two
guy.
decades of repeated news reports, some complete with video evidence, can't convince one person in leadership to say publicly that the Worcester Police Department has a systemic problem. But news reports have perfectly illuminated for you an event that took
That's
place
awesome.
5,000 miles away 10 days ago. This council can't figure out what happens on Lincoln Street, but it's got the Middle East figured out. By the end of this meeting tonight, the word Israel will have been said on the record by this council more than the words police misconduct or unnecessary force. What would be appropriate is an order calling for this city manager to finally put an end to the despicable way this city has treated one of its own constituents.
Kind of a good point.
Who spent 16 years in jail because of police misconduct and manipulating evidence, according to a jury. And this council has never raised that issue, or that the two individuals involved still have the right at this moment to arrest your constituents. 205,000 people in this city, and it would be nice if more than Dan Gilbert and Richard Cipro were represented.
Thank
Dude, fuck yeah. That was all right.
Next speaker is Mark.
Gotta hand it to him. That well said, Tom.
Yes, fucking fire.
Can you please state your
Hi,
name and
my
city
name
of
is-
residence.
Hi, my name is Marianne Wallace, and I'm a resident of Somerville. I am also a member of the City of Somerville Pilot Task Force, and I'm here to speak in support of 11B. Having a pilot task force is a more equitable way to earn tax dollars from large institutions that are considered nonprofit. It helps reduce the amount of taxes to residents and small businesses, and yet this would also allow them to still pay less than the average person, but it helps to subsidize local services such as police, fire, trash removal, any city road maintenance. And I would urge the city manager to move forward with the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Roberto Diaz, and we try to meet the resident now.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Roberto Diaz, resident of Worcester, also the executive director of Worcester Interfaith. Here to speak about item 12C, and I just want to begin by acknowledging that the war in Israel and Gaza and related violence is horrible, horrifying, and heartbreaking. Our hearts go out to all of the folks involved. The governments, however, and the groups committing violence don't necessarily represent all of the people there or here. You know, as we struggle to make sense of the situation, you know, we understand that, you know, we don't have to choose sides. You know, we at Worcester Interfaith are members of different groups affected by the war, and we can mourn and support all humans. We also acknowledge that the war may bring up our own experiences with war and violence. We may have feelings like grief, anger, numbness, and confusion that kind of leads us to what, you know, we are expressing in these hard times. But may we treat each other, you know, with generosity and kindness and find ways to connect as fellow humans. May we find the courage to reject the forces of oppression that threaten to further divide and hurt all of us. Our work at Worcester Interfaith focuses on each of us developing our leadership to build justice and liberation for all, and it starts here and goes beyond. You know, we at Worcester Interfaith are taking a stand, you know, that this language expressed by Councilor Bergman in item 12C is not acknowledging the hurt and pain of all sides. You know, we hope that you come up with a message more encompassing of the entire situation, We ask city council that we get, into discussions on the council floor that speak to attempting to create a space for story sharing, healing for our community. We hope for peace and want to assist in creating a space where we can all heal and be heard. And we're here to support the community in that process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Eric Stratton.
What?
Hello. Pardon.
Hello.
Thank you. My name's Eric Stratton. I'm
Hello.
resident of Worcester, and I'm calling in support of item 17B related to
Also, Pete, my
the
disgusting
ordinance
brother's
addressing
shirt.
deceptive advertising
It's very
practices
good.
by crisis pregnancy centers. People seeking reproductive
very
health
good.
care must have access to comprehensive, evidence-based, non-judgmental health care and information from qualified professionals, regardless of whether they decide to continue a pregnancy or seek abortion care. While we now have an opinion from the Lawyering Project stating that this order should hold up to legal challenges, from a subject matter, nonetheless, or a subject matter expert, nonetheless, which I'll remind you, our city solicitor is not. These clinics use deceptive practices, and our city council should take action to protect our residents. It's important that people understand all of their options and know their resources, including how to recognize and avoid these facilities. What we are asking for here, as other speakers have said, is simply to protect residents from deceptive advertising practices. Further, the opinion of our city solicitor really was not objective and frankly was not adequately researched to a degree that frankly calls into question whether he's qualified for this position. Citing two religious organizations and Google is not sufficient, and frankly, I think is insulting to the residents of Worcester. We deserve representation and we deserve protection from these clinics. I urge the City Council to support this matter and help provide options of reproductive justice to our residents. We want transparency and protection from these policies for our most vulnerable residents. If that is not enough, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists has gone so far as to call out these centers and their practices, that they target marginalized and vulnerable populations, that they spread medical misinformation, and they endanger public health. Again, as others have stated, if this was not specifically addressing abortion, it seems like a no-brainer that our city council would support this issue. Please do not get wrapped up in the fact that this is related to reproductive justice. This does not require people get abortions, but rather requires that these clinics be truthful in the information that they provide to residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes public participation online.
Okay, so we're going to close this part of the.
So sick the trainer sat this one out.
Two more speakers.
It's like the one meeting where he's going to be the main
My
character.
name
He's
is,
like,
Austin
I'm
Achampong,
sick.
and I'm from the Worcester Islamic Center. This is my first time doing this, so I'm a little nervous about that. But I needed to do that. I needed to be here today and also to be able to send a message to the council about the Muslim community here in Worcester. Mr. Mayor,
Mike Trainer.
we know you. You've been, very good to
sitting
us.
out. He's the city
You've been
lawyer.
very helpful. You've been very protective of us. This is a very difficult time for our community. A lot of people are, experiencing hate. A lot of people are experiencing discrimination, which is uncalled for. I myself have 3 children, and so I know the pain of waking up and seeing your children dead. And so that's not to be encouraged, that's to be condemned wherever it happens. However, we think that as I speak to you now, we have a large Palestinian population right here in Worcester, and they have, family members that they know have already died or are going to die in the coming days from bombs. They know that because they're telling us. And so this resolution 12C that you have, it may be okay for now, but I also want to urge you that after this, the Muslim community wants to work with some of the city councilors, and many city councilors have called us, many city officials have called us to assure us that the city is with the Muslim community and will make sure that the Muslim community is not harmed. But we also want to put a statement out that condemns the killing of innocent people in Palestine, the killing, as we speak today, 500 people in the hospital. The people were already sick, the people were already dying, and they've been killed. So this is not acceptable. We need to, as a city, this is a diverse city.
This is a city that has supported a lot of immigrants. This is a city that runs very well because it has very responsible immigrant population here. And so the city, I don't know anything about ordinances and what the city could do and cannot do.
Sup,
But if
Gaston?
the city decide to adopt this
That's
resolution,
cool.
then the city has to be willing.
We'll just let you figure it out, man.
Support of its Palestinian and Muslim population here to be also adopt a resolution to condemn what's going on right now as we speak. So that's all. This is the Muslim community in Worcester area is reeling. We're reeling from all kinds of things, and I'm sure some of you have heard about it. I'm sure some of you, and the Jewish community in Worcester has been extremely supportive, by the way. They've reached out to us. They've, assured us that, if anybody does something to us that's uncalled for, they'll support us. So this is not a division
Hey,
issue.
Gaston.
This is real people who have real
I
families. Who
had
are
an
being
8 a.m. night in
die.
Liège last
So
year.
no matter how difficult things are for people who
What are your
have,
thoughts on Liège?
Lost
Pretty
lives
fun
in
town.
Israel, we sympathize with them, but that's not an excuse to kill our people. It's really not an excuse to kill. How does two wrongs make a right?
Thank you.
Belgium's tight. Our driver called Belgium the Massachusetts of Europe,
I'm Dan Margolis.
and it tracks.
I wasn't going to speak, but I just wanted to add another voice in support of Councilor Bergman's petition, which petition or order, not sure what it's called. It shouldn't be controversial. Calling for the rescue of hostages taken away by terrorists who snuck across the border shouldn't be controversial. It wouldn't be controversial if it was any other country besides Israel. I'm astounded that we've been having this conversation, that it's controversial, that I want to say, many people speak, it's public, it's not necessarily representative of the people who come to speak. The vast majority of every single Jewish person that I've spoken to in Worcester, in the most liberal congregation and in the most conservative, have all supported this resolution and are all supporting, frankly, what's actually happening now, which is Israel attempting to rescue the hostages. I don't understand why there's this sort of, there are fine people on both sides, Israel and Hamas thing going on. I just don't understand it. I hope that the resolution will be adopted as it's written. And to me, it makes no sense to even have a controversy about it. So I guess I will leave it at that.
What's your name, to your residence?
This guy fucking rules.
My name is Muhammad Ali bin Adam, for better or Worcester. I'm born and raised in the city of Worcester.
Sick.
And as a person, it's difficult to listen to hearing that we're working for peace and towards peace when we're literally in this building, outside of this building, surrounded by monuments of war and memories of war. Do you understand that you're surrounded by monuments of war in and outside this building? And I'm sitting here as a person with a brain, expected to internalize we're
Whoa.
for peace.
Young child alert.
I'm not crazy if I say that war is the main thing that we do. Just look at the budget of the United States, of the city of Worcester. War is the main thing that we do. And we're talking about peace. Am I crazy? War is the main thing that we do. Do you understand that we're surrounded by monuments of war? I was in the Gardner District Court today, and the most visible plaque on their wall was the statement of surrender by the Japanese military in 1945, or was it 7? Which, of course, the surrender of the Japanese came only in response to the worst thing that's happened in history, the worst day in history. the atomic bombs dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, which are still reverberating through generations of Japanese in Japan and here at the concentration camps. So please stop lying to me, please, and the people who I love, who have hearts and brains that I want to cherish and protect from bigotry and lies. It's true that we need to stand against terrorism, especially, specifically, and exactly the terrorism that we support. One man spoke of the contradiction between talking about Israel when he's concerned about the terror of the Worcester Police Department that they're enacting on our citizens. So let's find the through line there. In 1925, the Zionist Foundation purchased a city in Israel, displacing the Muslims and Christian inhabitants of there, Afullah. And that's one of the sister cities of Worcester, Massachusetts. So we need to be kind of clear that we're responsible for the terrorism that we support. And as a matter of fact, we, through our tax money, everything else, we support militarily, economically, financially, diplomatically, we support the state of Israel. Therefore, we are responsible for what they do, including drop bombs and kill thousands of children. We're not responsible
Can you
for
wrap
what
up your
Hamas
comments, please?
does.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, since nobody else, will close this part of the program, and we will, what we're going to do is go to petitions, then we'll go to 12C. So 7A to 7F. Motions to open the hearing. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, motions to adopt 7A, B, C, D, and F. We're going to hold 7E under privilege. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio? Council Agia? Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Petitions, we're going to hold 8A, we're going to send 8B, refer to the planning board, 8C through 8E, refer to public works, 8F to 8U, refer to traffic and parking committee, 8V to 8W, so the hearing for October 25th, 2023.
No, according to
Council Bergman?
David,
Council Calorio?
a couple counselors
Council
stepped out
Agia?
a minute ago.
Council
I'm
King?
not sure why.
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, we have 8X. David Dick requests that the doors at the Worcester Police Station be retrofitted automatic door openers for handicap access. Send it to city manager. Then we have Bryan O'Donnell requests the city council request city manager commission impact study concerning raising the minimum wage for tipped workers to match the minimum wage for other workers. You can send those items to the city manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia? Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Fun fact, I was
Toomey?
developing a pen pal
Yes.
sort of situation from someone from Liège that I met in my 8 a.m. bender night
City of
in
Worcester does hereby
that
condemn the
city.
recent barbaric
And
movement taken
I
across
couldn't
Israel,
keep talking to him
American
after he
citizens,
told me that going to the doctor.
immediate and safe
Oh, sorry.
return,
Sorry.
release and return to their loved ones. Council Bergman.
Mr. Chairman, I worded this
very carefully and in a way that I didn't anticipate and still do not. Objection to this. This does not talk about any global issues. It talks about innocent human beings who were kidnapped and are still kidnapped under horrific circumstances. So I'm going to say as it reads. Obviously, I reserve my 5-minute time slot to respond if in the event that anybody doesn't go along with this or has any comments that I feel I need to respond to. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Toomey?
Mr. Chairman, I had said that I would put my name on that, so
Okay.
you could add that, please.
Okay, so we have a roll call. Councilor Nguyen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding that you first brought this forward as a resolution, but withdrew it, and my hope is that the author also does the same, or at least strives to amend it. For me, this is not simply political, but deeply personal. What has unfolded over the last few days and continues to unravel is horrific. It disrupts my day, keeps me up randomly throughout the night, and makes me fear for my friends all over. And I know this is only scratching the surface for what many are experiencing. I learned about the history of Palestine in my 20s through my friends. This tragedy and imminent genocide, what the UN has called an ethnic cleansing, must stop. The death toll keeps rising every second we remain quiet, or for some, loudly justifying violence and weaponizing grief. No one should morally support murder and war, especially when innocent, defenseless civilians become the majority of the casualties. We condemn the violence by Hamas on Israel, and we must also condemn the violence of Palestinians who are enduring it right now. We must grieve the death in both communities. The roaring support for Israel through the militant calls for violence and collective punishment of the people in Gaza is heart-wrenching. Why is this always the default route? I remember when I was in 5th grade, when my teacher turned on the TV as we saw the Twin Towers fall on 9/11. I was too young to understand then, but the immediate war cry began. I am old enough now to understand the aftermath, the global racism that came about, the Islamophobia that continues to escalate today. May Wadia Al-Fayyume rest in peace, the 8-year-old boy who was murdered in Chicago by his landlord. The creation of ICE that still devastates multiple communities now. These things transform the makeup of our politics and how we treat people, and the literal makeup of our world. It disappears people. We must center humanity. What's happening now is not right, and we should not tolerate it. Pouring white phosphorus chemical bombs, shutting off electricity, water, and the basic needs of the community in Gaza is an inexcusable collective punishment. Demanding that people leave within 24 hours, then bombing their escape routes. Just earlier today, bombs was dropped on a hospital, as someone mentioned earlier. 500 people plus died. Palestinians, thank you. Palestinians died.
Go ahead.
We cannot within our conscience encourage this behavior. If we are to go on record regarding Israel and Hamas, we must also be on record calling for the ceasefire and the ending and the killing of the innocent civilians and Palestinians and negotiate towards peace. In the words of my many Jewish friends and the folks on the streets, never again means never again for anyone. We must be careful of language and the narrative we script. And so I ask the author to amend this or to withdraw it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hydriak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the last 2 weeks, I've had conversations with Jewish and Palestinian friends and leaders. My heart has been shattered, as it was again tonight, listening to the pain in their voice, the sense of isolation that they shared with me, the agony over the murder and kidnapping of loved ones in Israel by Hamas, and the anguish over catastrophic destruction of innocent Palestinian life in Gaza, the heartache for more deaths and destruction ahead. Let me make it perfectly clear. These words are not political. I am speaking them through my heart as a mother and as a humanist. The murder and kidnapping of Jewish babies, young people, grandmothers, and mothers by Hamas is horrific. The displacement, cutting off water, food, medical aid, and electricity, the bombing of innocent Palestinian women, children, men, sick and disabled in Gaza is inhumane. The Jewish, Palestinian, and Muslim communities should not feel alone and isolated right now. I know they do because they told me so. I understand. I understand very well. The last 2 weeks have awakened my own memories of war, displacement, explosions, guns, losing friends, rationing bread and water, and the feeling of never feeling safe anywhere, anytime. In my grief, I did what I always do. I lean on the history of my country and how I grew up. I leaned on the stories that I grew up with, the history of Muslim Albanians who rescued and protected thousands of Jewish people escaping the Holocaust. And my own memories as a teenager, watching my family sharing food and coffee with Palestinian refugees, waiting for human smugglers to take them across the border in Italy. Just mere weeks before we too, my mother, my father, and my grandmother fled our native country of Albania. These memories and conversations with both Jewish and Muslim leaders of our community, the words that I heard tonight, reinforce for me that we cannot allow ourselves to ration our humanity and our compassion. This resolution asks me to act with half of my humanity. I am incapable of segmenting my love for human life. In times where our grief is the deepest, we have to resist any impulse to extend our humanity conditionally and selectively. My humanity demands of me to demand peace for all civilians. My humanity asks me to pray for freedom from war, mass displacement, and violence against any and all innocent lives. My humanity requires me to grieve unconditionally for the Jewish lives taken and generations of Palestinians wiped out forever. My humanity and my motherhood urges me to mourn the Jewish children murdered and those left orphaned. It also grieves with me the murder of over 1,000 Palestinian children, including the stabbing of 6-year-old Palestinian-American Wadea Al-Fayoum as a result of Islamophobia. We cannot let our hearts and minds harden right now. We cannot turn our backs to each other's suffering. In the days ahead, I urge us all to reject any acts of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism against our Jewish and Muslim communities. I urge us to be in community with each other. We must commit and recommit ourselves to peace, to healing, and radical love for all human life. And we must call for an end to this war. I know Councillor Bourbon is hurting. I know our Jewish friends are hurting. And I know that our Muslim community are hurting. That is the humanitarian resolution we all need. That's the humanitarian resolution we all need right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bourbon?
Yeah, I don't want to make this a back and forth. I worded this very carefully, and I worded it to try to avoid any conversations about issues other than children and elderly and others innocently kidnapped. But let me just say this. There were 2 words that were mentioned by a colleague of mine that I felt compelled to respond to. Yes, I've heard the words never again before, too. I probably know those words better than anybody else in this chamber. Maybe not, but I think I do. And to me, never again means never again to have to respond to the assumption, the assertion, the implication that they had it coming to them. That's what never again means to me. We don't have to say we had it coming to us. These are totally innocent people removed from the conflict whatsoever, little babies, Holocaust survivors, children at a peace rally. They were kidnapped. That's all this is about. We can have conversations till we're blue in the face about who's right and who's wrong anywhere else in the Middle East. But never again means to me that I don't have to justify and say they had it coming to them, because they didn't have it coming to them.
Good, so we'll do a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
No.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson. Yes. Council Nguyen,
No.
Council Rivera, has recused herself. Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to the agenda. Okay, we are, excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, we are going to appointments, please. Yep. Okay, we're going to appointments, transmitting information, communication relative to the appointment of Leopoldo Negro Cruz, the Public Health, Board of Health. We also are on transmitting information, communication relative to the appointment of Scott Derry and Denise Marios Lacour as constable. We're going to place them on file. Roll call.
I need a minute. I'm going to
Council
be back in a
Calorio,
couple minutes.
Council
Yes.
Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Not to change the
Council
subject,
Rivera.
but can somebody
Yeah.
please teach
Council Rose,
Mayor Petty
Yes.
how to pronounce the
Russell.
word black in Spanish?
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, we are at 9.3A, transmitting information, communication, side-by-side comparison of the benefits of the Paid Family Medical Leave Act to the new leave benefits that will be offered by the city effective January 1st. I'm going to send that to Municipal Operations. Just want to thank the manager for that report and for the benefit package. It's a good report, so thank you. Send that to MO. Roll call.
Council Bergman, Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, next item up is 9.4A, transmitting information, communication over the presentation of the city's Worcester's housing programs. Yeah. You want to start, Mr. Manager? Mr. Manager, or Peter, you want to sit here or do you want to sit there? Or? No,
Through to the council, I just want to, again, just acknowledge the Office of Economic Development and some of the efforts that they've done here in terms of this housing strategy. So we want to put together a presentation just to give you a scope of all the programs and things that are happening related to the Economic Development Office around housing and preserving housing, and all the efforts that we've put and dollars that we put forward to prevent homelessness in the city. So I'm just turning it over to our Chief Development Officer, Peter Dunn, and our Director of Division of Housing, Jim Brooks, who will lead this presentation.
Mr. Dunn? Hang on. Put that microphone on. Yep, you're up.
Is that on? Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Brooks. So we don't want to use up too much time, but I know the council and particularly you, Mr. Chairman, we're interested in just an overview of our portfolio of programs, what we have to offer, and we want to make sure that folks in the community are aware of those and some of the key kind of parameters and eligibility related to those programs. So we can move on to the next slide. So this is just an outline of the presentation. First, we'll go over some important terminology, and then we'll talk about the portfolio of programs that we have that kind of fit into these buckets that we consider in terms of the stakeholders in our housing ecosystem. So that includes homeowner and home buyer programs, developer and investor programs, as well as other related programs that are tackling various housing needs in the community. And I want to emphasize too that these are our programs, so these kind of fit into the overall ecosystem of state and federal programs that exist. Many folks can apply directly to state programs through mass housing and various departments at the state level, so we're just going to focus on the programs that are administered by the City of Worcester. If you just go back to the key terms, I'll just reference those briefly. ADA, most people are familiar with that acronym. As we deal with various government programs, it's often an alphabet soup in terms of these various acronyms. So most people are familiar with ADA, referring to the Americans with Disabilities Act. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund may be used, AHTF, Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which is a new tool in our toolbox. AMI, or Area Median Income. ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act. CDBG, Community Development Block Grant, a funding source that we get annually. HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development. FMR, which refers to the HUD Fair Market Rent. And then the WLAP, which is our Worcester Lead Abatement Program. So those are some acronyms that may come up on the slides and want people to be familiar with that. If you could proceed to the next slide, please, Mr. Clerk. If you could proceed to the next slide, thank you. This is a helpful summary as well. These change annually. This is information that comes directly from the federal government, from HUD, related to our area. And it was talked at length as we talked about the inclusionary zoning ordinance, as we use these terms and think about different levels of area median income as it relates to the household size, as well as the fair market rents that HUD puts out each year. So this can change each year, but these are the current rates. So I won't go through the entire table, but felt like that's a helpful reference point for folks as we think about the eligibility of a lot of programs relating to different levels of area median income, as well as the fair market rent established by HUD. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Brooks to walk you through the various programs that we have in our portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Dunn. First, I'd like to go over some of the owner-occupied programs and the home buyer programs that we have available through our office. Next slide. So our first program, and this right now really has a great need, is our elder home repair. We're finding right now a lot of our elders are being stretched thin with their resources. So there's been a great need for this program. We can offer up to $25,000 per unit, up to 4 units to really rehabilitate a lot of the major core systems, whether it's roofs, heating systems, anything to bring up the property into code compliance. And my staff actually provides a lot of technical support for the elders, getting bids, working with the contractors. In return for that, we put a 5-year restriction on the property just to make sure that it maintains ownership, owner-occupied ownership for a minimum of 5 years. So next slide. Similar to the elder rehab program, which is age restricted, we also have our Worcester Housing Now owner-occupied program. Very similar, up to $25,000 per unit, again, for those core systems. And to give you an idea right now, currently we have 8 projects in process right now for a little over $500,000 in those programs right now. Again, it's a 5-year residency restriction on that. Next slide. A new program that we came up with out of the ARPA funds that were allocated to housing development.
Next time they cut back to the crowd, do you think there's anybody left in the gallery or one person left in the gallery?
To a 50% reimbursement to those homeowners who are really impacted with some of our flooded areas. A lot of those areas tend to be in low and moderate income neighborhoods, so we can provide some assistance with their annual flood insurance, which is required by mortgages.
Is this not the sort of thing they can't get like a private presentation on? Maybe just email them the deck and
in
ask
addition
if they
with
have any
our
questions?
ARPA funds, one of the key areas that
We don't need to see this part.
we targeted
See, the
with
amount of
these
shit that they
funds, these are
do
really
actually
a
do
lot of
behind
our
closed
code
doors that we are not privy
violations, that are
to.
happening
This
throughout
doesn't
the
need to be.
city. We
Yeah.
work,
This doesn't need the
extensively
light of
with
day.
inspection
I really got to buy
services,
one of
on
those.
a
You
referral
could just tell me again
basis.
which capture card to
And
buy,
what we
man. I was on
find,
a
again,
tear in
is a lot of
Fortnite before
these
tonight. I would have blown
owner-occupied,
everybody away with this.
Are you playing on Xbox? Are you playing on
that do have
Switch guy,
code
unfortunately,
violations,
man.
really
Laugh
We'll get
away,
you
it's
an
okay.
is financial. So
I'll make it happen.
we can provide assistance.
You're just gonna give me the name
to
of the one
those
that you
homeowners
recommended.
up to $30,000 this
Yeah,
time.
I'll send you the one.
Used specifically to address those code violations, make sure they're meeting sanitary building and fire code standards. And again, our staff does a lot of the
It was
technical work,
it's Marco
working with contractors, getting
tweeted
bids,
incorrectly that
working
King
through those
was
type of issues.
voted with Attell. I'm not sure
Right.
I mixed it up. I haven't
And
seen
again,
him
it's a
correct it yet,
5-year
but yeah, it was
restriction. Most of our
Attell and two.
owner-occupied programs are for 5 years. Next slide, please. In addition, the city, as you know, it's a very old city. Most of our housing stock is really the core of our housing stock was built 1880 to 1920. And as a result of that, we have a lot of legacy chemicals in our building stock. And one of those chemicals is lead. Right now, only 13% of our housing stock is considered lead safe. So we put a large emphasis on making these units lead safe for families for children under 6. And we can provide up to $15,000 in our ARPA program. And this has really been a complement to our HUD program. ARPA allows for some flexibilities on income in certain neighborhoods and also other ways for flexibility. So again, it's a 5-year ownership restriction on that. Next slide. And again, I mentioned this is our HUD program. We recently received $4.1 million that was announced last month.
This is
for
so
new
stupid,
HUD,
but hearing next slide over and over again is so rookie.
that will go into effect here. in
You
the
just
next
do a
month,
finger point.
probably
You know?
January 1st.
Or give him
and
the
we
clicker.
will abate
All right, I need to put myself in timeout for a minute to
very
honor my
similar
own
to the
advice
ARPA
at the start of the
program,
show. What's going on?
They're trying to calm all emotions by doing the most boring presentation that you've ever seen in your life.
Legacy down payment program. We've had this.
Is this the housing
program
report?
For
Yes.
at least 10 to
Yeah,
15 years
great.
now. This is
We're on
funded
A real
slide
palate
13 of
cleanser.
479.
up to $5,000 for both direct.
Like
down
they should do
payment,
fun like
closing
titles and graphics on these slides. Like
Right now,
how can you
we've
not?
kind of
You're
put
talking about
to the
this and
sideline
you
as
don't have
you'll
a
see
slide
in the next
entitled
slide.
"My name is HUD."
Recently, in the last month, we
Like that's just that's an easy
ARPA
one.
down payment
That's
assistance.
a slam dunk right there.
Next slide.
You know what sucks is
and
that
this, down
it's
payment
presentations like this
assistance,
are why
it really,
Americans, generally
we're really
speaking,
able
make terrible
to help
financial
a lot more
decisions.
people and provide a deeper
How
incentive
so?
to the
Because
homeowners.
they're just throwing data out there without any
$25,000 in down
context
payment
or out any
closing
direction, right?
costs.
Like I've walked more
It's also
friends
being
through, like
administered
adults,
through
like
Worcester
who
Community
have
Housing
great jobs
Resources
and like
rather
own
than
homes
internally.
and whatnot. Had to walk them through over the last couple
that
months,
will just
like, hey, you know,
allow
CD
for
3 month
a lot
CDs
faster
are almost
flow of
5% right now, right? Because like that's a really
slide,
basic
Mr.
thing that if like you explain it simply,
So
people
those
wrap
are
their heads around it.
homeowner
It's like, wait a minute,
programs.
my money that's just sitting in a bank
Next,
can make
I'll
more
just
than
go a little bit
can
into our
cover
developer
inflation.
and
Like yeah,
investor
and that's the
programs.
game, right?
So next slide.
This does nothing for anybody. Like they're talking
Some of
about
these
really, really
programs
important
are,
plans that
you know,
everybody in the
legacy
city
programs.
should
We've
be
had them a
aware
long
of.
time.
If you can't
The
drill it
first
down to a
is
handful of
our rehab
100
program for
point
investors
fonts
in
words on an index card sized piece of
in 1
paper,
to
you're
4
losing
unit
everybody.
buildings. We can provide
Yeah.
up to $50,000 again for those core repairs. And
I
in
also
return
just
for
generally
this,
resent the idea that
10-year
down payment
affordability
assistance is
restriction
a response to affordable
so
housing.
those
I
units,
just that's
will be rented for no more than
I
those
just
fair market rents you saw in earlier slides.
that's
And
I don't know. I can't
a lot of the deferred maintenance.
I can't really. I'm so fucking pissed off. I'm not gonna say what I'm pissed off about because I don't trust myself to say it well.
It's our first time
But
using homeownership
I think
development program.
no matter
We
what,
have
no
the
matter
first online on
what,
Lodi Street
like
pretty shortly.
it's
And really
it's
what
good to
this
sit with it
is,
for a little
this
bit.
program's
Yeah,
designed
yeah. I'm not
provide
mouthing off about
affordable
anything.
homeownership opportunities,
But
some of those you know,
yeah, never mind.
single lot type situations
was a
where we're providing just kind of
been a tough meeting so far.
Yes, it has.
homeownership opportunities within neighborhoods rather than large scale developments such as condos.
Nice to have this little breather before we get to the second part of this meeting that makes it incredibly frustrating.
And I know you've received
I'm really excited that we have Gaston here. It's really nice to have another new friend.
Yeah, Gaston, let me continue that story that I was going to go with. I developed a sort of pen pal with a guy from Liège that I was out drinking with. And I was going to do like a series of Worcester Sucks posts about the differences between social services in Liège as opposed to Worcester. But I just got so fucking pissed off by a little thing he said that I like couldn't keep doing it. To go to the doctor, he doesn't have to make an appointment, and he slides €1 over the counter to go visit his doctor. And after the doctor's meeting, he gets the euro back. And that just spun me so hard that I was like, I don't know if I can keep doing this. It's like, we are such little fucking oink oink piggies in this country. We tolerate so much abuse.
Fund continues to meet on a monthly basis.
My mother was in France visiting family a couple years back and got sick. It was just like a cold thing, but couldn't make heads or tails of like over-the-counter medication, so went to a hospital. And when she came home, she was like panic-stricken about like the bills that she was going to get, and insurance would never cover it. And like everyone around her was trying to convince her. It's like, no, they're not going to charge anything. She finally like called them, and they had to find it, like had to get somebody who spoke English on the phone and explain to her. It's like, yeah, no, we just treated your illness. There is no bill. And just could not wrap her fossilized American brain around the idea that like, no, their job is not to make money off of your suffering. It's to cure your sniffle. Just enjoy the rest of your vacation.
Dude, it's like, yeah, I mean, personally had to go through what is an objectively humiliating process of like a GoFundMe campaign for a serious medical issue. And no one should have to do that. Like, I'm happy it went well and it wiped off like 80% of the stress in a couple of days because it went so well. But it's like, just I toyed around with the idea of writing something about it, but felt like it might be misinterpreted as being ungrateful. Or like having to do that is such an indictment of this fucking country.
Exactly. It's like to go through that, and then to go through the indignity of having to do that, and then to look at it and say like, you know, there are a lot of people that aren't even in that like the position that you guys are in to be able to like pull that.
Yeah.
Like, imagine like. It's just like it's so lucky that there's such a good community around here.
And like we both cashed in essentially on having goodwill in separate creative communities that were happy to support us. But it's like, do you get a second chance with that? You know, is it like, did we just cash in and that's that?
Why does it have to, like, why are we fucking playing?
And why do I have to spend karma points
to
make sure that my girlfriend can get treated? It's like crazy. So
and this is a good point. Like I have union healthcare, and it's technically really good healthcare, like Cadillac healthcare. I can't even get a doctor. Like my doctor,
I don't have a PCP.
Yeah, my doctor left his practice, left Reliant Medical, and they were just like, yeah, we don't have any other doctors for you. And like,
in addition,
okay, I guess I'm like, I guess I have to be sick enough to be in the hospital to get treated.
Like, it's cool that we have someone from Belgium here, so I can talk about this. But like, I thought that the pen pal thing was going to be like a really fun idea because the guy works with like unhoused people. He's like in social services in Belgium, and I was like, oh, there's so much to learn here. But then I was just like, oh my god, there's nothing to be gained from this besides just making ourselves miserable. It's so much worse here than in any other country like us.
And I think that Gaston was asking before, like how do we stand it? And I think the thing you need to understand. The thing you need to understand about America is that if there's something that you can't stand and enough people around you, you can gather up that also can't stand it. You could technically go into the streets and protest, but you will never get enough people together to make a difference because the people that disagree with you could have guns and could just kill you, and often do. So you have to, that's always a part of the calculation, whether or not we admit it or not. Always part of the calculation is if you're willing to go out in the street and fight for what you believe in, the police and your fellow citizens could just indiscriminately murder you for expressing your opinion, and they'll get away with it. So,
and there's a 1-to-1 correlation between leaders who have effectively galvanized a coalition, which could undo things, and leaders who have been assassinated. Like,
yes, yeah. Yes, yeah.
So we kind of learned our lesson in the 60s and early 70s.
Yes, we have been effectively cowed.
Yeah, we very much learned that no Superman is coming, because Superman catches a bullet in America.
Yeah, a big old kryptonite bullet.
Yeah,
and it's shot by the entire government.
Right.
And why
it's
are
like,
they being rented? My question to you is,
yeah.
Mr. Dunn, Mr. Brooks, is
I think an appropriately heavy topic of conversation, given what we just witnessed. It's like, and then like after Obama, like what are you supposed to expect from fucking anybody who can win a presidential election? Right? You're just like, yeah, I'm gonna be the face of change. Oh, just kidding. Just kidding. I'm a media guy. I like being on the news.
And I'll still get so much hate for it that I cause a revolution going the other way, even though I am the most middle ground guy.
There's a large need right now, as I mentioned before, in the elder population.
Yeah, we don't really think a lot about that very thorny problem of anybody who has even come close to uniting a proletariat coalition in American history has been fucking assassinated.
Yeah.
It was fine.
Yeah.
Right now.
It's almost like there's a shadow state that has complete control over the supposed democratic processes of this country. It's almost like there might be some sort of shadow state.
One thing that is going to
close the windows, Bill.
Shortly, is the rental registry.
Yeah,
well,
just fucking shoot me, dude.
With that, once we have that, it's going to give us a real kind of almost real-time analysis of where the issues are.
If we wanted to, like, the problem is if we wanted to overthrow the shadow state, we'd have to start a GoFundMe to do it.
Yeah.
I'm not that popular.
Through chair to the council, we're expected probably in the next 4 to 6 weeks.
If we could just get,
Eric Trenton. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Revolutionize the Worcester Police Department, we'd have 50 million at our disposal.
We're just anticipating the software to finish the development.
You know what's the funny thing about Liège? Outside of the venue, when we first got there, there was a woman in some sort of public housing high-rise feeding hundreds of pigeons out of her open window, and there was shit all over the window, and she looked like a ghoul, and she was just feeding the pigeons, and the pigeons were going inside her apartment. And then like 2 floors above that, there was just a baby standing in a full starfish spread in a slightly open window, leaning on the window. It was surreal.
I had my hand up, Mayor.
I'll see if I can find that video, actually. It was pretty fucking cool.
I mean, if Council Q wanted to.
I was like, this place rocks. This place reminds me of. Evan was like, I feel like I'm in actual Europe for the first time, because we were in like all the nice places, and then that was the first like city that felt genuine.
Yeah.
It's like Copenhagen's like
myself and,
just a utopia that we'll never see in America. But Liège felt like, you know, I can vibe.
Attainable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eric, we're working on it. We're hoping to have something
the housing crisis
soon.
Is never going to be dealt with. Which is
Copenhagen made me feel like I've never lived in a society before. Like there's a place where there's a society, and it's just not where I've been living.
Gaston, drop your socials. What's your Spotify? We need to hear
and then the pandemic happened, and
your
that
stuff.
caused a challenge. And then we had the issue regarding increase in census. There's a lot of dynamics. There was a lot of balls thrown at us. And at the same time, we were dealing with what we were already having, and then having to deal with what was being presented before us in a situation that no one had ever dealt with. And then on top of that, the ramifications of what was after. And so there was like, it's like being at a batting cage or on a tennis court practicing, and instead of a ball coming out at a time in a timely fashion where we can hit it at one at a time or in a timely
Are we
way.
setting a new standard for a worst sports analogy ever?
This is tortured.
This is a new bar. What's? I'm not even sure what sport she's discussing now. There's.
We are
I think our heads both twisted around at the same time.
We are not doing enough as a community city, but I will be also the first to say when we are. And I really
All right, I found the video. I described it a little bit over dramatically, but I sent it to Travis and you can pull it up. It's
community, this council and our ED department and this administration for continuing to think outside the box and continue to evolve and continue to just work at it under really, really difficult situations. And so as we deal with this housing crisis, this report should go out and be seen in the community, because it's really quick for people to be naysayers and want to just kind of have their 3 minutes of fame and come and deal with the housing crisis, but then offer no kind of substance way of bringing forth solutions. This report is here because it shows many people, many hours, and this administration as well, and this department has spent quite a bit of time really looking at this and saying, what do we do? What do we do? We do this, let's do this. We have to do this. And it's not just one way. So this is important. This is important for us to acknowledge versus see. We may not be where we want to be, but we're surely not where we used to be. And we're surely not just sitting, twiddling our thumbs.
I have to pull this down to share it.
Absolutely nothing at all.
Yeah.
So for that, I want to say that I feel really proud of us as a.
Okay, Gaston's a sick DJ, guys.
Dude, that's so cool. Hold on. Gaston, you're gonna love this video. Okay. Okay. Was it? You see here, I wish my cursor could be on the screen. The child starfish in the open window.
Wait, can we get Gaston's music playing in the background while Bill narrates this?
Yeah, and you see over here a woman feeding out a screen or anything, hanging out of her window. Her eye sockets were entirely hollow, as if she was a literal ghoul. And that's the van had just pulled up to the back of the venue. That's my first sight of outside this remarkable thing. And I was like, what the fuck? Anyway, yeah, Belgium was sick. I really enjoyed my time there. Can definitely see how it's the Massachusetts of Worcester.
Related to
the Massachusetts of Europe.
Participation in these programs.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, yes, we do. These are programs that are federally funded, majority of them, and then also programs that we have here in-house, whether they're state fundings or whatnot. And the department does an extensive job of reporting that. And I believe a couple of weeks ago, we submitted a housing report.
Hell yeah, I guess.
That included
Totally.
a lot
Wow.
of the outcomes of a lot of the funding that we've been able to deliver here in the
I
city.
gotta hit my pen pal back
We'd
up
be
and
happy
be
to
like,
share that, but I believe a couple of weeks back, we shared
hey,
a
just
housing
letting you know,
report
you made me
that
so
allowed
mad by just
delineate a lot of those
telling me something mundane about your life.
So which of the programs are just rolling out through the chair?
Through the chair to the council, there's two programs right now. There's two, but one of them is an existing program that we've had. We just increased the amount, and that's the down payment assistance program. That was used to be a $5,000, and now we've increased that to $25,000. And then the second one is
Just like Gaston is providing us a useful way to talk about America being stupid, we really need to bring on a city councilor from city that is like has good people on city council to like give us some analysis of what's going on. Like someone from like Cambridge or something.
I've been calling for
Good idea.
gentrification mitigation.
It'd be like
And one of the things I asked
Hills
this
Has
administration to do with support unanimously by this council was to synthesize all the efforts that we're making in regards to the challenges that we're facing in the city. Through the chair, is this in response to some of those requests, through the chair, to the administration?
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to the council, yes, we've received a lot of not only your order, but also other orders from this
That's a very
body
good idea.
requesting more information.
And they come on and they just don't recognize this as Plan E government at all.
and then I'd be like, yes, that's what I was saying for 2 years. Cambridge is Plan E. Cambridge would be the most useful.
Took us the opportunity to put all that together in a nice package, inform the council, inform the community, but also identify areas that we can improve and increase more affordability, and that's where some of these new programs and expansion of these programs came about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentrification mitigation is important. Something I've been calling for in terms of synthesizing of information for quite some time. I want to give kudos to this administration for actually doing it. It's really a simple matter of synthesizing information in one location. Folks can have access to it. Mr. Chairman, this particular presentation.
I don't understand why Christian isn't campaigning on the fact that he's asked for a gentrification mitigation plan and the city hasn't.
To the council, it's currently available through.
Feels like a missed
council
opportunity.
agenda, but we'd be more than happy to make it available to our economic development website.
But I'm going to save
Like
all of
to
my
put it on the
feelings
city
on King.
website. I'd like to make a motion
later.
that way, Mr. Chairman.
Don't get me going.
You know, these are, again, are real life challenges. These are things that we ought to be doing. And I think as we see our economy's cresting and, you know, we have additional concerns and measures that we're doing here in the city of Worcester. So I want to thank you for your responsiveness to this.
Marco
There's
just
still work to be done.
messaged
Thank
me
you,
and
Mr.
said he's
Chairman.
not paid enough for this.
Thank you.
It's like
Anybody else?
no one
Mr.
doing
Chairman.
this work is,
Council Rose?
but that's true.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I don't want to belabor the points of my colleagues, but this is a report that we can certainly be proud of. As Councilor Rivera pointed out weeks ago, the Economic Development Subcommittee was kind of chastised for, you know, sitting on our hands.
There's been calls for opening the charter
or even making
to look at it.
Not really a motion, but it's in
Yeah.
there.
Hasn't been a priority of the council or the
percolating.
administration. And, you know, I would echo the sentiments of everybody. There's certainly still a lot of work to be done. Our census has certainly grown over time. There wasn't a lot of development and the urgency around development, 20, 30 years ago. As the census grew, we kind of fell behind. And I just feel like we're in a situation now where we're being looked upon to solve all those problems or have all those answers. And this is a massive step in a positive direction. Just a special thanks to Peter Dunn. I think, Mr. Chairman, you referenced he does all this with a very small staff, and the administration for prioritizing this, the Economic Development Subcommittee, the larger council. Again, I don't think anyone's throwing parades after this report. There's certainly a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, Worcester used to have a
massive.
I think the word is bicameral or like a two party, two
chamber
legislatures, two chambers. Yeah, thank you.
For a larger discussion, I know that we cruised through this.
Almost every change to Worcester's municipal system can be boiled down to like one ethnic group sensing a loss of power to another and doing something to prevent that.
Any advocates or whomever want to learn more about our city's response, this administration's, this city council's response.
Because like in the 40s,
I'd really appreciate
it was
that. Again,
because the
thanks,
Irish
everybody.
were getting
This is
too much
terrific.
power that they
To
moved
echo
to change the
Councilor
system, and
Rivera's,
then it's kind of
comments.
just
This
been
is
like
something
that
we
ever
can
since.
certainly all be proud of, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
We need a Plan
like-
W government. That's what we need.
Roll call.
And if anybody
A
doesn't
funny-
know what that is,
Yes.
that's there's 36 chambers. It's the Wu-Tang form of government.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Gio, Rose is just campaigning for petty for some reason. I hope he's getting paid.
Yes, next is recommended adoption of an order to accept public
Also, Sean Rose came to the rewire opening.
PR2 mobile.
He shakes his hand, shakes my hand, and he goes, "Hey, my name's Sean Rose. Nice to meet you."
Roll call.
And I was like, "Oh yeah, I've heard about you before. Nice to meet you, man."
Yes.
It was funny.
Yes. Councilmember Carlson? Yes. Councilman Ian?
Yes.
Wow.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Sean Rose is a cool guy, nice guy. I just hate him. Counts.
Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes, we are on 9.12A, transmitting information and communication relative to the weapons confiscated in 2023. Any questions on that? We can send that to public safety. Roll call.
I have a question. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Go ahead, Council Rivera.
Yeah, are we seeing more weapons now on the street? I mean, I know that Massachusetts has very strict laws, which are great, and I think Worcester as well. I think if we look at a lot of places, people, when we look at that, we're looking at a nation that we are looking for more for better gun laws and better gun legislation. We should feel good that in Massachusetts and in here in Worcester, we do abide by that. But yet we're seeing weapons on the streets. And so just wanted to know, are we seeing more now? Are we seeing less? What's the age group? And, what are some of the things that we could be doing more of? I keep hearing, I know I see the report, but then I keep hearing kind of missed messages in a community. I wanted to know through the chair, whoever would like to answer, what we think we're experiencing in our community.
Chief Saucier.
Through the chair to the council.
So weird when Sarai moves and her face just pops back out.
188 firearms, 94 were actually crime guns illegally possessed. What we are seeing is more rounds being fired. Back in the day, you'd have 1 or 2 shots fired. Now you're having 10 or 12 at a scene. So that's concerning. We are working with the ATF. I have a meeting with them this week, and we'll be trying new strategies to combat any type of gun crime.
One of the things through the chair to the chief is, ammunition is very expensive.
It's true.
How do you think this
The Chris Rock
ammunition is
principle.
getting to folks on the street? And I concur. I've heard the same thing as well, that they're seeing more, kind of instead of 1 or 2, many shots fired. Where do we think that they're obtaining this amount of ammunition, especially with the cost of ammunition skyrocketing?
Ammunition hasn't been as cheap as it is now in almost a decade, for whatever it's worth. But
Okay. Thank you very much. It is concerning that I feel that there is.
It's just
I
like,
feel
well,
that
you see,
this is one thing that I
they're
think
all
our
firecrackers.
public
And
safety division, our police,
it's not ammunition at all.
do their best to take care of and to do. But
Did you guys see the shot spotter was set off by
our challenge with and challenge
Tim
every day.
and the anonymous person using for
October
that just like
17th.
popped
No,
and cracked
At,
up.
behind
And it
Burncoat
almost,
Eye.
yeah, and almost set off a bomb threat. And
It did
no
on
one
the,
would have.
on
Yeah,
the Burncoat
yeah.
Facebook group. It certainly was a bomb threat.
And no one would have known about that at all. Didn't have spots. It's like
It's really daunting because I'm
counterproductive
just
to
one
public safety.
with many stories.
yeah, it totally went up during COVID. But I mean, prices again now, Geo, are they're pretty low.
Just quickly, I just wanna, knowing that, the chief and I have meetings.
Yeah,
all the time, we talk
it was
about
really
what's
great when
happening in our city,
that
some of the
like
gun
because they sent out an alert about the
Right.
to like
Um,
school
it's also, I
like
just
parents at Burncoat and Burncoat Middle,
or communicate to
and it
all
was
of
really
you
fun like
the data that we're
watching the
hoping to
posts and just seeing all the parents just
positive way
chiming
later
in,
on.
just literally
throughout
quoting
end of the year
the
when we do our
like
crime
the language used in the release, but like pretending that it was that they were speaking for themselves, because every single person was like, "Oh, it's a heating source used by a homeless individual." Like just 40 comments saying it was a heating source by a homeless individual, and I almost deleted all my social media right there because like, what's the fucking point of commenting that being the 39th and 40th person commenting the exact same thing. Just like-
everyone at the table.
Right. The subtext being like just cold-blooded. Just, right. Like the subtext of all of that was like round them up,
Just to compare,
Yes.
city of Springfield,
which is like the substance of every fucking.
Worcester has one. To year
I
to
don't
date,
know, whatever.
and I hope that towards the end of the year we'll be able to.
Have you guys spent any time in San Francisco recently?
The department, not only the
No.
police department,
I've been to San
is-
Francisco, not recently.
It is shocking how prevalent the problem is in San Francisco, the unhoused
Yeah.
problem, and it just gave a lot of perspective, and it's unsettling.
Thank you, Mr.
I don't know.
Chair.
I have no words. Just curious if you guys had seen it yourselves.
Dude, saw the same thing 2 weeks ago in Austin. That was my first time in Austin, and I've heard nothing about it being like the most magical place in America. And
Legislation right
they're
now, ghost guns and et cetera.
it's just weird. Like this, there are way more unhoused people during the day. Like if you're in the West 6 Street area, like or E6, whatever it is, than there are tourists. But the really weird thing is like it's probably the most obvious example of the local police department just not getting out of their cars and refusing to do any proactive policing. Not that you want people like move it along, sir, sort of thing, but like everybody's just keenly aware that there are no police. So every private business has their own security guard. Like you walk into Voodoo Donuts on 6th and there's, a dude in body armor just standing by the door. The place is empty. There's just a dude there on his phone, like in body armor to protect the business. Every single business has like a totally racked up security guard or multiples of them on corners and whatnot. It's very fucking weird. It's like whatever semblance of like however democracy is supposed to work, like that's the opposite of it. Like there's no officials with guns anywhere. It's just private contractors on the side of the road policing unhoused folks that I guess the locals have just kind of turned their back on, like from a solutions perspective. It's really
I
fucking
think-
grim.
I think that's the big thing in San Francisco that has like changed, and Yenny is speaking on it a little bit. Local cryptid. You have these issues that are at play already, where like obviously Texas is going to be different than California, but California is sneaky, like not great with like social issues. And you have those percolating for years and years and years, and this problem that exists there already. And then in the last few years, just the inflation and housing costs just skyrocketing through the roof. Is just putting people out on the streets, and they're refusing to do anything about it. They're San Francisco is like turning right wing as opposed to just finding solutions for the problem.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
It's,
again, the Republican project of blaming progressive politics for the visible presence of unhoused people
Right.
is very fucking successful. It is a very. It has been widely taken. That bait has been widely fucking taken across the country, especially in this fucking high income like luxury cities where the problem is so visible.
And it's
like
one
it
of those
plays
things
right into
where-
their fucking hand.
And it's so crazy too, because it's like, what? Okay, so what's the point of winning that like ideological game, like that gambit? Because all it's doing is like hurting people in your city, which maybe you don't care about, but it's fucking up your city. Like, like for all the people like, oh, San Francisco's terrible now. It's like, well, yeah, but you did that. Like,
I want to mention though, I didn't find it terrible. Like there was definitely parts that were. I'm with you because there's plenty of people saying that, and we ran into those people. There was a lady at a gallery that was saying every dog whistle in her book, saying who she thought the problem was, and it was really just disgusting listening to her, but then also seeing the actual individuals out there struggling. And it was fentanyl, I guess, was the big like issue that a lot of the people are dealing with, and to see it fold people in half, to see these people struggling with what they're dealing with and their bodies contorted in reaction to the drugs that they're taking, like that's an image that I cannot get out of my head. And we saw it just on every street corner. And then to see the cops just with their arms up against their cars, just standing there watching stuff happen. It was mental.
Yeah.
Like just so
Yeah.
unsettling.
So that anybody can.
Yeah, they don't care.
Well, I mean, like, at least the police unions haven't been caught multiple times in high-profile cases of trafficking fentanyl across the border.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, at least, you
At
know,
lea-
at least
at least it's
the-
like not the cops doing it.
At least we hadn't abdicated responsibility for the opioid crisis in this country that directly led to the fentanyl crisis in this country. And at
It is
every opportunity
crazy.
to like hold somebody accountable, we just, you know, blame the users.
Thank you.
Like,
who were-
I'm old enough to remember the Charlie Baker years where we were saying stuff like, you can't police your way out of the addiction problem. And like, we didn't solve the addiction problem to the extent that there's 10 crop across America. And now we're like, oh, we need to do internment camps. We need to lease space on islands and put up barbed wire fencing and send all the unhoused people there. Like it's two fucking different issues, you know?
It's awful. And the thing that like really stuck with me is that there are definitely still people caring. And like I was standing outside the hotel and we were in like a decent hotel and I'm smoking a cigarette in my gym shorts. And this lady in a security outfit comes up and she stares me in the eyes and she's holding a hot cup of coffee and she's like, do you want this? And I kind of like took a second and was like, oh, no, I'm good. She's like, no, it's still hot. I'm like, no, really, I'm good. They have free coffee in the hotel. But like, it was just heartwarming to know that, there's people out there still doing what they can in the sea of problem.
One time I could, I took a bunch of acid with my roommate in 2020 at the height of the pandemic. And I walked down Hamilton Street to go buy beers at the liquor store at like 10 a.m. And I passed by two people eating sandwiches on the curb out of Roadrunner Pizza. And I took all the money out of my wallet and tried to hand it to them because I thought they were unhoused people and I was doing them a service. They were just employees of the restaurant that were eating their sandwiches outside. And they tried to take the money. My friend, hey, that's my friend. Don't take his money. He's confused. Don't take money. And I put the money back in my wallet and we continued on. So I'm helping, basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're a hero.
I'm helping. Yeah, I'm helping. Literally, like, these people need me.
A great way to help once again is to get rent control on the ballot in Massachusetts, even if it has maybe no chance of happening. There could be a statewide ballot question on it. So again, if you'd like to help with that, then let me know because there are people trying. Not me,
I'd
certainly.
love to see that get
I
on
would
the ballot.
I would never try, but I can connect you with people who try.
Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Gia?
I like it for this stream I've just like sort of colored in the fact that I'm a piece of shit. Instead of taking these sort of like political statements, I've just like reverted to just outing myself as a complete dirtbag.
Transmitting information communicated throughout the demographic makeup of the city's boards and commissions.
Yeah, so I was on acid in the morning.
Through chair to the council, I just wanted to quickly stand to recognize our person who oversees and
That's fine,
coordinates
though.
boards and commissions in the city, Jeannie Michelson, under my office. She does an amazing job in keeping track of people who apply and the demographics. And
I don't care,
districts.
Eric,
She has
obviously.
spreadsheets all over the place and very organized, very thorough. And so she was quickly able to put together this report that
That's
we
so
discussed
cool.
at the last meeting where
This guy does spreadsheets. That's crazy.
making sure there was
I've never done one of those.
and also representation of BIPOC community in our city's boards and commissions. So this gives you a good perspective. As you can see, the trend is increasing significantly. We've done a great job this year in 2024 and 2023 in increasing the numbers, not only of people of color, but also of women. And that, we're seeing close to a 50-50 kind of percentage. We have men at 59 and then women at 41%. Total people of color is about 31%. And we're seeing roughly the same kind of representation across the board in all districts, so that not one district has more representation than others. There is sometimes where some boards, depending on the board or the commission, there is more presentation from
That's
one
pretty much it.
district than
Yep.
another. But as you can see, we've done a great
Absolutely.
effort in making sure that we balance that out throughout all boards and commissions in the city. So I'm just thankful for kind of her putting this together, and just gives you a quick synopsis of kind of where we're at in our demographics related to the boards and commissions. Thank you.
Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, just want to say thank you to the administration for this report, but I'd like to ask a couple of questions, if I may. I know your staff, Mr. Manager, handles the interview process and the workings. of
Classic
the
George Seption
advisory
tonight.
committee. But what have we done to reach out specifically?
Good one.
In the community? Have we
George scratches
reached
his
out?
own back.
Have we gone out and tried to recruit folks? I mean, these are volunteer positions. I don't think any of them pay anything. I don't think we give them gas money, let alone anything else. So, I mean, is there something we could be doing to, I mean, and obviously, if you look at the more, I mean, I appreciate the numbers overall, and I know the effort that's being made, but if you look at some of the more influential, in quotation marks, commissions, you can't deny where the numbers are coming from. And as far as district goes, what are we doing, if anything, to reach out and
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, there's multiple ways, and then just described here in the actual memo, all the areas that and partnerships that we've done outreach to, from community organizations, nonprofits, to other entities. There's been fairs and neighborhood meetings and other different outreach efforts that
Eric just calls the people that he wants to be seated on each board and commission.
say, hey, we would like to know more about.
He's got their
what it
numbers.
is. You
It's
come in and do a
pretty
presentation,
simple
and
process.
she'll go and do presentations. I oftentimes also, working with the council, will ask a counselor, hey, I'm looking for somebody in your district. Would you be interested in providing somebody? And so I think there's multiple ways it's happening. Not only that, we also attend festivals where, and just recently, right now, just what's listed here, the Color of the City event, the Albanian Festival, the Library Block Party, concerts at the Palladium, where actually people where they went, Start on the Street, the Caribbean Festival. So there's tons of outreach efforts that not only this office, but the CAC is out there recruiting and doing outreach. We have right now an active list of over 80 community partners that we send out emails to and information for when we have openings available. And then we make sure that we keep this pretty on par on the website as well, so that everybody is fully in tune to what's happening.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to see this go to municipal operations committee so that we can look at it.
I like how the concerted effort to just not
you.
talk about
Councilman Carlson, do you have
the
anything?
tunnel problem
Nope.
when
Council King?
there's about either concerts at Polar Park.
Thank you,
No
Mr.
one
Chairman.
brings that up,
I appreciate
despite
the
it being the
response
obvious
and
thing.
the request that was placed forward. And I too, as the intent of placing that, would like to see the municipal operations. This is, as I mentioned previously before I filed the order.
I don't know if you saw
Seam's
Seam's most recent report on that, but it was pretty good.
So I'm looking forward to this. I did have a question with regards to.
He has Larry Lucchino quoted
districts here where it
saying
says
it costs
generally
millions of
challenged.
dollars to
It
get
says
a
in
stage
general, openings within
into
District 3 and 4 are most challenging.
that's
to
not going to
fill
happen
by
at
living
Polar
District
Park,
3. So I'm just wondering,
but
if you can
he's still
speak to or
going to make
on
concerts
the
happen.
phone, if they can-
And
if they can
just
speak to
because they
kind of
can't rent cranes
what we're to make of that.
to set up a stage at Polar Park doesn't mean concerts aren't going to happen.
Through the chair to the
And it's
council,
like-
we can't speak specifically to what the challenges are.
It's just such obvious bullshit.
We're going to expand the city's
yeah,
busking
yeah.
permit, so you can you'll be able to set up at home plate with your ukulele, and it'll be,
Yeah,
it'll be a
yeah.
great time for the kids.
So, yes,
Yeah,
we
we're
can
gonna
do a
do
better job
VFW style 2 JBL 4 mixer in the middle of the Polar Park outfield, and you know what? If you can't hear it,
data that shows us
that's
that,
your fault.
District 3 and 4 lack representation.
They're just
I
playing
want a
on the
head walk
grass.
off the batter's cage.
They do represent, and
My
oftentimes, just like tonight, Board of Health.
and when I was in
District Court
college, my
represented,
friend's band had a
to
show
Board of
at a
Health
church
tonight.
in
And so
Littleton,
we
I think
do
it was. I
have
can't remember which
individuals
town it
from
was
those
actually in,
districts.
but
Farewell, Gaston.
Oh,
Farewell, Gaston.
Gaston.
You made my night better.
Yeah, we love
I
you.
think this
We're gonna
was
share your
the
music
question I asked
with
has
everyone.
no bearing or any sort of casting of
but
aspersions, any
this
representation.
this show, everybody forgot a mic stand. Not a single one of the 8 bands on the show brought a mic stand. So one of my roommates had his Panther mascot costume in the car that he got from like Marlboro or something, and he just stood on stage and held the microphone out in costume and just held it up for every singer in every band. His arm was so tired, but like after like 3 songs, it just kept dipping. They had to keep like grabbing his hand and pulling it up. It was awesome. Great
That sounds
show.
amazing.
Parts of these bodies. So, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that the administration survey
Gaston's great. We love Gaston.
present, and prospective.
Gaston was really great.
Regarding,
I like that he was openly ridiculing and laughing at us
parameters and their
for the
experience
bullshit that we put up with vis-a-vis healthcare.
or bodies. What
That's
it
like,
means
it's
in
refreshing.
terms
I feel like
or what
more of that
powers
is
it gives them,
to
or what
awaken
relevance, if any,
the
to
consciousness
the
here.
timing of meetings and the support in meetings.
Yeah, we must be
Like,
so
these
weird to
Europe-
look at when you come from a country where like once a year, one day every year, like you just kick up a cobblestone and throw it at the nearest elected official. It's we have funny traditions here where we just take it, push it down deep
You know
where it
what?
belongs.
You know what's so funny is that like our like public, I don't know, popular imagination of European people is like, ooh, I'm metrosexual, I drink little coffee, you know? And like their perception of us is like, oh, they're depraved maniacs with guns who allow themselves to be abused to no end by their federal government and have no idea.
Yes.
It's like
Yes.
one of those is accurate, and the other one is literally just us being dumbasses.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, could you imagine we have a political system like fucking Germany or Belgium or any of these countries where there's like 20 parties, right? Like, how could the American discourse possibly handle like there being 20 political parties and like we're actually talking about coalition building and shit? It's like the two-party system makes us stupid.
Yes.
I mean, the 2-party system isn't even currently working right now. There's no Speaker of the House. Jim Jordan failed to secure the votes all day today.
Yeah. We all just have fucking Daily Show brain. We're like, oh, it's the fucking the interior of the country, flyover country bags. The hits that make us bad. It's like, no, dude, it's all of us.
Yes.
It's literally every single person in this country because we're the dumbest country on earth.
Yes.
I feel bad for all the other countries that have to deal with us.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hit the button.
Not only are we like
Yeah.
technically still the most powerful,
Yes.
we're also the craziest country in the world too. Like we're fucking
like-
psychos.
It's jaw-dropping that we haven't altered our constitution, that our national myth is based on guerrilla warfare, and we fucking obliterate guerrilla warriors around the world routinely in ways we will never hear about.
Yeah.
City Council is
And
unconstitutionally
that's just fucking America, baby. I watched The Patriot. I know what America's
so she
all
argues
about.
in the case McCullen versus Coakley in
Oh, we're on
2014
C.
that the
Okay.
Supreme
Yeah.
Court
Yeah.
held that
Right.
a Massachusetts buffer zone statute was content and viewpoint neutral, even though it would only apply to abortion clinics. Other clinics did not face the same threats and protests that occurred outside abortion clinics due to the opposition. The purpose of the statute was not to burden people because of their viewpoint being anti-abortion, but to mitigate the harmful actions and conduct that was happening outside the clinics and to the people seeking abortions. The legislature is allowed to target the solution to the scope of the problems. If the problem is that limited service pregnancy centers are soliciting patronage through deceptive advertising, then the city may enact legislature that specifically addresses deceptive advertising by these centers. This is why I urge the council to pass the deceptive advertising draft ordinance. Ms. Toti also disagreed with the city solicitor's assessment that the deceptive advertising statutes in Connecticut have not been successful. A CPC in New London, Connecticut, filed a lawsuit against the state attorney general alleging that the statute violated several of its center's constitutional rights, including freedom of speech. Earlier this year, the case was dismissed. Our city solicitor cites the National Catholic Register as a source to state AG Tong lacks a basis for enforcing this law, which was why the case was settled. Ms. Toti notes that this quote comes directly from the lawyer who represented the CPC in court, which is biased and unreliable. If this was true, the statute would not be on the books, and the lawyer would have been able to at least win the case or recover some fees and relief. They did not. Similarly, in 2017, Hartford passed this ordinance and was sued. The result was the same. The ordinance is on the books, and the case was dismissed with no relief for the CPC who sued. In regards to the transparency in advertising ordinance, if we were to pass this one, we definitely should have further discussion to work through the nuances of this draft. Ms. Toti said we can make it less burdensome, but in my opinion, the other ordinance, the deceptive advertising one, is the way to go, as it is already on the books in Connecticut and Somerville. My hope is that we could send all 3 items to the MLO committee so that we could have a public hearing. If not, I urge my colleagues to pass the deceptive advertising ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Bergman. One.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we got the opinion from the city solicitor, and we did not settle in on that opinion, but against objections from some of us, the door was open for multiple opinions on this. It comes to me as no surprise that there's now another opinion that contradicts our city solicitors. My concern at that time, and it's my concern right now, was where does it end? Do we get 2 out of 3 opinions, 3 out of 5, 5 out of 7, so on and so forth? We have a city solicitor that we have confidence.
We should just always seek for the worst opinion
really
possible.
issues
Yeah,
And settle for that.
level
Just
that
settle
should
there.
be addressed, if
no,
anywhere.
no,
If there are issues that should be addressed, we shouldn't be waiting.
commentary on
until
whether or
it's
not
because
it's a quality opinion.
want us
Just
not to,
it was
because
first.
we have a fiduciary responsibility to be concerned with lawsuits. Now, there's been some
Moment
question or some
when
comment.
after
Well, you're not
the sort
concerned
of
about the
topics that
lawsuit.
Ben
Let me just
Shapiro
address
goes
the
after,
false comparison,
he'd
because
be
it comes up
so
almost
much
every time
more
this argument
annoying.
comes up. City council has responsibility for 2
Like
employees,
his
clerk and the auditor. Arguably, maybe a third.
his ability to argue in bad
Because we
faith
can hire
is
and fire.
there.
We have no
Some
responsibility
of our
for police
most
employees, our fire
famous
employees,
right-wing
teachers,
grifters.
and DPW workers. We don't have the day-to-day supervision of those individuals. So whatever lawsuits happen, unfortunate and concerning, no doubt, we don't supervise those individuals. We do have authority, though, to vote on this, and this lays on our laps. If we support this and we get sued, it's on all of us. I personally am not going to take that risk. I wouldn't support either versions of these. Again, I think if there's going to be any action taken on this, it should be taken at the state level. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I will say, it's a very interesting day to be making that. Just
Excuse
in
me, Mr.
terms
Chairman.
of all of the
Is
opinions we've seen
sending
from him in
this
the
over
past.
to municipal operations still off the table?
You can make that motion.
That would be the motion, and that way there could be a further discussion. It shouldn't just be this council body making the full decision. I think that there's been some discussion.
What?
Obviously, it's people testifying, but I think when it goes into committee, whatever that committee may be, I'm thinking.
And that's way too
municipal operations,
optimistic,
because
dude.
that's what I thought it would be procedurally. There's no agenda in that, just FYI, if people are thinking that. Just be able to kind of put it that way, there could be a further
They
discussion.
don't have to fucking do shit.
Because then committee, you could
Yeah.
have that discussion sort of
They
back
never
and
have
forth.
before.
And I think that as we move forward, I think it is concerning that we have 1 and 2 and 3 opinions, and it just feels like we're like all going around in circles. And I think that's just not productive. There's been just an astronomical amount of time on this council floor.
I hope
It is
none of
clearly
you
very
people
divided.
require
I
a
think that
second
there needs
opinion
to
on
be
a
some
medical procedure.
inclusivity in our
Just the
community.
first
to
one
have
and
this
done.
Discussion on all parties, and I think that we've had really good representation from folks that
I
feel,
didn't fully
on different
anticipate
aspects of this. So my motion would be to have it
getting
sent
a
to
second
committee,
opinion
wherever
to
you
be the
all would like
bad
to
guy
send it, but to have a committee so there could be a
rhetorical
level of
approach.
discussion on it.
But
Councilor Rivera, I'm just checking right now.
I think I just
with
gave
the
him too much
clerk, because
credit, you know?
Remember that motion was defeated within the last 90 days.
I can talk from
So we're just
personal
gonna check.
experience that if I went with the first
Can
opinion
you
for
go
my
ahead and check and see
diverticulitis,
if we
I
can-
would have had a
we
zipper
can
scar from
resend
my
this
navel up to my
table
chest
and
where they removed the
Through the chair
section
to
of
the
my
council, so
colon.
basically,
But I got a
the
second
table
opinion,
item, there
and
was a
that dude did
motion,
it
I
with
think before it was
robots,
tabled,
and it was
to send it to
tiny little
MO,
thing.
that vote failed.
Sometimes the second opinion's worth
But
it.
now the item's
Wow.
tabled, so I don't know.
Travis got operated on by
Assistant
the Worcester
Deputy
Police
Solicitor can weigh in on
Department.
this.
That's crazy.
The tabled
The
action does
lifeguard
reset
one, the one that goes in the water.
this reset
Emily,
item.
Emily, we're gonna hear
Yeah,
about her in a
name-
bit.
Her name is Emily.
Within,
God.
the council's, it's because the vote did fail for MLO.
City Solicitor, please.
Oh boy, she didn't sign up for this.
Oh, is this Quinn? She's a contractor. She's not even an employee of the city of Worcester.
Through the chair to the council, the tabled item would not reset the
I don't know
action.
who
We have
this
to wait
is.
the 90 days. If you'd like, we could wait and get an opinion, but I don't think it can be sent to committee today.
So to the chair, to the council, so based on Deputy City Solicitor's opinion, as well as the vote already took place for MLO and the vote failed. The committee, the council actually put it on the table item, so basically there has to be an action by the body.
Just get it fucking over with. Just vote it down. Jesus
That vote already
Christ.
took place.
Which item is this again? Which one?
Can you,
can't
can you,
come?
so can we send this to
Point of
MO or
order.
not?
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order.
Jesus
Yes,
fucking
Mr.
Christ. This
Councilor
is so
Russell.
embarrassing.
Madam Chair, my question through you. to
At
the
a certain
clerk
point,
is,
it's embarrassing to
is
pay
this a
attention,
rule
right?
that
Like-
Yes.
is being enforced, or is it part of the charter?
Through the chair to the council, so I think it's council rules. There's nothing in the chart about table items.
Okay,
There's
so
a
the
held
council-
item.
Yeah, send it to public health.
Just to be clear, the council can suspend that rule. Okay, thank you.
Let's suspend the council.
Yeah.
I was
Doesn't-
suspended in school for
My
much
motion would
less.
be to suspend that rule.
Roll call.
So, Madam Chair, for clarification, you're suspending the rule for the 90-day?
That's a
Councilor
good point,
Russell,
Eric.
suspend the
No
rule
one
for
brought
90
up
days.
rules
Is
at the
that what you
beginning of
want?
our meeting.
Okay, yes, please.
Council Bergman?
No.
Council Calorio?
No.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
No.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose? No.
Did Joe just concede the
Russell?
future mayor's race and get comfy in that seat?
Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
No.
So the motion to suspend that rule fails. We have Council Haji, King, Nguyen, Rivera, and Russell that voted in favor.
Okay, so the item cannot be sent to committee, correct?
That was on the motion to, point of order. Just want to be clear, that was on the motion to suspend the rules. It doesn't impact the clock for sending it to committee.
This shit is not passing with this current
Correct. So
iteration of
basically, what we
councilors.
took a vote
Right.
on is because a couple
Just
meetings ago,
Make
item that
the
is
vote
tabled,
happen.
The two ordinances brought by the law department.
get 'em on record
that vote
at this
failed
point.
A couple meetings ago.
You know?
Because of the 90-day rule.
It's a waste of
we
fucking
couldn't vote
time.
again.
It's not going to pass.
Point of order.
I have to, I need a
The
few
motion to
minutes.
suspend the rules is the same fucking
Okay.
outcome
Mayor
that the vote on this ultimately will be. We're wasting time.
Thank you. We've been down a little bit. People said they can't hear me here, so I just want to thank my colleagues on the council for their diligence in seeking every possible outcome to protect anyone from the harm or the misinformation by a pregnancy center. We work pretty hard at this, and we're trying to figure this out, and it's just not working. Unfortunately, I'm just too concerned about the unintended consequences of going too far and trying to police them on the municipal level. It's not a secret why anyone with a pregnancy center in the city or town is not regulating these pregnancy centers. I'll say that one more time. It's not a secret why anyone with a pregnancy center in the city or town is not regulating these pregnancy centers. It's
Because
just
they're
flat out
being effectively
unconstitutional
lobbied by fucking
at a time when the
shitheads.
city residents are seeing increases in inflation, gas prices, electricity, and taxes. I cannot subject to any more litigation that causes any more financial anguish. For this reason, I will agree with the following of the items of the pregnancy centers. We have bandied about what to do here, and every possible sign suggests the proposition needs to be put in our state and federal partners. As a leader of the city, I need to make some hard choices. In this case, protecting all our residents from undue consequences is paramount. This is a state and federal task, and I support a motion to invite the entire state delegation into the MO committee, seeking to ask them how we can support their efforts. And again, just have the
This
state
is easily
delegation
the worst
come in
city council
to
meeting
the
I've
MO
ever
committee and
watched.
ask them to support their efforts in protecting vulnerable residents from any harm, as this is in their capacity for more than ours. Thank you.
Councilor King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of questions to the chair, to the administration, perhaps the solicitor. I was hoping we had an opportunity to do this in municipal operations. I think this particular document is worthy of proper vetting, and I was hopeful that we can continue this. I want to say, just for the record, process is important. To me, the duration of that process at times can be heightened due to the concerns. This is particularly a concern, regarding the impact of false advertising and false information on reproductive equity and rights and decision-making. We talked about folks getting wrong gestational ages, stages, and timeframes, and a whole host of concerns regarding these matters. And I am a bit miffed as to what the specific concern is, if in fact these pregnancy centers are not engaging in deceptive practices. If you're not engaging in these sorts of practices, there's nothing to worry about any sort of ordinance, any sort of expectations or rulings by this body. Through the chair to the administration, this particular legal opinion indicates that the
It'd be
Ninth
so
Circuit
easy to sue the city of
and
Worcester for not doing this.
deceptive advertising does
That's a
not
funny idea.
violate the First
I don't know if
Amendment
it'd be
protection
easier or
for
whatever,
freedom of
but like,
speech. It goes on to talk about well-settled Supreme Court
this is
precedents,
crazy.
and that there could be no constitutional objection to the suppression of messages that do not accurately inform the public about lawful activity. And I'm paraphrasing. It indicates the government may ban forms of communication that are more likely to deceive the public than to inform it. Again, an opportunity to kind of go through this sort of thing in municipal operations would be helpful. I just want some feedback on those two particular matters from the administration as it relates to that Supreme Court decision, through the chair to the administration.
Mr. Manager.
They're like, all right, which one's gonna take this one? So much of the chair wasn't for this.
Through the chair to the counselor.
Crazy.
We stand by the
No
original
recourse.
position given by the city solicitor, and while there are cases cited here, the Supreme Court cases. the city
Eric,
solicitor
throw in Rivera.
reference is the
It's gonna be
controlling
7-4.
for Worcester.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm going to ask again, specific to this, I understand the
George
position
Russell is weirdly good on
of
this one.
Solicitor's office. This particular legal.
She's the deputy city solicitor.
This particular legal opinion indicates specifically, as I mentioned, a decision upheld by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit in first resort Incorporated versus Herrera 860, and there's a whole bunch of things after that. If you can speak to that ruling and the question I asked.
Rivera's
pertaining to
weirdly
the,
anti-regulating CPCs, and Russell is weirdly pro
justification
CPCs.
of that ruling, is that what's reported here?
So I'm
in this
anticipating
matter,
7-4 against.
Is that an accurate report of that decision?
Whatever that looks like, whether it's
Through the chair
filed
to the
or.
counselor, we do not agree with that position. We agree with the NIFLA case that's controlling. We don't
Okay.
agree with that statement.
Okay, with that particular decision, the rationale for that decision is right here. I'm just trying to understand if that's an accurate account of the Ninth Circuit Court's decision. Not whether or not the city agrees with it. Is that an accurate representation of that Supreme Court's decision pertaining to the San Franciscan ordinance prohibiting deceptive advertising practices? Is that an accurate
Through
report?
the chair, I'm through the chair to the counselor. I'm not going to speak on that. I'm not sure. I'd have to get
Okay,
a report
so
back to
through the chair to the administration.
I'm not sure if it's accurate. Agree.
Has
So
the solicitor's office vetted this and fact checked it?
I hate this place so
Through the
much.
chair to the counselor, the city solicitor has, and our opinion has not changed. His opinion has not changed.
And you vetted the facts of this, whether or not the decision I just asked
You just
is
walked into
accurately
a Christian King
reflected
trap.
in this opinion. Now, whether you agree with it, is it accurate?
You just got kinged.
The counselor, I cannot speak to that, and I'm not sure if the
Okay,
city solicitor
fair
has
vetted
the facts.
Fair enough. Through the chair to the administration.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear on recent
Has it been
history
reported to you
that he has
there's
not, in
any
fact, vetted any
inaccuracies,
facts.
In this legal opinion that was provided from the solicitor to you?
This is so fucking pathetic, man. Just take
To
the
the chair to the
fucking.
council, the solicitor didn't provide an opinion to this, to me. I think that's what you're asking. If the
Why?
city solicitor provided an opinion to the lawyering project opinion, is that what you're?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
No, no,
do you know whether or not the city solicitor even looked at this?
Yes, he has looked at it.
And was there any feedback provided to you about the information and the
Did anyone catch her name, by the way?
by the decisions
Somebody said
referenced here?
Sosa.
Was that communicated? What was that feedback? I'm not interested.
It's not Wendy Quinn, is it?
Simply a
No, she left the
disagreement.
city.
We're all educated people
Okay.
and would like some specificity.
Through the chair to the council, the answer is no.
Mr. Chairman, it's very clear that this process should continue. We're talking about people's rights. We're talking about making sure that we protect the rights of the folks who live in the city of Worcester, folks who are able to have children, folks who have health concerns that are significant. We should be thoroughly vetting this. To throw this out because it's taken time falls short, Mr. Chairman. Just as a point of order, is there a motion to file this as well?
Yeah, Councilor Bergman had a motion. Did you have a motion? I did anyways.
I didn't articulate
Dude,
that.
There was no motion.
that's
to file.
so sick. Petty can't even keep straight what has happened versus what he's
Hello, at the very
told everyone
least.
is going to happen. That's so cool.
I might be a motion to file. Yes.
I just asked, you said Bergman did. I'm confused. I'm
I
just trying
thought
to
he
follow
did,
the
and I-
dots. It's like a dotted line. Okay, is it or isn't it?
I thought he did first. That's why I was giving the credit, but I guess he did. But I said the same thing.
To the chair, to the clerk, do you have that documented?
Through the chair to the counselor, I have to rewind the tape.
Good answer. Good answer. Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to vote to file this. The sort of the idea that, you know, we're having too much
This is
discussion
so
about
pathetic.
people's rights and safety. When we're talking about legal matters.
Couldn't even fucking
you know,
remember
it
what they
falls short.
pre-planned to
We should
do.
have the opportunity. We should have the transparency. You know, we like to talk about public input. There's nothing that prevents us from discussing this in committee. It's not about approving an ordinance or not. It's allowing us to sit.
The majority of the
as we
council
did
voted
briefly
against
with
it,
the
so that's
solicitor
what that's-
and have a discussion about the law.
This is such a
and
good
have
comment.
a discussion about how to protect the folks that come in our city and live in our city looking for effective and reliable services, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going
Yeah, just be a good soldier for an unaccountable
it's very
institution
clear
for a decade,
that
and
there's
you
more. And
can
the
have
last
whatever
question
job in that you want.
And it's, I got to be frank with you. I don't know how well this is actually vetted by our solicitor, but indicates that the city council could lessen the burden of disclosure requirement by eliminating the font size requirement and instead imposing a relative requirement such as the disclosure will be comparable in size to the surrounding text or not less than 75% of the surrounding text. Through the chair to the administration, can the solicitor explain what that means to me? Before we file this into
Probably
the
not.
file zone.
Deputy Solicitor.
Deputy sorcerer.
Proposed language was taken from the AG's recommendations in the city ordinance. We have not looked into the lawyering project's recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the administration, has this been thorough enough for you? We just got like 3 no's. We haven't vetted this. We haven't looked at it. We don't have a response to the actual Supreme Court precedents that are being referenced. We haven't looked at this language. Is that significant, sufficient to you as a city manager for the solicitors that reports directly to you?
Through the chair to the council, I think it's, in all fairness, the city solicitor is not here to represent kind of his thorough investigation or review of this
I wonder why.
I don't have any lack of confidence in that our solicitor has reviewed it. You were referring to the.
I'm just excited to learn that robots can swim now. I'm really looking forward to that part of the meeting.
Size, font size, etc. And that was what was referred into the California kind of.
A whole different level of nightmare for me to
in terms of the ban is that they were requiring
deal with late at night.
Advertisements or any information that was be shared would have to be in big files, big billboards, etc. And it had certain parameters, and I think that was the concern. Now, do I have any concerns of the city solicitor or the law department in terms of their review? I do not. I think they've thoroughly reviewed it, but I think we don't have the solicitor here to be
She
able to
just
provide
said
a thorough
they did
understanding
not
for his
review it.
perspective on this particular.
She just said that. She just said that she did not review it. That did not stop you from saying you're confident that they fucking reviewed it. God, this is so stupid. It fucking drives me crazy.
I certainly appreciate that. I think I know where this is going to end up. But the idea that we could actually have some discussion
All right.
on.
I'm just going to do a coin flip on whether I delete Worcester
the
sucks.
body not allowing us to do that is concerning. I hope that the next time we have something before us of this nature, that we'll hear from the city managers that yes, that discussion occurred, that feedback occurred. And when it comes to important matters like that, that we are then confident and are able to be clear about what was and was not done in terms of vetting. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Council Rose, followed by Council Toomey.
This ought to be fucking.
Mr. Chairman, I'm probably just going to be redundant in my previous comments on that, so my apologies in advance. But we've always talked about that. Not one municipality in the state of Massachusetts has moved forward with any of these type of ordinance. Not any who actually have a crisis pregnancy center in their community. Not one. And I think that I've also said before that the governor is not looking at this.
I don't understand how that's an
argument. The governor is
argument.
not looking at this.
The argument is literally like we shouldn't be leaders.
It doesn't. I know that Senator Kennedy may have recently.
That's the
Oh, we have the
Shaun
opportunity to do legitimate good.
Non-existent in terms of municipalities.
Shaun Rose's way is to not rock the boat.
For fear of what we're talking about here, litigation and putting the city at risk. And there was a comment made
so
about
hard.
having a process and talking this through. I think it's completely appropriate, if I heard you correctly in your remarks, that you would welcome the state delegation to come into the city and a municipal operations committee and have conversations with us about where they're at with this and how we can be helpful and how we can be supportive, because it certainly falls more so under their purview than us. It also minimizes the risk that we take. Now, if the solicitor is not here to respond to some of the questions and comments related to this. But I think that at the end of the day, for me, the writing is on the wall. We got a couple different opinions. They went a couple different ways. We've been really patient in seeking those opinions. And now we're at a point where we're feeling like, at least I am, that this is out of our control and beyond, of what our capabilities are. I would welcome the conversation to talk about process with the state delegation or anyone, the Attorney General, the Lieutenant Governor, any of their staff, whatever it may be, to talk about what they're doing about this and how we can be helpful, because there are individuals in the city who are at risk. We certainly want to do what we can to protect them. I just think that it certainly is more so under their purview than ours. And like I said, it minimizes the risk of any litigation to the city in that regard. So I would welcome the opportunity to have those conversations with them and talk about their process and where they're at with this. And I think that's the most appropriate next step, just speaking for myself as far as I'm concerned. No municipality who has a crisis pregnancy center in their community has any of these ordinances, period. It's just a fact. And so I would support at this time, after going through this process, to file these. And I would also want to express that.
Did you make the motion? No one's made that motion yet.
With us,
Get your fucking shit together.
And it sounds like
At least do this backdoor shit right.
Reviews that were provided to him and the administration didn't satisfy them enough to respond in a way that we could move this forward, in which case I think we need to go to the next level with our state partners, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Council Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief. I have consistently stated that this does not belong before our body. It belongs at the legislature. And I said that Senator Kennedy is working on legislation, as well as there was a recent report in the paper about the current Attorney General getting involved in this as well. I think that they are far more suited to address this and to do so on a state level so that there is consistent legislation and rules and regulations, as opposed to cities, small cities and towns trying to take this on. And so I rise to say that I will be voting to file this. Thank you.
Should we be using trash bags inside the recycling buckets? Seems counterintuitive.
So I'm going to disagree with one of my colleagues.
And it's not even a city trash bag. What is going on here?
We've talked about this a lot. This has been going on over a year. We've had numerous meetings. We've had public comment. We've extended, through the chair, the mayor has extended the time so everyone has a chance to speak on it.
This is such a fucking
Heard
joke.
constituents, and we've had my colleague, Councilor Nguyen, has supplied us with numerous backup information to read. We've got legal opinions from both the Loring Project and from our city solicitor. We're all very educated people here. We've done our research. We spend a lot of time. I've talked to a lot of people.
Donna's done their own research.
You hate to hear someone like that say they've done their research. That's never good.
Us getting our state delegation together and talk about what the state.
I've done my research, and the bats do carry the government's 5G.
Right now, I think we are done as a municipal community. And we
It's people who have done their research is why we don't have fluoride in our tap water.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman. It is
I
unfortunate
hate-
that our
I
city
hate
solicitor
Worcester
is
so
not here timingly enough. But, I do want to
I'm
just
over here.
respond
I have to
because
fucking
I
drink
did
toothpaste every
do a lot
day
of
just to
research
get
on
my
this and can
fluoride.
explain the legal
How
opinion
expensive that is?
that was asked by one of my colleagues over there about the ruling, which is, in California, it was deemed a little bit too burdensome. And what we could actually do is make adjustments. That's why a public hearing is so important, and to send it to the MLO committee is so important, because we don't
What's a
have
great
to
page name?
follow exactly what the draft ordinance says. We could actually make it so that it's constitutionally upheld. But what I'm hearing is that we don't want to do that. We don't have to make it impossible. We could actually make it possible and protect our folks. And so I believe we still have to do our due diligence, build the language that actually protect people from deceptive advertising. And I'm going to stick by my original plan, which was to send the 2 items to the MLO committee. We could re-put
Yeah.
back the draft
Pretty thin
ordinance
on the I
onto
love it
table and
part
wait the 90 days.
of late.
Worcester sucks. Full stop.
Second time.
I've toyed with just changing the
I'll
name.
try to be
Just get rid of
brief.
the I love it.
You know, Supreme Court's the highest court in the land. The circuit courts are lower courts. Yes, there are lower courts that have decided this issue opposite of our city solicitor. But the last time we relied on a lower court opinion was the panhandling case. We thought, well, lower court agreed. Look what happened. The Supreme Court came in and said, no, we're the highest court in the land, and you're wrong.
Yeah, but the
So
Supreme
we
Court
got to be
decision is not
careful
about the entirety of
Correct,
these
what the
bills. It's
Supreme
about
Court
specific
says,
aspects of it. And two's
what the
exactly
lower court
right.
says, which kind of
That if you
reaffirms what
want to get around that, then you
is
just
a fiduciary responsibility on us.
tailor the
on this
language
issue.
to
We
to
also
remove
have
those
common
those
sense
aspects
that
of
the
it.
State and federal governments are the ones that should be handling
The
this.
gall of Bergman to bring up the like most notable example of Worcester losing a lawsuit.
B and 18H, roll call.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, before the roll call, I just want to say I think that this has been very frustrating because it's been such a back and forth. It's a shame that we couldn't have just sent it to committee. That's water under the bridge right now. Hopefully it could come back, but I think the way it is right now, I would have to support
Just take the
file
fucking
at this
vote.
point
Just take-
because it's just not, there isn't enough.
Yeah, everybody clear out for this vote so
There
we can
isn't
get this
enough to
clean.
vote on here, there, and I think that we definitely do have to engage our state delegation, but at some point, we need to be able, if this is to move forward at the council level, there needs to be some conversation with the state delegation, and we need to be able to have a conversation at a community level in one of the committees, which that's what committees are for. But outside of that, like, at this point now, the way everything is, there's no way we could truly make a decision or vote on anything right now properly. So that's why I would,
Every time she comes back, there's another Sarai.
choose to move this to file.
I'm just going like counterclockwise.
Just point of order. Just want to clarify through the chair to the clerk. This would be a vote to what? To approve, or will we vote
File
on
it. To file. It's a vote. To
So right now,
file.
there's a
no
motion
to approve.
to file.
Right.
So basically what has happened is you've taken 18H off the table. You're discussing it with the 9.39B
Right.
and 17B,
Right.
right? So there's been a motion to file these items. Correct, Mr. Chairman?
No one
So
made
basically,
that
there's a motion right now to
but
file
fine.
9.39B,
Just pretend.
file 17B and 18H.
So
No
it's
one said that.
it's
Literally
information
nobody has said that. But
So the
you know,
information communication that came on tonight.
Doesn't
is
matter. None of the shit
9.39B.
matters.
That's from the solicitor with the outside legal opinions. The 18H are the two ordinances that have been brought forward a few meetings ago. And also Council Nguyen's order has been held for the past two meetings. It's also in discussion right now.
So we're filing information, and we're not taking a vote actually on the ordinance. We're just filing it, correct?
Correct. So that's
Thank you.
been the motion.
Thank you.
So the motion is to file 9.39A, 17B, and 18H. Roll call.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to take them separately.
Okay. First one would be 9.39A. Roll call.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think it's 9.39B.
What's that?
I think it's
I get the wrong- it's
9.39B.
I'm sorry, 9.39B.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor G.I.,
No.
Councilor King.
And this is just a communication, right?
This is the
Just
information
paperwork.
communication from the law department.
No.
Councilor Carlson. Councilor Nguyen,
No.
Councilor Rivera,
I'm sorry, the whole clumping together, and now I'm confused at what exactly we're voting on right now.
they're taking them separately.
now we're voting on the information
Who
communication.
whispered
that
to
came from the
Candy
city
this?
manager
Yes, right
for this
before
meeting. This is
her
the
vo- her
outside
vote.
legal opinion.
Did anybody else hear that?
And the
To
motion
accept
is
it?
No, I don't know.
this is to file.
I definitely heard whispering. I thought it was one of you guys.
I couldn't tell, but
So, a yes vote would be to file. Councilor Rose,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
No.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Motion to file 17B.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor G.I.,
No.
Councilor King.
Again, it's just documents, right?
This is the,
Filing
this is the order.
Okay,
Yep.
no.
Councilmember Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
No.
Councilor Rivera.
Is this the file, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
She literally asked the same question King
Councilor
did.
Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. File 18H, roll call.
How did Russell vote on the first one?
Councilor Caloria.
No.
Yes.
Councilor Haji.
No.
Councilor King.
No.
Councilmember Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
No.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
No.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, also, I think you made a motion when you were.
That's all you need to know,
discussing that
folks.
earlier.
Joe
That
Petty.
7-4.
question
7-4.
of the State delegation.
That's it.
State and federal, yes.
Could we do reconsideration, please?
Mr. Chairman,
On what? Why do we have to?
obviously, we have a standing item. We have a standing item in committee designed to bring in our legislation.
Okay,
at any
so we
time.
have
Just
it
wanna
there.
Make sure you're aware of that, yes.
Okay, so it's already in committee? That's fine. Okay. So,
Motion for reconsideration on those three.
motion for reconsideration on 9.39B, 17B, and 18H.
Sure, yeah, you can do them all at once.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, to interrupt, but we do have that standing in there, but I think since it's been in there, we might have met with members of the state delegation maybe once or twice. So if there is a way for us to invite them into a meeting and have it be more structured, I think that would be most appropriate, just adding my 2 cents in there. That is a standing item, but I think we've only met with someone in the state delegation in the last couple of years, maybe once or twice. So some invitation to them would be really great to get them in and have them, have a really nice discussion with us about, where we're at and where they're going. Thank you.
Sure, I think
Mr.
Council King
Chairman.
said he's going to do that.
Yeah, we send an invite out through the chief of council in the clerk's office, and we ask them to speak on specific items when they're available.
Okay, thank you. So collectively, a reconsideration, roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
No.
Councilor Caloria.
No.
Councilor Haji.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson.
No.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Oh,
Councilor
getting
Rivera.
confused, Rivera? Which way are you going to vote?
Oh,
Doesn't
sorry,
matter.
I'm answering. I didn't know. Yes.
Councilor Rose.
No.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
No.
She voted to reconsider?
No.
Oh my God.
Okay.
She doesn't know what she's doing.
We're on chairman's orders. 10A, we're going to refer to public health. and
So
human
sick.
services. 10B,
3 votes that
10A
were
is going to
7-4.
adopt.
Rivera, having no
Yeah,
idea what's
we
going
will.
on, votes to reconsider, making the vote to reconsider failing 6-5.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
That is
Caloria.
Yes.
Councilor Haji.
amazing.
King.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
What absolutely
Toomey?
just fucking
Yes.
pathetic.
Mayor
Just
Petty.
so fucking
Yes.
pathetic.
We are on the orders. 11A, President City Manager review the footbridge and Blackstone Gateway Park to ensure that all boards and footbridge are detached, not detached. Any missing top rails on the bridge are replaced and no metal hardware attached to the footbridge is exposed. Council King,
As it reads.
roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Caloria.
Yes.
Councilor Haji.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson.
She literally didn't know what she was voting on, so she said yes.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
So funny. It's so fucking funny.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, request made.
And it's like not complicated.
Payment in lieu of taxes, pilot task force in the city in an effort to receive funds from the city's largest private tax exempt institutions. Council King.
Mr. Chairman, can we take 12A with that?
Hang on.
Man. Thanks everyone who's been in the comments tonight. It's the comment
Well,
section has
ladies,
been
the
great.
council your wisdom is hereby
I cannot imagine what this would be like watching it by myself.
Senate 761, which would amend Chapter 59 of the
So
Massachusetts
I'm very
Code
grateful that this
to make
community
agents
exists
of
around
5% of the tax
the
value
shared
of
misery of experiencing this, because
$15 million.
if I'm watching this by myself, I'd
Mr. Chairman,
Passed out from scream crying.
first want to begin by
first of all.
saying, I really would like.
Second
this
of
I would
all-
not be able to. I literally would not be able to.
Bill, did you order pizza?
Go to. an
Oh no,
amendment
I've been too mad.
as well for discussion.
Yeah, you
have
get this
no
boy a
problem,
pizza.
If it
You gotta
goes
get me a
there
pizza.
and we do that. In addition,
You're
to
not
that,
you when you're
I would
hungry,
just
Bill.
like to amend 11B to include the mayor. We request the manager and the mayor consider co-creating a payment in lieu of taxes pilot task force in the city. And
I really don't feel comfortable sharing
institutions, Mr. Chairman.
my thoughts on what happened to the progressive coalition that we had tonight. But whew,
Chair amendment.
Sort of like 2 years of work.
About Mr. Chairman, this is
just
about
fucking
folks being their
disappeared.
fair share. In municipal operations, we have gone over pilot agreements. We've taken a look at that. There are a number of agreements that were elapsed, a number of agreements that were not up to date. As chairman of municipal operations, we've asked for an updated list of those agreements. So through the chair to administration, I just want to ask, when can we expect to get that updated report on the pilot agreements? I know that there's been some movement with some of them, but when can we get that into municipal
Bill,
operations?
they have a Nashville chicken and waffle pizza at Ready
To the
Set
chair to the
Pizza.
council, it's
Nashville hot chicken and
it's
waffles
actually orders
pizza.
pretty timely. We just met yesterday internally to discuss a lot of the pilot agreements and kind of
That can
where
solve all your
we're at
problems.
the city, what some opportunities are available to us.
I mean, like from the masochist perspective, it'd be better to like feel the physical pain of diarrhea than like the psychic pain of this meeting. Right?
Identify some ideas or strategies.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so it's the Nashville hot chicken pizza.
Municipal operations,
yeah.
we've discussed this, Vice Chairman Russell.
Nashville
All right.
chicken waffle
We have
pizza.
Shaun on the line.
All right, give me 2 minutes.
And you know, we've talked about pilot and nonprofits and taxes. I know that we have folks that are direct nonprofits. We have folks here who work at nonprofits, and nonprofits play an important role in our city. They played an important role during COVID with making sure essential services were being providing, and we were addressing health equities and all of those things. So it's not to say that at all. And I want to speak to the resolution. And if folks haven't had an opportunity to read it, I'm willing to hold it. But these particular items, this particular legislation, the resolution allows us to say that we support municipalities being able to opt into pilot agreements where properties valued at or above 15 million make payments in lieu of taxes on all real and personal property owned by that organization in city or town equal to 25% of the amount that would be paid if the property were exempt from taxation, Mr. Chairman. It goes on to say that any city or town that adopts this sort of ordinance or bylaw, that agreements will be made between municipalities and organizations that may provide for exemptions from payment, consideration of community benefits, and administrations of payment. It's a very short, I mean, it's really probably a few sentences, Mr. Chairman. But what it does is it supports the legislation that would allow municipalities to opt in.
Whoever you're voting for mayor, you 100% should be voting for both Christian King and Guillermo for
taxation
at-large
issues
council.
for our homeowners.
I think having both of them in the
All
council.
right, I ordered the disgusting pizza.
Perfect.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
I
off.
think having both Guillermo and Christian as counselors is hierarchy is more important than even having one of them as mayor. So even in the who knows what the math is going to work out to be, vote splitting or whatever.
We should be getting a return.
It's more important that they're both on council. They should be both part of your progressive slate of at-large councilors.
That it's assisting. Like I said, I want to update a report on pilots and where they're at and when they've been negotiated and when they've been updated, because I think what we've seen over the years is there's been a lapse. And a task force can help us identify better ways of engaging with those nonprofits moving forward, Mr. Chairman. So I hope that folks support both of these items.
Okay. Council Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These two items are kind of coming collectively, which is fine, but they're two, they're kind of very separate in a different way. So, for example, I can support the legislation that's going through.
Just made a classic boyfriend error.
We talk about this all the time.
Where I was ordering that pizza as a bit,
You're on the council long enough,
but did not ask my girlfriend if she also wanted something because I was viewing it as a bit.
I think the thing that always bugs me about
and I really stepped in it. So
you
the
gotta
night
call
just keeps
back.
getting.
You gotta call back and add to the order. It's not too late.
No. I got it in there. I got it in there. Don't worry. I said, hey, wait a minute. I got that order in there.
Fair share or whatever.
I actually make that 2 Nashville chicken waffle pizzas.
Yeah, no.
Entities in the city of Worcester.
Katie's way more reasonable than to order the
There are a
Nashville
number of
hot
other
chicken
nonprofit
pizza.
entities like taking care of vulnerable populations
But
in
like,
the city who are
yeah,
struggling to get
I'm gonna be
staff,
paid for that one.
maintain staff, individuals, vulnerable individuals stuck in the pipeline without
Just kidding.
services because of that reason. This has very far,
This is Ready Set Pizza,
very far reach.
official
And
pizza
I got-
place of Worcester
I
Council
gotta-
Theater 3000.
I gotta be honest, their regular pizzas are like just crossing the bar of being fine.
My understanding.
I have no faith at all that a specialty pizza will be edible. But
the pilots currently right now that we
it'll
have
be
is-
funny for all of us,
Yeah.
We'll get to look at it. It'll be fine.
Thank you. So again, I think we just.
That is a hot
The
take.
thing about it is
but
it's waffle.
Committee or whatever.
The
Yes.
waffle element is
That's what was intriguing to me.
the waffle element is terrifying. I don't know how you would do that. As someone who's worked at a Greek pizza place for many years, knowing what sort of operation they tend to have, I don't see how that's actually
There's no,
even
there's no
possible.
space for waffle in this.
I just don't. I don't. It's not.
There you're gonna
it's not,
shred a waffle and spread it on your pizza.
It's gonna be a diced Eggo waffle if I have.
Exactly.
I have to imagine.
Exactly.
All right, I'll be right back.
Oh, great. Here comes Joe.
Want to be of assistance here.
Mayor Petty?
I want to know the flip side. What's the most fucked up thing that people think is good on pizza?
And maybe Council King would
Like,
take
what's the craziest thing you've tried on pizza that you stand by?
all this, and looked at all the institutions.
Nice.
Some of the problems. This is why the city manager, previous two, I think it was 2 managers ago,
Pineapple's not fucked up.
they actually
Pineapple
went out and tried
is
to
regular.
negotiate with all the institutions, mostly the colleges.
This is what I'm talking. Here, yes, thank you. This is we're getting into it now. If you ever have the opportunity, if you have a cheese pizza, put a Reese's peanut butter cup on that pizza. It's fucking good, and I don't care what anyone says. It's fucking
It's a
good.
good report for Council King to take that into committee and take a look at it. The previous task force that we did. I think once we get the report back, who has not. Who
Oh,
expired, then we have
Gio,
to
you go to Espresso Pizza in Fitchburg, huh?
But to be very clear too, I would just remember all the nonprofits coming in.
We could never tell if it was an
A lot of
urban legend or not
nonprofits.
when I
So we
went to
gotta be real
college.
careful on this, because a lot of nonprofits, whether it be Seven Hills, Open Sky, a lot of these are probably over $15 million. So, and
The Worcester Hot Dog Safari, we were trying to popularize peanut butter on hot dogs, and it's like starting to gain traction nationally.
back then, I remember
People are
coming in
starting to
really
talk about it.
upset that we're actually looking at the nonprofits. So I think the key here, I think Boston, worries about this too, is Boston goes through this every year.
This meeting is really like proof of the general theory that Worcester punishes you for caring.
That they end up fighting. And we have pretty good relationships with the college institution. And a lot
That's
of
quite
these
good.
nonprofits
On the
work
same
together.
on the same day as that Israel resolution,
Universities, while we do have pilot agreements with
like the one progressive idea that has tracked with the wider community failed in stunningly inept, miserable, and pathetic fashion. Pretty fucking sick. Hard not to quit. You know?
citizens, and just work as a good.
Very depressing.
We did get agreements with
But
some of the.
anyway, we're having fun. I'm getting a weird pizza.
Getting
We're
a
having
weird
fun,
pizza.
folks.
Bill, what's the most fucked up topping for a pizza that you stand by? What's the like not even regular topping? Like what's the most craziest thing you've had on a pizza that you stand behind?
I honestly think that waffles
Thank you,
will set
Madam
the new
Chair.
high bar.
Yeah, this item was in MO.
I'm not really a weird pizza guy otherwise. I don't fall for the gimmicks, you know. I'm a very, bread and butter, kitchen table issues type of pizza orderer.
Great item, but I do.
There was a spot in New York called Pinnacle Pizza that we used to go to that had pasta pizza, and it was ziti. It was an entire ziti dinner on the pizza.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't very good. It was really heavy, but the challenge was to eat that and then any other slice. And if you could, you were a legend in our group of friends.
Dude, spaghetti and meatball pizza. I've had that. It's really good.
That sounds good. Unless the spaghetti becomes dry.
I think
you gotta bake it into the cheese like ziti, but it's lighter than ziti, so it works a little better.
And we also know from back when these originally started,
Breakfast pizza is good. Chinese food pizza is very good. I love it.
Oh, you know what? You know what my worst pizza ever was? A Brazilian coworker of mine made me a Brazilian dessert pizza one time. And it had like 7 chocolate bars melted onto the dough for the sauce. Had like extra cheese and then M&Ms on top. And I took one bite, and you know when something is so sweet that it's sour? You know what I'm talking about? Anyone experienced that? It was like that was the experience of eating this pizza, where something is just so sickeningly sweet that it's actually sour.
I was just saying,
that's the worst
Bill,
pizza I've ever had.
When you were gone, I have had Reese's peanut butter cups on pizza before, on a cheese pizza, and it's good. It's really good.
I'll try it someday, but it sounds revealing.
I mean, it's just like it's just like salty and a little bit of sweet, and that works with everything. That's why peanut butter hot dogs work so great. It's essentially Thai food, like when you really break it down.
Yeah, really. That's a very good point.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
That's so cool. What is the argument that it's essentially Thai food? Let's spell this out. Let's really work
peanut butter on a hot dog. If you have,
I feel like
especially if it's a pork hot dog.
Brian, if I could just steal from you 1 second, I feel like I was misunderstood before. It's that recycling bin that I'm talking about. There's a black garbage bag in it, and it's not even a city garbage bag. Someone in the comments, I was asking, talking like I did this. Like, no, I'm not a sociopath.
No,
I'm just saying that the city isn't even buying up their own damn trash bags. And you don't fucking put trash bags in a recycling bin.
To add a wrinkle or an element of poetry to that observation, that's where the cop usually stands. That gets paid detail work to stand at the city council meetings. He's usually like right in front of that. Which is, I don't know, that's on some Ginsburg level sort of diagnosis of what's wrong with Worcester. I mean, the non-city black heavy-duty trash bag in the recycle bin that's usually obscured by the boots and greaves of an armed police officer. Yeah. Shouts out all my people who know what greaves are.
We had another one in January.
Okay, someone clipped. This is a funny exchange. This made my night a little better.
Building payment in lieu of taxes.
Sound off in the chat if you know what greaves are. And do you prefer glass greaves, ebony greaves, Daedric greaves?
You gotta go Daedric. If you can get your hands on a pair of Daedric greaves, you gotta go.
Well, I mean, it depends on whether you've min-maxed your strength, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
And there's a penalty sometimes to wearing Daedric.
Yeah.
As far as a social penalty. So.
Right. People will look at you, and you'll have less good odds on trade deals.
Yeah.
glass armor, ebony armor, all manners of armor are safe, but Daedric tends to rub people the wrong way.
Yeah.
Given that it comes from, you know, the world of all of the horrors wrought upon the on Tamriel, right?
Not an issue for me because I steal everything. I never
Right.
engage in commerce in the traditional sense.
Statewide
Right,
task
right.
force on this particular issue.
I mean, and you know, take it with a grain of salt if it's coming from an Imperial. I mean, but like if you have an Argonian or a Khajiit or fuck,
I look forward to voting.
a
this
Wood Elf,
and,
you
look
know,
forward to-
coming at you
Right.
for Daedric armor. I mean, I tell them to like just get their sort of history in order.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do your own
But like
research.
like a
Catch up.
Nord, you can't expect to really have a complex understanding of Daedra and Aedra as they relate to the mortals of the realm, because they've never been made to experience imperial violence in that way. But like an Argonian, they should kind of like have them. Right, an Argonian should have a more complex understanding of Aedra and Daedra and how they relate to the geopolitics of Tamriel. So,
Because I can remember.
You know, I'm glad we're finally getting
it's
into
so
the
funny.
real stuff.
I don't remember exactly what.
Literally, all of my understanding of the world and geopolitics literally comes from Morrowind. Like, I interpret everything through the lens of Morrowind. Like even I don't know.
Years ago, and today I think that we should be doing the same kind of thing.
And I
The
mean,
politics of Tamriel
there's-
are fucking well crafted narrative wise. They're very.
Around New England. And Mr. Chairman, it's not too often.
And much like Sean Rose, I refuse to take a stance, and I never do any faction missions in any Bethesda game.
Oh, you're missing out, dude.
In all different categories.
No, I
The
don't want
Morag
to. I don't want
Tong
to get. I don't want to
quest.
get boxed in.
Cities in New England.
I mean, being a religious zealot assassin in the Morag Tong quest line of Morrowind is so fucking rewarding if you can put yourself in that headspace.
It's just not any other nonprofits. I'm not talking about any other.
Yeah, Bill, have you
nonprofits.
played any
Four colleges,
Disco Elysium?
pilot
Nah.
I actually think
but
you both might like that game.
Yeah, it's on my list.
From what was 93 million to the previous thing is to
It's a deeply contemplative work
$23 million over the next 20
that
years.
I love. I haven't finished it. I need to get back into
We
it.
need to look to see what's going on there.
I love a thoughtful geopolitical backstory for a game.
Mm-hmm.
Colleges in this community, and you know we need.
Yeah, I think while I like the game, I think that's ultimately what's missing from Starfield is it's a more philosophical struggle in the game than other Bethesda games, and it's missing that element that from the Elder Scrolls games of like you have to take a side, you have to take a stance in political upheaval.
Right.
Wouldn't it be nice if we had some extra money?
Oh, I'm in on Baldur's Gate. It's my first BG game, and I was never a Dungeons and Dragons guy, so I don't feel comfortable talking about it because I don't know that much. But I'm loving it. It's striking all the same chords for me as Morrowind, and the couch co-op is amazing. So me and Katie have been playing together, and it's awesome. Until our playable characters start, getting romantically involved with NPCs, and then we have to navigate that as a couple. It's a little dicey,
Okay, so it's the motion, we can take these collectively.
What's your class?
Send this to the manager.
I'm a
Item
dwarf fighter.
And also, what was the other
classic? I love it.
Min-maxing strength, just going for big
big
swings. That's it.
Yeah, home run hitter.
I was like, I don't understand the magic system in this game, so I'm not going to try.
I think it's always your first time playing in even a video game that is like fantasy, that close to D&D. Always great to martial class and just
martial class first, yeah. Mage class second, like a thief class third. And it's often the most fun way to play the game, but only after you understand it.
You gotta get into the nuts and bolts.
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. So it's almost 10 o'clock. We're on item 3 out of 25. So
Cry more.
maybe try to be a little quicker here. But 11C, request mayor to provide council.
That's
to report
very just
concerning
openly
road-
calling for
road
like
trips in the
Just
skirting
like-
your civic duty.
the purpose of calming traffic for if the program can be
It's
instituted.
just
Request
such a
mayor and city
fucking
set report recommendations
broken
regarding streets that
thing.
can be used as pilot locations for installation of said rumble strips.
I don't know.
Which would be measured to efficiency.
It's hard to
Estimate
care,
of such program,
and
where such
recognizing what makes it hard to care is
the major
like
consider
just as
Mullen
important
Street
as caring.
intersections of Carter, Cook
Honestly,
Drive as power locations.
I love in D&D
This might be
playing
helpful. I'm gonna
characters
hold
like this
11J. That might be
because
helpful to us this week.
gods are
Especially
demonstrably
Tuesday.
real in that world.
On this
So
particular matter,
it's so much more interesting to play
you know, I want to
like
say I have had
a
discussions
faith-based
with
character
counselor. I want to make it
when
clear to everyone, district council's been working on
like
these issues.
there's stakes. You're
reached
the
out
god
on
you've
this. I know
chosen
that
can
there's
come
a
down
couple
and
things that
have an effect in the
she will
world,
probably speak to
and yet
that's
it's still
already
most
being
fun
done.
to be a fraud.
And
Like,
due to her
oh,
efforts,
that's totally what I'm doing right now. Is like my dwarf fighter
having a discussion and
like doesn't
also
have religious
looking
beliefs,
at
but like he's
particular
trying
area.
to. I don't.
I have family that lives
He's
in
like
that area, Mr.
pretending
Chairman,
that he's a Sharan,
and I was on
and he's
that
just
area,
like, yeah, everything you're
you know,
saying
watching
is like totally right and not
some of the
concerning
folks
at
there,
all.
and
You
there's
know,
still
I'm
a
just like,
discussion
yes,
of
you're totally
an
perfect.
accident right at the
Like every
the
response is like,
Boone's
yeah,
Road,
Shar is the
near,
true
Carter Street.
god of the
And
room.
riding around in
It's awesome.
my beautiful country of Bermuda, they have rumble strips. And I said, well, why can't we take a look at this? So I did.
we
look
should
into
probably just play
research,
D&D on this stream.
spoke with the district counselor, and wonder if we can consider this as one of the tools in the toolbox, Mr. Chairman. It's not perhaps the remedy there. You know, I think that there might be some other things that are being worked on, but it could.
What the hell is
be
the new Peppa Pig?
matter
What
while
is
we're
that?
looking
Is
at
that
those
that's a
sorts of
video game?
things. Rumble
Peppa.
strips, Mr. Chairman, are easily taken up.
Since I've been made to relive it recently, I'm fondly remembering the time that my Telegram editor, David Nordman, sent me a screenshot of my comedy post about how I'm the leader of Antifa, replacing photos in people's homes in Holden with pictures of Peppa Pig being brutally murdered. He sent this to me. He sent that to me and was like, "Surely you've been hacked." And I had to respond to him, "No, I wrote that." And that's all I said. And wouldn't you know it, a week later, I quit.
Been brought forward over the years, and this would be something that we'd love to see looked into.
Such a
That
funny
means it has to
time.
Go to committee or wherever it needs to go. That's fine. But we'd like the city manager to look in this. I think that
Another moment from that time before I quit Worcester Magazine.
there's ongoing work being done there by the
Low-level corporate executive, draped in gold, brought me into a room alone with her and a corporate attorney, friggin'
just
it,
wanna make, a
and
motion
accused me of conspiring to steal the Worcester Magazine archives from Gannett because I posted on Facebook
Bergman on my
that
committee at the
someone
time
should do
when we were
that.
dealing with this very, very dangerous intersection up there off of Moreland Street.
Absolutely
So what's
incredible.
happened is we had
She slid a piece of paper across the table to me, showing my Facebook comment on a post that was like, "Ha ha ha! Someone should do an Ocean's 11 on those archives." I was like, "Are you conspiring to steal company property?" And I was like,
and he was gonna come back.
"Nah, I was making a joke on Facebook." And we kept repeating that question and answer to each other for like a half hour until she was apparently satisfied and
Also,
left.
too, we did just speak about rumble strips in our.
Yeah, Turtle Boy
committee
did say I was
tonight,
fired, and that's
so you
a
know that has been
objectively
discussed as
libelous
well.
statement. But you know what? Not my problem. Literally not
Very
my
funny,
problem at all.
very funny for him to make that, to level that accusation as well. Somebody
Yeah.
somebody who swears he quit teaching.
Yeah, right. Yeah, not my problem.
Super quickly,
Yeah, whatever.
I had asked for a traffic study for this intersection.
Like, what's worse, having that circling around in Google or going to court over it?
It is, yeah.
Duh.
That's
Just ignore
through
it.
a resident who had spoken to me, and I'm sure it's probably been dealt with.
You want to see my recognition email? Hit me up.
the TM folks have it in their radar, and I would also, and thank you, Councilor King, for mentioning that.
Every
They
time
will bring a comprehensive
he would like
study,
write about me or
and,
like
it's a
start
huge
talking
priority for
about
that
me
part of
on
the
social
district.
media, I would just DM him, thank you. I love to have more fans. Thank you. And that was very similar to Bill's post
Just to
about it
clarify,
today
Mr.
or yesterday.
I know that the
Yeah,
traffic
right. It's like, oh no, please don't link to my outlet.
I just want to make it clear, it's not.
That would be so bad for me. You'll totally ruin my life if you drive traffic my way on the
It's
internet.
just another tool in the toolkit.
He tried to dox us for our with the open mic one time. Like he told people like, oh, he does an open mic at Nick's on Monday nights. It would be a real shame if somebody went down and like, well, whatever, like vaguely threatened violence against
I'd
me.
like to amend this.
And a guy showed up and he like didn't say anything, but he clearly was there. Like I could just read his body language. He was there, like on behalf of Turtle Boy, and he stayed the entire time, never said a word to me, and like 3/4 of the way through the open mic, just started laughing a lot and like clearly was having a good time.
That's so cool.
Hey,
That's
thanks,
so
Aiden.
cool.
Yeah.
In addition to that, but I really
And like, was it a paid event?
would be able to
That
Like,
not it was the open mic, so no.
Oh, it was
but
the open
like,
mic. Okay,
but still,
yeah.
like just
If it was ticketed, it'd be even better.
Oh,
It's like,
God,
yeah,
amazing.
thanks for the $10. Aiden.
Just want to take those collectively.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Rose? Yep.
I just want to add another motion. I think that there are a lot of things that happen in.
I really can't wait until like the fall is final enough that I can start working on the Rolling Stone style magazine piece, The Rise and Fall of Aiden Kearney.
My motion would be to have Mr. Raleigh come.
Because that's
to the
just,
council
that'll
at
be
some point
fucking
and,
fascinating.
share with us, some of these new
Did we? I don't know if we
innovations
talked about
that are
this
coming up.
on the
I know
show
they
at
come
all,
up,
but even amongst ourselves, like I think we did a little bit. It's just so funny that like this is the one that he like even has a chance of being right on. Like there's like a pretty good chance that like, the cops covered up what they did.
Right.
And this is gonna be, and he's such a fucking piece of shit that he can't just like be right. He still has to take it over the line, and now he's gonna get himself thrown.
He
in fucking
found
jail.
like the one institution that's worse than he is in the state, and may have very, very credibly walked into a genuine conspiracy.
Yeah.
But he is so narcissistic about it that he just couldn't help but center himself, and did it in such a garishly stupid fashion that he is getting dragged by the entire fucking national press for it. People who were just fucking chomping at the bit, like, give me a reason to write something bad about this guy. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll just fucking show up at people's houses and record them mowing their lawns. It's like who are witnesses in a fucking murder trial. It's like, how fucking stupid are you?
Getting a police dispatcher to like feed you information that can be like logged and figured out.
Yes.
Do you think that what are they going to do? They're just going to get that dispatcher to roll on you. And, like,
right. Like very much the reason why that dispatcher isn't indicted,
yeah,
or charged
because
with a
you
crime
are,
is because they rolled on you, and that's how they know. Like what the dispatcher did was equally as bad.
Yeah.
But they're not getting charged. Do the fucking
and I
math,
wonder
bro.
how many lives we might have saved if
So
we
funny.
actually had that enacted. There isn't one counselor on this
amazing.
floor.
It's like he thought he had like a mini QAnon on his
Who
hands,
has not heard weekly
and he probably would have if he just didn't
daily concerns about
like
speaking in our
push
state.
it
And
as hard as he did.
I know that
He was
when I
just
brought this
even a
up,
little bit
there was
responsible.
a lot of
It would have been fine.
fun made.
And it's like,
or less of
oh,
an asshole where like
right.
people weren't just looking to get you.
And it
Like,
doesn't
Yeah.
cost.
At the end of the day, like Turtle Boy versus the state police is very much not my problem.
The Mass
I hope
General
they
Law,
destroy
Chapter
each other.
98,
Yeah,
But like,
exactly.
if the state police is going to destroy Aiden Kearney and we're left with the state police,
Modernization
that's
Act, which enables
just
us
where we were
to choose
in
to make
2013.
all
You know,
the
it's
speed
fine.
25. We can do that. And I think that we need to.
He
do that.
also, I
I
don't
think
know
that's
for
something that,
sure what
again,
happened
I
here, but he showed up to a court
really
date of that
caught
trial
us to
dressed
think that
in a state
we may have
police
been able to
officer's
save
uniform
And I hope that
and was
this-
like on
this
camera
body
doing
will
so.
move forward quickly. And maybe even,
Which-
I don't know if we could even vote on it tonight.
Might be the funniest bit of all time if it was a bit, but I don't think it was. I think he was like trying to do
If
something.
it does, I have no problem with that, but I think that we need to move on.
Like literally Eric Andre level bit if he was doing it for comedic purposes, but I don't think it was for
So, Chair to the
comedy. I think he
council,
was
I
trying
just
to
want to
make like
react
a
to that.
political
I think
point.
that's what you brought here. This order is extremely important. It's something that we've discussed in Department of Transportation and Mobility. We actually have that proposal in discussions and ready to submit to the council, but it's going to come forward with other kind of recommendations. And so that's something
Oh,
that
I don't know that much.
working on and discussing that could potentially be at
I do know that I've seen screenshots of his now
That's great.
public
I'm
jack
glad-
off
I'm glad
videos.
to hear that it only took from 2017 to now.
Oh man. Anyway.
Well, it's around here, yes, it could be pretty quick, right? But I appreciate that, and hopefully we'll get this done quickly. Thank you.
Councilor Hajia?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Councilor Toomey, I was one of those people that did not make fun of you for that because I think this is super important order and I'd like to sign on to it, as well as thank the city manager for prioritizing and the DTM department for prioritizing this. I'd like to make a motion based on something that I had put on, I think on my third month of being elected, when I reached out to the Mill Swan School and had a conversation with them after the meeting with the neighbors around how extremely dangerous it is that we don't have a school zone there. And the reason we don't have it is because that's Head Start and that's not eligible under state law. So that's why that order wasn't accepted by the DTM department. However, as I understand it, the municipalities can now opt in to a local option to designate safe zones for areas, vulnerable areas like parks and senior centers, libraries, health centers, areas of high pedestrian usage. So if the councilor would not mind, I would like to make a motion that we include in this order the adoption of a local option to authorize council to create 25 miles per hour safety speed zones outside vulnerable areas, including parks, playgrounds, libraries, healthcare facilities, senior centers, and other areas that generate high pedestrian volume. And particularly, I would like for this to be designated the Mill Swan Head Start at 337 Mill Street, as well as the new University Collaborative Early Education Center at 248 Mill Street. Thank you.
Okay. Luckily, so know what the other issue is, not just speeding, it's the red lights. People are going through red lights. I don't know if you noticed that, like at a high rate, like it's worse than I ever seen before. So something to look at, Mr. Manager.
Is that data driven? That I'm not doubting it, but is that
Yeah,
is he
really
just making an
quickly,
observation?
I
Or?
want to sign on to that. It's a separate order, right? Yeah, I want to sign on to that and also sign on to Councilor Toomey's order. Just a question to the chair. I know I had put forward a while ago. There was an ask around kind of auditing, getting a report back on school zone signage and what have you throughout the city, because at that time when I filed it, what was reported to me that in our main south area and other areas that there was a lack of school zone signage and lighting. Just wondering if that's going to come back as part of the package that was referenced through the chair.
Mr. Manager.
Chair to the council, I'm not, I can't speak 100% if that will be part of that. One of the things that we've been working as Department of Transportation is also doing a full inventory of our current built environment, crosswalks, signals, etc. We don't have a full comprehensive inventory of that in the city, which includes the schools. And that's something that we're working on right now. I'm not 100% sure if we'll have it in this kind of report that I referred to, but that'd be something that we can consider as if we have data available to bring it back.
Thank you. I just want to kind of just reflag that because it's important, particularly with the folks who are in and around those school settings, and particularly in places where it's I'm not going to say there's rural sections, but where there's less density and less traffic. Those are the places that was reported to me where we don't have them. And I just want to verify or fact check that and get a good assessment. So just want to kind of reflag that for you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, super quick.
Council Rose?
Can we also, I want to sign on to both of these. These are great. But can we also just a motion to get a report on where we're at with the traffic division? We can certainly do a number of these things, but if we don't have any enforcement or some accountability around them, it's kind of moot. I know that I've been, beating the drum for the traffic division for a while now. I know that Lieutenant Walsh does an amazing job with the resources that are available to him, but it would be nice to know kind of where we're at and what we're marching towards, increasing that particular complement. As Councilor Toomey referenced,
All right, major
speed
development, guys.
is literally the number one issue for me.
Let's see how I can do
So
this
anything that we can do, whether it's the speed
well.
limit or some of these other innovations, is
But
really
this pizza
fantastic, for the residents on my end.
looks gorgeous.
With our city as well. But it would be nice to get a sense of if we're marching towards
Wowzers.
traffic division so that we can hold people
Oh
accountable
my God.
in proper ways. For
Hold on, I have a little reading light here I can turn
being
up
offered here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
for more clarity. It actually looks like really good.
Are they diced up pieces of
within the first month of
waffle?
coming
Well, let's get into it.
interim chief of
Yeah, see here?
an emphasis on traffic control.
This is an Eggo waffle that's diced up with, I believe, maple syrup on it.
One of the things that we're going to be hopefully coming back to the
Confirmed.
How's the cook on it?
I'd be happy to
I mean, it's a good.
look at kind of ways that we can
The real trick with a pizza
Mr. Chairman, scratch that
is
motion. I'll
looking at what the
back
crust looks like
and
under
glad
the
and
pizza, not on
excited
top.
and
You can't judge on
the
top.
Chief, when I first met with him,
So let's take a look here.
that this was going to be a priority of his, and that he was going to be very data driven.
That's a nice cook under there.
I'm really happy
That's a good
to see
looking.
that this
That's
is
a good
coming
looking
out. Please
pizza.
scratch that
It's
motion.
certainly greasy.
Thank you.
And it seems,
I just want to amend her.
before tasting it, fully ladled with maple syrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Like absolutely dripping. But now that we've established the, overall first look sort of review, we'll get into the taste test.
Kenny, are you talking about the pizza or Joe Petty?
But that doesn't change my original order.
No.
How's it going, Brian?
So roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
You know what else looks a little limp?
Yes.
GA?
The democratic process in Worcester,
Hey,
Massachusetts.
yo.
Will Carlson?
Whew.
Woof.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Let me get a
Councilor
plate.
Russell? Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes, Councilor Rivera, I can read all these collectively if you want me to, your items. And
I mean, not so much collectively, but if we could just kind of just go really quick, I'm gonna go quick
Okay.
through them
the
one
ones-
at a
so
time.
Councilor Rivera is asked to do her items, which we can accommodate. First one is request city manager provide council with an update concerning the groundbreaking will occur. Playground on Richard Street
We've gotten
behind
into just
Garden
reviewing
School of
pizza
Science and Technology.
just at this point.
Councilor Rivera?
Just really quick. I know I've talked to the city manager about this, and so this was something that was really initiated by parents and communities. This was
All right.
funded over 3
This
years
is super
ago
important.
during the time that at Augustus, and I'm just trying to figure out like what's happened from them till now. I'm leaving in 2 months, and would love to see this kind of
It's fine.
going, and that it's
Yeah.
some sort of groundbreaking.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I know that there's
Yeah, it's true.
How's the
possibly
spice?
some decision making as to like
It's a little
who's
too
gonna
sweet.
maintain the property, but once this was
But-
funded, this is about equity. The fact that this
It could have been so much
doesn't
worse.
really have a playground, so
That's a win. That
because
really
this
is
has
a
been
win.
going on for like over three. I mean, usually we're struggling to get it approved. We had it approved in the budget, and so I don't know where the breakdown happened.
Take that, Gaston.
But there's been a breakdown because this has been
Find me a pizza place in
this
Belgium that can
happened
do
already, like,
Right?
at a
Nashville
minimum
chicken
of,
waffle
like,
pizza
2.5 years ago, so
and have it be
I'm
edible.
sending it to the
I bet you.
administration
I
and hope
bet
that
you
there's some
they
sort of level
do
of priority and I can get a
pizza
response
flavored
within a week or
waffles
so
in
as
Belgium.
to some planning as to what we're going to be doing with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Send that to manager. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor GA?
Yes.
Definitely a one slice
Carlson?
situation,
Councilor
Oh
Neal?
no.
which is unfortunate because I ordered a
Yes.
large,
Councilor Rose?
leaning into the
Russell?
bit.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, you got, it's
the
the
request
tough
the
part
mayor
about
provide
it is
council with
that
update concerning
a
the
small
light
pizza
designs occurring at the
cooks way
Ontario
different.
Bridge
It's a
in
different
Naples,
experience.
Girls
No,
Club,
right. You got to go for the
Council
large
Rivera,
if you want a
Boys and
real
Girls
pie.
Club Way, Council Rivera.
A small pie is
This
almost
has
a
also been an
calzone.
item that I've been doing way
I really
before
hope that we get a couple more
city manager was here,
subscriptions
so
to
not all
Worcester
on him
Sucks and I Love
here.
It Tonight to cover the
This
cost of
was
this
even
pizza.
when Chair Anderson
And
was
we can
still
continue
working
this
for the
bit
city, so that'll give an idea.
into the future.
And then when they did do a light and design, even though this was my order twice given, it was put in an area that was on my district. I'm still kind
So
of salty about that, but then
I'm doing
when
a,
looking at this
I guess it's
particular
Bill's
bridge,
story
I've been
hour, but
asking for quite some
I'm
time
doing
because this
a
is a
journalism
safety
class
issue.
that I got
So
accepted to.
definitely would like some sort of design and
And
mural, and I
first
think
class
there's
was
been some
today.
conversations.
I'm
Some
sitting
of the
there.
boys and girls
The
at the
professor
table
goes,
but at least
all right,
as
everyone
the
show
summer,
you
as
an
the
object
winter
that
months come
is
creeping in and the
important to you.
fall, the area of
And
the
I was like,
lighting is of
there's
super
nothing around me
importance
that's
and
important to
safety.
me.
I
I'm
would
not
like
getting
this
up.
matter
I'm
addressed.
just
I'm
going to do
concerned
some
that
stupid
one of the
bullshit.
last response I get
And
is
it
that
gets to
they
me,
have
I'm
to
like
get
second to
rid of the
last, and I
luminance lights,
literally
which is not
hold
gonna
up
happen until after
a
December.
deli quart
And again,
container
after
that I'm drinking
December,
water out of.
I'll remind
And I
everyone
just
that it's
go,
getting dark and we do have busy
this is
walk
important to me
East
because this
and
is a
South
habit I
Worcester.
picked up from working in
And then
kitchens.
use the Boys and Girls
And
Club. So
based
this
on
is a
my
matter of
journalism
safety for our
entrepreneurship, I don't
families,
have to
for
work in
kids. It's
kitchens
a
anymore.
highly pedestrian area and would like some level
That's a
of
good answer.
I was like,
That's
nailed it.
That's a very good fucking answer.
Yeah. But I still drink out of deli quart cups.
Yes.
Keeps me humble.
Yeah, people are like, this
Is that
is
what
like
Nate's
a
also?
testament to my like friend who killed themselves. And
Yeah,
shit.
I
And I was like,
say,
I'm not
so he has
prepared
like
for this.
a folded American flag. Nah.
Yes.
Deli cup.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Request the manager provide council with an update concerning the street and traffic redesign occurring on Channel Street. Council Rivera.
Yeah, and before I leave, like I report, but I will say that I believe that the administration already has a community meeting already scheduled on this. So hopefully maybe in the next, once we have that community meeting, we can get a report as to where we are.
This will almost surely go another hour. I don't know what item we're on. We're in the part of the agenda that's just
Yes.
functionally useless.
Council King? Yes. Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Oh, this is a good question from Maria.
No, it's not.
Yes.
It's cheese directly on bread with what appears to be a syrup drizzle.
Report concerning the city's plans for warming centers.
Here we go.
Oh, thanks, Eric. I appreciate
Thanks,
that.
Eric. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
That's key.
I
That's
know
key
that
on a specialty pizza. Worcestersucks.email
this is
for
just a
all of your
conversation we have every year,
pizza
and we're
supporting
also
needs.
gonna have like a set plan. I know there's some long-term.
If you're doing a
things that
specialty
have been
pizza,
asked that-
you
that,
got to change up
we're
the
looking
base.
at for more
I hate it when
permanent
places
Oh,
don't
big
change up
time.
the
And I
base.
really, really want to appreciate this administration. And
Sean Connolly has an exceptionally funny bad advice column coming out tomorrow. I was going to post it this afternoon, but I had some other stuff to do.
to the city manager.
It's very good.
And his
So,
administration.
people
with
look
the
out for that.
community Folks that have really been looking at some long-term plan, not just.
I'm
kind
going to
of
send Sean a question being
in
like,
the
what am I doing
meantime,
with my life?
it's still a process because of funding and so on like that. It's
Why
still
do I do this?
time. So we'd
It's
love
got
to be able
that's got to
to
be
see
crispy
some sort
chicken
of a
right there,
plan that we're
Nashville.
looking at regarding overflow and warming shelters.
It's ambiguous.
Community,
It seems like a
already kind of getting nippy out. It's also really concerning because we have
it has a
lost
patty
quite
consistency
beds,
without the breading,
and
and it's
also
covered in cheese, so I can't really figure it out.
services for recovery. And so as we're,
Listen, if,
especially
But
if
I'm
they
not-
saved you
this
some
isn't-
calories, then
getting underway
you
and
know.
getting settled.
It's certainly not chicken breast. You know what I mean?
So in the meantime, would like to be able to see what
It's some sort
we
of
can
chicken
do
product.
during the season. Thank you.
Thank you. So Senate roll call.
It's funny to understand what makes shitty food shitty and still eat it.
Council King?
Yeah.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yeah, this is some sort of microwave frozen chicken amalgamation bullshit. Like literally the crime against God
Yes.
style stuff.
Yes.
It's like
Request the manager provide council with an update concerning.
made up of at least
form
10 to
of
20
individuals
chickens
of facing in the city.
in every bite.
Again, I think it's really important. I asked for this some time ago, and I think it's important for us to be able to know what we're addressing. We need to understand the dynamics when we say homeless. There's an accompanied adult. There are elderly. There are
Joe, yeah, I've listened to all of the
chronic homeless,
recent coverage,
families. There are new arrivals.
and it was very instructive.
It's a complicated issue, and I think in order for us to understand, because right now we were dealing a lot with initially pre-COVID regarding the unaccompanied company that dealt with were chronic homeless, what makes you chronic. I think it's important for us to just have kind of like a little glossary or definition so we could see all the different components that we're working on. And I think that that would give us a better understanding, I think, as a council as a whole as to what we're dealing with. And then that would be able to give an opportunity.
Soraya Rivera pretending like she's never received a report on the unhoused community from the city administration before.
To address. So, for example, there's a difference between private shelter and public shelter. How families have to go. There's really no family shelter. There's only you have to go through.
I'm not a city councilor, but I've been around as long as you have, Soraya. I remember receiving at least 3 or 4 of the reports that explain this shit.
The dynamics of this, and this is why.
But did you ever receive a glossary compendium, Bill?
I suppose I didn't, because I was trusted to read at a fucking high school level.
Councilor Bergman, Councilor Gloria.
Yes.
You know, it's kind of self-evident what unsheltered means versus unhoused, but you know, sure.
Yes.
However, Soraya figures out how to delay a treatment center opening up in Main South, fucking go for it. Literally, Rivera's being just as shitty as Bergman is on the ADUs, but like specifically targeted towards people who need the help the most, and not just like people who would like cheaper rent. It's really cool to see. It's really sick. Yeah.
Further request to be made by council for report concerning the evidence-based research shows successful in decentralizing living houses and shelters in multiple locations in demographically diverse areas. Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, we had a really good meeting today.
Yeah, Matt, I probably fucked up by reading the reports. I'm starting to understand that that's not what we do here.
I prepared a report some time ago.
We don't read the reports.
Really review it, but you know when you see it, when you see the mapping, it's disheartening, right? It's disheartening. This is just the issue of like, I know it's hard to see, but just the issue of lodging house. Sorry that I can't really show this there, but if you look at the report from public health,
dude, take off your background.
I think this report was done. Sorry, I'm looking at the date. I can't find.
All right, so
off my head here. April.
on the trust that this is not going to become like a clipped video or whatever, and if it does, I don't give a shit. Dan Margolis, instant, just mute, block.
It is affecting neighborhoods to be able to.
Don't fucking entertain that guy.
I'm not saying that. This is not NIMBY. This is not about not in
my personal opinion. It's not worth it.
Everything in our backyard, and it always falls. If you even look at this map of the lodging house, just the lodging house. And like the MASH programs, it's everything presides like within District 4 and District 2 and in highly residential areas. And so we have to be able to kind of really take a look at this.
You know what's so frustrating, Brennan?
Really take a look as I'm moving this.
The city
forward.
councilors are compelled to think that like
whether, you know, some evidence-based research that really shows
economic disparities of the geography of the city can be reconciled through city council districts,
that this is going to be
right?
beneficial
Like
for residents or opportunities.
Like this whole thing about like just spread it around to D1, you know, spread it around to D3, spread it around to D5.
And they're dealing.
It's like it entirely fails to understand that, like
I hate to pathologize that way, but or that need like
the literal containment zone policies going back decades that have produced this outcome. And like they're just complaining that it's happening in their district more than it's happening in Sean Rose's district.
Extremely difficult.
And these are the same people who would never say anything against single family zoning, even though it's like entirely the same fucking issue.
100%.
It's just brain dead. It's like everything about this meeting is just like, it's just so stupid.
Discriminatory regulations and zonings of constantly putting, this is why
hard
we
to care.
see of constantly putting people between race and class or pathology in an area. And it has to change. It has to change because it's completely affecting quality of life. And it's also creating this.
Pro tip for the Twitter element: anyone who claims to speak for anyone that's not themselves is lying.
Seriously, and really begin
to take it from there.
Activate on how we can really change that, because if we are.
His name sounds really familiar. Do you have a speaker on? I'm getting an echo somewhere.
Sorry.
cannot be fair.
No,
that
I
the
have headphones
residents of
on.
District 2 and
Okay.
District 4, and I don't want to speak for District 2. I'll let
Yeah, maybe it wasn't coming from you.
speak on that.
Um,
Carry all
And
of
I'm
the
not talking shit
of it. We're
on
willing
a
to
guy.
share in the
No,
that
I'm
I
I'm
barely
actually
know.
genuinely curious now because somebody else said that they grew up with them. That
But
name
it's not
sounds
fair
super
when
super
you
familiar,
when you
and
just
I
when you're doing this and
can't
this
figure out
level
where I
of
would have engaged with them
desperation.
over the
That is
last
inequitable,
20,
is unreasonable, it is
25
unfair,
years.
it is unhealthy, and there has
I
to come a time that we are
came
not
across
you know,
him.
saying the same
Yeah,
thing.
what
And
you're
enough is
saying
enough.
here.
So, thank you.
He used to get shit on
I would
by
imagine that
Turtle
I
Boy
don't wanna
getting
put
called a
Council
communist and
Carlson on the
shit.
spot, but I would imagine she may want to speak on it.
So I remember talking to him back in that time. It would have been like 2018, 2019.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just want to say thank you to Council Rivera for this order. As
I'll
she
allow
sent
that,
the
Matt.
map today, I didn't get the opportunity to see that map today. I was at
The
this,
crossover with like
all
the
of
Turtle Boy bullshit.
agencies. And clearly,
It's
they're
just
in
been kind
Q2
of tough
and
to see
Q4.
what he's been up to.
And, you know, we often hear people say, well, we're coming in the neighborhood to serve the clients.
Yeah, that's right. His background is cool.
Yes, some of that is true. But why is it that we always hear that we're getting people from all the other communities to come in and receive our services?
My God, I hate this
And
argument
I
so
think
much.
everybody knows what's been going on up at Lincoln Street.
It's wild, really, when you think. I was thinking about it earlier that it's
And all of the issues that have happened.
when you consider how much we give away to developers, right? Like just
To the people we're looking to serve.
lowercase d developers, right? Which are such a giant suck on infrastructure and resources for short-term reward. But we welcome them with open arms. And then we have this like this specter that if we do anything for people in the city, people, gardeners just going to show up to Ware. Well, all of Ware is going to pack up into buses and they're going to be setting up yurts down on the common if we're not careful. It's just,
right.
I think it just highlights a complete lack of understanding of how like good development in a densely populated area works. And in relation to dealing with people and treating people well.
Yeah, and it incentivizes this race to the bottom style rhetoric where like you have to make sure that you're not doing a better job of trying to solve this problem than any adjacent communities. Otherwise, you're inviting more of the problem element onto you. So the incentive isn't to explore solutions so much as to make sure that you're not sticking your neck out on different ideas that might work better. Because if it works better, then you're inviting the problem on yourself. I mean, that's the philosophy or like the mindset behind when people say stuff like people from other communities are coming into Worcester to take advantage of our services.
Right.
Because like I don't know if these people need to be reminded, these people are literally homeless. Why are you trying to give them an address that just starts at Worcester, right? like they don't have a street or a street number, but if it starts with Worcester, then it's fine, and if it starts with fucking West Brookfield, then it's not. It's like it's crazy.
But even if you just broke it down to like the council isn't supposed to function as anything but municipal calculators for a budget, like so eager to like all the development that we've had downtown and in the Canal District and whatnot, like those roads initially when there's new construction, obviously covered by developers in some capacity as part of their initial development package, but then the lifespan of that road after that, it's taken onto the city. So if your revenue isn't high enough from that construction, now you've created a new liability for the city. Like I don't know that any of these folks understand that like, but again, like that's the stuff that we're open arms with, and it's been in my head because I had someone ask me earlier in the day thoughts on OPEB liabilities and how to deal with long-term funding models and whatnot, and I genuinely think that part of the problem is these folks just don't understand anything they're discussing.
Right. Well, I mean, it's the same fucking bullshit when they talk about how the solution to the affordable housing crisis is home ownership programs, when the only influx of new housing in the city as permissible by our building codes are luxury complexes where you can only rent and there's no lease option and there's certainly no buy-in to be able to purchase any of these units. There's no mortgaging and there's no property ownership in the new construction of housing in our city. The stuff that we hail as being an example of some sort of renaissance happening. And then we turn around and tell the public that it's their fucking fault that they can't get a mortgage. When, like Brendan, you said, at any fucking point in time, there's like maybe 10 to 15 houses on the market in Worcester. It's like, it's absolutely insane. It's like, okay, yeah, we'll do down payment assistance programs for the 10 to 12 entirely inflated value houses that are on the market in the city. And meanwhile, we are endorsing economic development strategies that encourage renting at a luxury rate in perpetuity, and we can't build anything fucking else besides that.
Yeah. Well, and as some folks are saying that
fucking stupid.
partly what you just said, and partly what some folks in the comments are saying too, we do have all these programs that are out there, and on paper they're fantastic programs, but you know, when you draw up an offer to purchase a home, like part of what the seller is looking at is how quickly am I getting my money? You know, because they in theory need to go and also purchase another home or find a place to live or whatnot. And a lot of these programs have timelines attached to them that just don't make any sense for in a market like we have today. So it's not that they're not doing stuff. I just don't think they understand at all what they're doing, that what they're doing isn't practical and going to help.
Right. And there's just this third rail against what would actually help.
So if you want to talk about
literally just abolishing single-family zoning.
Yeah, I mean, it
and
doesn't
allowing those West Side neighborhoods to build up would happen very quickly if the restrictions were lifted.
I really don't understand the opposition to it as somebody who has always lived in one of those West Side neighborhoods. I mean, Yenny mentioned it, and I agree completely. Like, I'm actually a big fan of. I know they come with their own headaches in terms of associations and whatnot, but I'm a big fan of condominium development, and I can't help but look out the second floor windows of my house, and the majority of like my neighborhood is post World War II GI build era ranches and whatnot. Every 4 of those is room for a 12 to 16 unit condominium complex and parking, and it's just because of the size of our lots. And
right.
The density in any neighborhood would be so much healthier, both for the neighborhoods, but the growth for the city, but also for the businesses that are in any given neighborhood. You used to hear Councilor Bill Eddy, when he was a councilor, used to always love to talk about Worcester being a city of neighborhoods. And that can't be true if with the traffic density that we have in the city. Like our own residents don't view the city as a city of neighborhoods, other than geographic taglines that we use to figure out whether or not we may have uncomfortably dated somebody's sister in high school when we meet.
Yeah, right.
About finding a way.
I mean, like, the comparison I was going to make is not a practical one right now, but like a good way to think about Worcester is that it really shouldn't be a city. Like just sort of culturally, it is really 3 or 4 towns smushed together with a completely hollow and abandoned urban core that should center the city and should dictate the culture of the city, but is just like whatever it might have been in decades past is just nothing now. Besides like a blank canvas for private equity to like theorize on what development strategy might work. And no one wants it to be a city.
Yeah.
I figure out a way to like honestly poll the city council on that question of, do you want Worcester to be a city? That's not stated in those terms because like obviously the answer is yes if you just ask that question. But it's like Worcester could look like Brooklyn. But it just doesn't want to.
It doesn't want to. And I think goes back to, that's kind of where my frustration when I was talking about my experience in Austin. I think it's probably what Travis was partly getting at with his experience in San Francisco. It's not at all knocking, the challenges that urban areas are facing. It's that we have conversations here, like Sarai was trying to get at, I think it was Sarai at that point, asking about crime rates or whatever the case may be, that are incredibly low by any comparison to any urban area. Like we really, it's not meant to diminish any of the struggles that our residents are facing, but you compare them to any other urban area, and like we don't have it that bad because we're not a city. Like we treat things like you said, a collection of small towns. And I think that's why you see such a disproportionate response to any of the issues that we do have. Whether it be a can of Sterno up in Bryan's neighborhood or something, whatever that nonsense was with bomb threats or not, people actually act as though we're under attack or like the city's under siege because we walk into everything with a small town mentality as to how to deal with our problems.
Right, and the political dynamics of local politics reflect that, where like if you really went and look at the precincts that decide who's in power, they're really just in one of those small towns.
Yeah.
It's like it's a very, very, very tightly geographically contained center of who gets to dictate political power over the city.
Right.
And they use it obviously to serve the constituency that they see, which is their small town.
Yep.
And
To the council, I think
there's really just no reconciling that right now. Like even if like Christian King beats Joe Petty, he's still beating Joe Petty in those like 4 or 5 super voter districts. It's like not districts, precincts, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, and somebody asked too if it is actually less crime, and I think we can actually. I wouldn't necessarily. I wouldn't take in good faith necessarily the stats that come directly out of the police department in real time, but on the federal level where they do the stats do end up year to year, that coding has become pretty standard nationally. Back when Gary Jem first became chief, there was an issue with we were miscoding crimes, so there was definitely we were reporting fewer crimes locally than were being seen on the federal level. But even if you go back on a long timeline back to the 70s and 80s, our crime rates, you pick the category, they've always been historically lower than cities nationally. And even when they peaked, our peaks were much, much lower than other cities. I mean, we were talking about, rashes of stabbings in the city or whatnot, that you would think that everybody had a hole in their liver. I mean, we were having these council meetings were going on for 5 hours discussing the proper length of a pocket knife because, you would have street fights that somebody would get stabbed in, but it wasn't like an epidemic. Again, not to diminish anything that any individual went through, but we weren't putting numbers up on the board.
Stabbing's not that bad. It's not even a fucking big deal at all.
But now it's gotten to the point where again,
it's basically just like a slightly worse punch.
Yeah. Like
When
less than a punch, even smaller.
When you look at our crime rates now, violent crime rates in particular, our violent crime rates in Worcester are lower than they were in the early 90s when the Clinton administration flooded the streets with more cops, which is like, you could make an argument that in the early to mid 90s when our violent crime rates were skyrocketing nationally, there may have been a political justification for more police on the streets. But that was also when things started plummeting in terms of violent crime rates. And now we've gone the inverse direction, and we have fewer violent crimes in the city than we have need for law enforcement.
Because this conversation.
Well, they're closing the Walgreens on Lincoln Street, and according to all my neighbors, it's because they're being robbed blind. That's why they're closing the Walgreens on Lincoln Street.
And Councilor Rivera.
Not because retail is dying and no one can afford prescriptions anymore.
That was the same sentiment all around SF, is that all the pharmacies are closing because the crime is so bad. But then they even had like people set up with tables selling shampoo and soaps and stuff right in the middle of downtown like it was a farmer's market. So it was really kind of confusing as to like, well, clearly somebody's making money off this stuff because all these people are set up selling it.
Right.
There are a couple folks in the city that have been doing that, like open air markets for, I mean, maybe they're buying wholesale. I don't know. I can't really judge, but it gives the impression that it might be stuff that fell off a truck. I don't know. But I mean, that's a retail problem too, that comes back to the city as a whole, like what we were discussing in Austin and other bigger cities where it's more apparent that police are no longer engaged in proactive policing. Like that Walgreens was going to close. If there is any connection to that Lincoln Street Walgreens closing because of loss
But it turned into a political.
They're just accelerating. They're just picking which Walgreens they're going to close based on that, because they do need to close stores because retail is drying up.
So I'm willing and very.
Yeah, but like if you can use it as a cudgel to punish the people most
Totally,
failed
totally.
by our society and create a secondary class needed to grease the wheels for sort of fascism based on economic entitlement, then like why wouldn't you blame the unjust people for that?
Yeah.
By Open Sky.
I mean, somebody else in the comments mentioned too that in the 90s were wild. I mean, they were legit in the 80s and 90s in Worcester, because like when Jordan Levy was mayor, that was one of his like regular campaign points, that Worcester didn't have anything resembling organized crime. We didn't have any problems with violent crime. And like that, because that was the tone, just rejecting that there was some really weird shit happening in America from a violent crime perspective in the 80s and 90s. You know, most of our parents bought on that too. Like, so like all of us West Side kids, I'm sure it was the same with Burncoat and whatnot too. We'd all go downtown and be at like the Silver Ball hanging out. Like there were literally bullets flying over our heads. It was just ignored by everybody, because then the talking point that was, you know, America's this idyllic place. Now it's gone the other direction, and everyone is just fearmongers everything.
On this parking lot, after
Yeah, life
talking
is
about families
so much
that need
better
shelter.
from a safety
And other
standpoint, from an
faith-based
like
organizations, let's
you
just
know,
call it
going
for what
out
it
and doing
is,
things
are
standpoint.
afraid of saying yes because of what happened
In
to
specifically in
Father
Worcester,
Landry
not
from
everywhere.
Parish at Blessed Sacrament.
But people act like
yes,
it's a fucking war
I will
zone
have a
for
conversation
because
anytime,
their politics
with
changed.
anybody around zoning and equity, but let's not have that conversation.
It's because
in vacuum.
everything's kind of
Let's
based
not
on
have that
grievances
conversation in vacuum
and
when
like
we
an
speak about
imagination
opening housing opportunities
of
and people
what a
take
former
that
time was.
and run away
And
with it because it's a
as we
political
fade away
issue.
from that
We
time
turn
that we're
things that are
idealizing,
controversial
it's
to
like
talk about
easier to have
because
grievances about the
they
current
become
moment.
political.
Mm.
I don't know.
Rent service providers.
Well, I get a kick out of it too, that I mean, you realize very quickly like who participated in what aspects of society at any moment in time. Like your story earlier, Bill, about taking a couple hits of acid and trying to give away all your money to people who are gainfully employed. Like that was the 90s for me. But like when I talk to people that had a very, very clean cut sort of experience of the 90s, they're horrified by today.
Thank you.
But really all they're saying is that like they never got out of their comfort zone to begin with, so they never saw anything but the norm. And when they see the world through like their kids' eyes, suddenly that's terrifying if their kids are doing anything that they didn't do growing up.
Right.
Right.
I didn't speak, I just listened in and was there. Mr. Chairman, I was.
I'm happy that we're entirely talking over this city council discussion of unhoused issues, because I don't think I could have handled it tonight.
I do feel bad
Yeah,
talking over Attell, but
Council, let him finish.
I
No,
was
I think
thinking
that-
about it too, but I just
I think that it's knowing that this is just like a grievance-based discussion that we're over talking based on like a city council order, and that none of this is going to result in any shift in policy. It's good to ignore. And after the other two marquee events of the night, I don't think I could fucking handle it.
I think,
Honestly,
at this point of the meeting, we have to a little bit be on autopilot. We're making sure nothing crazy happens, and obviously, if anything, like, well, we're available to start actually paying more closer attention. But
yeah, like I've been
today was a lot.
I've been timestamping certain comments that I've heard to go back and revisit them, but at a certain point, like even though we watch these city
If that's what we're talking about, we're dealing with some fair housing issues. Mr. Chairman, I know from my experience in the real estate business. And
you gotta, you can't.
Real estate instructor, and I think that this is something that the administration needs to.
I think we're losing Bill.
To provide that information for all of us.
They got to him.
The cigarettes finally got him.
Talking about fair housing. I think as a community.
He got pulled out of the matrix.
Everybody. At least my personal opinion is.
You there, Bill?
We have had a shelter that I believe on many.
Bill, if you can hear me, turn your mic, your camera off.
Residents or guests there, if you will.
It is Spectrum.
Utilizing that facility.
Spectrum got to him.
Where we need to go as a community, and it's only my own personal.
Oh yeah. He got completely disconnected.
We should have 5 small ones spread out equally around.
He's waking up in a pod full of red goo right now.
Shelter service is spread out and is,
Series of ports up his
doesn't have
back and,
major
and
impact
spine
on
and skull.
one neighborhood or on one thing. Now, maybe, again, I'm in the real estate business. I'm not a person that deals hands-on like some of my colleagues with social work, and I would look to them for some advice. Maybe that's unrealistic.
There he is. Bill.
Sorry,
how
I
was-
lost you. I'm out in the porch, so the Wi-Fi is a little shaky.
It's all good.
Different locations.
We thought maybe you
But
got
the-
yanked out of the Matrix.
What I was saying is that, like, even though we have a nice community around watching these council meetings, it's like we cannot be expected to pay attention to every little thing. Honestly, it's like it'll just torture you to death. And the
also-
biggest problem is. No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just to. There's also too much stuff going on outside of the city council meeting for us to like place a ton of importance on it in any given
Right.
moment.
And the shit we're hearing right now is shit that has been said like at least 4 or 5 times at this point. Just by me casually checking in, it's like, okay, they're still fucking talking about the Oriole Street permanent supportive housing shelter, which is, we've been there before. It's not going anywhere. I do feel bad that we talked over Attel's speech, because when she talks about unhoused issues, she is so morally correct and informed, and yeah, that might be a little mea culpable moment for us to have gabbed over that, but
was to go over and knock on the door.
it's just like
We already agree with her. It's more important that these people in the chamber hear it than we do. And we have the technology to go back.
Yeah. I do think that Worcester's like abysmal response to the unhoused, given that it's not such a high profile thing as it would be in like San Francisco or LA, is like really telling of just like how we actually, there's no political will to do anything to help people, right? And there's a huge political will to identify a scapegoat in the people that are suffering it.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think that because our local politicians are not very subtle, that like it's made especially clear here.
And Councilmember Carlson for putting this on. I just want to add one caveat to all of this. There were some references to us being together on these items and being a collective body and supporting one another, and I can wholeheartedly agree with that. I've been
Like,
in the mental health world.
The city council, in a practical sense,
Programs all throughout
resists
Massachusetts, Connecticut,
adding shelter
even
capacity.
Georgia and beyond.
Like that.
There's a
their-
certain blueprint, if you will,
what
to
they-
opening up
they're
or
just
citing some of
resisting
these type
solutions.
of organizations or operations. And there have been times as a district councilor where I'm learning that something came in on social media, or something's going in on social media, or someone from a neighborhood group hears like a rumor or a whisper. And so when you get into these meetings, you want to be supportive of the things that are going on, but it's such a bad look when you weren't informed or being offered any feedback to anything that's going on to be able to be supportive of it. And that's happened to me a couple times, and Council Carlson and I a couple times. I also know Melican Street very well, borders District 1. I'd like to think that I was helpful and supportive and getting a lot of stuff done down there as well. But there has to be some mechanism for someone coming into a neighborhood or a community where we're able to help them understand the demographics of it, the key stakeholders, community partners. I mean, we have 6 or 7 neighborhood meetings in District 1 that are all very active. At this point, they're all very trusting of me.
I will
as a
say
district
that
councilman. And so when you go into a meeting,
I am pursuing a book
sitting with
proposal
residents and I'm learning about what's happening in
unhoused
real time
issues
as
using
they
Worcester
are,
as a
and then they
sort
look
of
at me and they say, like, "Did you
academic
know that this
focus.
is going on? You're not
Really?
going to
And
be
I think it'd
dishonest."
be
Uh,
I
and
think
in
it'd be
that
really
case,
useful, and I
like,
have some
some
encouragement,
damage
some
to it. There were
support from
times when
writers that are more
Council Ross
established
and
and
I were like traffic
better than I
cops, you
am
know,
in
trying
getting
to
that together.
address some of the
But I
concerns,
think
and Dr.
um,
Castillo was terrific. But
there's a real
you know, I do think that there has to be
there's a real story to be told in
and
how
in Worcester
mundane and regular
recently.
Worcester's
We
response
basically
is
canvassed the whole entire neighborhood. We had
to this
lemon
issue
and cookies. We
in
talked about
illustrating
the
the
you're offering.
underlying
We talked about the
dynamics
profile of
of
individuals
the
that are being
problem
served.
in a way where
He
places
responded to any
where it's
question.
become
We talked about,
politicized, like
different
Portland
planning in
or
and around
San
it,
Francisco
and
or
it
Los
went off
Angeles
without a hitch and
are
was very successful.
counterproductive
And I don't think
to
that happens all the
sort
time.
of
I
understanding
think
the
again,
underlying
just
political
recently,
dynamics. In
not
Worcester,
having
it
really
is
one point here. If
so
there's a way for us to have
like
some system where it's
like
like, all right,
people
reach out
people
to
say the quiet part out loud here remarkably, you know what I mean? And like it's useful. So
you want to talk to, this is the literature,
that's something
this is the
I'm
information
looking
that
at,
they're
but
gonna look for or whatever. I think that would go a really long way.
that's
That
a
doesn't
long-term
solve the
project.
problem of the density in different districts for sure.
That's
So I'm
amazing.
going off a little bit on what the spirit of this order.
Just
but
thinking
I
about
do,
different
I
ways
did have
to
just
expand
the fact that there's got to be
the
a
Worcester
better
sucks
system for
work.
this. And sometimes like 50% of the time,
And
like
I
I
am
wasn't made aware
also,
of what was going on.
while
and
I'm
a
just
lot of
dismally
things
depressed
something,
tonight, I
that I
am
didn't have
very
any
much
idea
looking
what was
for
going on, and that's just not going to be
someone
helpful
that could
to
be
constituents who feel like, you know, like
coached,
we've heard like the
trained,
fixes in so many
trusted,
times.
developed
It's
to take it over.
outside.
So
We had to make
if you are motivated to do that,
well, I guess I would retire. Should I retire? But
hit
my
me
point
up.
being is there's got to be
It's
some
part of the
better communication.
Rewind
I'm not
Video Store
how to solve that
project.
problem.
Is like
Because
at the end of the day, I'd love to be
you
able
don't
to
always need to
fully
you know, some of these are just
hand off
transactional. You don't always need to
Worcester
do
sucks to
that.
somebody.
But I think maybe if there's like some best
Well,
and feel
practices,
good
Sean
about it.
Rose is going to need a job
some
soon.
blueprint that we can create or help, I think that would go a long way. And sorry,
Sorry, I didn't mean to deepen your depression.
Like we can be so much better with better communication and better systems around this topic. Thank you.
But yeah, if anybody wants to get involved in the Worcester
on.
Community Media Foundation, that'd be great. We actually just got a big grant today from the Greater Worcester Community Fund.
Substance abuse
Oh,
disorder,
hell
let's
yeah.
be clear,
Congrats.
just about anything.
Bo
When DTA went
Bergman,
up,
we didn't
stuff was cut off,
know that
people had a whole bunch
already.
of people
I mean, I'm just
you know, a fit about it.
talking about my
And it was
feelings.
just
I mean,
DTA. When AIDS Project
I'll keep
Worcester,
doing Worcester
who's been
Sucks
around
until
forever,
it runs out
wanted
of
to
money.
move
But
to another part, that was an issue.
it would be sick if I
It's
could
also looking
find
at
someone to
where
hand it
hot
over
meal
to.
programs are, right? Like it's either John Street, Salvation Army, or the Mustard Seed. And we all saw what was happening, you know, with like the cluster and community impact. And so it's the lodging houses. It's not even just about this. The lodging houses is when they're poorly managed because people are getting them as cash cows. They're renting out these rooms at astronomical amounts.
Like, what makes Itala
they're
remarkable
doing it
on
with
this
people
issue is
that
that
also-
she
they're
literally
taking
just
advantage of people that have
approaches it from the
quarries
framework that
or,
unhoused people are human beings.
certain situations and are just collecting
It's a
money. and then don't
revolutionary
have any
idea.
type of,
It is
How dare you care
literally
about people.
it is
have our city
literally
whether it's,
profoundly
inspectional services or
revolutionary
police
to
having to
approach
manage
the
their property,
subject
and this
from
becomes
that
a
framework
quality of life issue.
in
So it's a
Worcester
number of
and
different
fucking
issues that
anywhere
are
else. It's
lumping in
crazy
one specific
how
or
much these
specific
people are
areas, right?
considered
It's
a
just not
blight
one
on property
thing.
value
It's a
before
variety
they are
of things.
considered human beings.
And I agree, and
It's
I commend
like
Councilor King for saying what he said, and also Councilor Haji, and it's true. I think this is an issue that we have to do together.
Dignity is
We have to do
illegal
together.
if you don't have.
When it went to, you know, every single
I know,
subject.
half
I'll
a
never
million
be an
dollars.
influencer.
SMOC, when the SMOC extended temporarily to MLK, which still stayed permanent, and then it expanded in MLK, and now
Come
we're
on,
doing
Maria,
Reston.
don't
That's also including
don't say
Harbor.
inflammatory
I
things
said
just for
that
the purpose of
every
saying
single
inflammatory
shelter
things.
was in District 4.
That's so
Out of the
that's
three
so
programs that was
crazy.
looking at micro units for chronic homeless,
Matt, sorry that the
district. I had to go and deal with this issue
MBTA is
regarding
screwing you
which I
over.
supported, which I understood was important.
So bad.
I
But
would
we
put my
appreciate
hand
you
up
hanging
and I
out with
would
us
do it,
tonight.
but I
Is
can't
it already already
Yeah.
morning?
Digest
This
that
meeting's
we
been
can
this
let
long?
Each other.
How
Oh,
long
take
It
was
our
feels
I
like-
watching?
right?
good morning,
And
everyone.
Feels
it's
like
very
morning.
Important that we understand that, and we as a council agree with that. that we as a council together don't fall into that. You know, when somebody calls, oh, are you going to allow this? And to be able to say, okay, well, where is it fair, right? And be able to say, hey, this is happening in District 2, this is happening in District 4, this is happening in District 3, whatever that may be, but that we have to stick together, because if not, part of the major problem is the enabling that's happened within the council floor, within the council members themselves. And that's been a major, major issue. And so I think that moving forward, I think that I think what Councilor King and Councilor IGI has a lot of validity. I felt the same way. I felt very alone in this struggle regarding the whole spectrum debacle, which I will speak to in a minute. But I think it's going to be really important that we as a council, you all as a council, as you move forward in the future, really look to work together to make sure that not just one person is, or one or two people are carrying the burden, or communities, better said, are carrying, you know, the challenges of what we're facing. Because when we do that, it's helpful for everyone, not just helpful for those communities, but it's helpful for the residents and for the people that are in need of these services, because then they're confronting horrific discrimination.
It's still such bullshit that Mike Trainer took this meeting off.
Thank you.
Coward.
The fact that that wasn't
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just
called
wanted
out
to
or chastised, or the city manager couldn't put a stop to that is so fucking
again,
ridiculous.
this is about
Yenny, thank you for hanging out tonight.
two different districts. If
Yeah, thank you for everyone for hanging out tonight. This is
Yeah, we love you all.
we went into this knowing this is going to be
that would be
one of the worst, and it has not disappointed.
And to Councilor Rose's credit, Councilor Rose has certainly been up on the upper part of Lincoln Street. We share that district. But there's a lot of many lonely nights that I had on Lincoln Street from the neighbors and from the neighborhood. And I certainly understand about this is about fair housing, but there are ways that we can work together to make this work so that it's not so heavy.
Say a concrete
on
way.
any one area.
Dude,
And I believe that we can do that, and I believe that we
just
can do that
the mundane, low grade, stupid lying that happens, right? Like when Candy Mel Carlson says, "Oh, there are many ways to address this problem." I believe that, and people are going to take that for a fact that I believe that. But what I'm really doing is just fighting one of the ways that people are trying to solve this problem. You know, it's like
and on a regular
the fact that they get rhetorical cover for doing this shit and they all fucking do it. It's just
go to that agency and say you need to do a better job taking care of those who you've just put in this house. It happens on an ongoing basis in the Lincoln Street area because there are so many agencies. And again, these people are there because they need a place to stay. They're there because they need help. We should never, ever say that they should live in substandard conditions. We should never say that
that's why you support that their tents get thrown out on a routine basis and their backpacks get thrown away and they lose their ID.
We should never accept substandard.
Yeah, we have to instruct our
so we have
police.
to destroy any possibility. It's either perfect or nothing.
Manager, and I certainly know that.
Like, for the love of God, one of these people just come out and say, like, I mean, if they can't get into housing, we should just, you know,
about knowing about 65 Kenwood.
if they don't have a mortgage or a lease,
again,
you know.
And hey, that was a lonely, long time for this counselor, a very lonely time
We should
for
make
an
them
entire
disappear.
neighborhood who wanted to eat me alive. But that's what we do. And I do believe that unless we finally make a decision, some way, somehow, to make this so that it's better for the people who need the services and certainly for the different neighborhoods, because I can tell you right now, as I stand here, Lincoln Street is at its breaking point. And we will see.
I
We
don't
will
know.
see
Seems
the ripple effects
A
of what's
breaking
gonna
point
take place
is such a
at
strong.
the upper end of Lincoln Street.
Wait, what does that mean?
Thank you.
Like,
Thank you. So I appreciate the comments tonight, and I think it's
Do
absolutely
ya?
true that I was there with Councilor Haji at those meetings and up in the Whitmarsh Avenue too. So try to make sure that the right communication. It is about Councilor Russell's right. It's about communication too, and some people don't want to hear what the facts are. So it's how we handle that situation. But we're going to send that with the other orders to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Aguirre?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Morrow Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes, request the manager organize a second meeting for the Webster Square, Main South, and South Worcester residents, business, and stakeholders to bring forward questions of Spectrum Health leadership as to the planning and development of their recently purchased property for the purpose of opening a methadone clinic. Council
Oh my
Rivera.
God, I can't.
Yeah, I'm going to try to be as limited as possible. We had that meeting last week, and it was the most disgusting form of leadership. It was the most disheartening display of leadership I'd ever seen. So
I don't
first,
know.
we had to call
You could give it probably a
the
couple runs
administration
for
of
its
Spectrum
money.
to come and meet with community. We had to call and practically beg, so to speak. Then he came up with some fabricated type of stories on why he wasn't coming. Again, perpetuating negativity about our community, and even myself. And he does show up, and he shows up, and
Okay, this is the second to last
so he
council
had
order.
so he shows up with the people that he serves, in which I find out, that I'm working with folks in the community, that he riles his community up, the community in recovery, and he utilizes them when I felt so disheartened. It was nothing wrong on their part. It was their poor leadership that riles them up, gathers them together, and says, we need to go and fight because they turned it into this anti-recovery.
What's funny is that
The
table
majority,
underprivileged
I would
tonight
say
is
90 to 95% of the people that were from
King's
the
order
district, that
about
were from the
removing
area,
civil
that
service
wanted to
from
go and
the police
legitimately
chief
ask questions
position.
and speak, did not.
And I just
Because they
don't
were
fucking
afraid.
know if I could handle that tonight.
That was unfair.
I hope
There
that
were
gets
people
delayed
who just
again.
got up and left, because the questions were not being answered, questions were not being addressed.
You know what's interesting about the
It's
Spectrum thing is
interesting
that, like,
if you look
it's
at,
a consolidation of
if
two
you look at what this
centers that
person
were in the
in
area,
his
bringing it down to one
so
center,
the ED, Kurt, when you look at
which would
when
like
you look at
maybe
his
be
leadership,
a positive for
who
someone
he
like
had
Soraya
next to
Rivera,
him in
but
that meeting,
it's
sitting at
still
the
being
table,
fought
was
like it's
Athena Haddon,
something
who
new.
is the executive director for Spectrum, the peer recovery center Spectrum here in Worcester. However, what was interestingly enough, that when I met her on Monday at an event in my district, there had not been any discussion with her. So he
Right, Trevor,
completely
that's
utilizes people like in the front line. Like, it's almost like, to be honest, it's almost like when somebody says, "Oh yeah, I have a black friend." I mean, it was ridiculous. I'm sorry. I'm going to put it out there. You have somebody, if you're running a multi-million-dollar organization and you're making close to almost $300,000, can you at least earn your money and act like a leader? So the reality is the disrespect that was done to this district, the disrespect that was done to the community and to the residents of this community was absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. And so there needs to be a meeting where he is not creating the show, right? And that this is not anti-recovery whatsoever, because I've been doing work with recovery for a long time, and I think it's fair to say, and I'm not even going to establish my resume, it's something that I said to him there. He was rude. He was rude not just to myself. He was rude to the community. He was rude to the people. He was refusing to answer questions. Why are we allowing this to happen when this is affecting? I am at risk of having people saying, I'm going to sell my house. The same thing what Councilor Carlson said. We have people who've been living here 30, 40, 50 years, second, third generations, second and third generation living here that are willing to just give up and leave because of this situation. And not so much so because of just this, but the way that, especially after that meeting, because if this is what they do, if this is the leadership that we have, then imagine what we're going to have. And what they're planning on solution regarding the Lincoln. And one of the things is shifting people from the Lincoln here. As much as he said, oh, we're not going to shift them, but if it's easier for them to come here, we all know what that is. Everything has been done underhanded. Everything has been done, dirty and unacceptable. I'm just going to be clear. There needs to be a meeting where it's specific.
There's zero space
That he
between
is willing to answer questions.
this and the way that Candy Merrill Carlson talks.
And write questions for him.
Or Mo Bergen for that matter. It's like,
we ended up doing everything for him. I had to take from my time to organize, to reach, to do flyers, to do like ground rules. I wanted to make sure that everyone was respected, that there was no negative language, that people were not going to be negatively stereotyped. We were not going to use the derogatory terms towards people who were in recovery. We had those rules and regulations out. There was nothing that he offered to do.
right. Don't call them bad names, but make sure they're not anywhere near your house.
Yet he comes here and does this. Well, guess what?
Be respectful of those people way over there. Just respect the hell out of them so far away from me.
They need to meet with the stakeholders.
Keep them far enough away so they can't hear the shitty names we call them.
Of this community, of Webster Square, of Main South and South Worcester. This is no longer just an ask. This is a demand, and this has to be in this situation has been extremely supportive. I will be reaching out. I've also reached out and have already reached out to Congressman McGovern's office. I'm going to reach out to
the Worcester City Council is
our other federal delegation. This
especially
is not going to just go quietly in the
state
night.
sanctioned
So at this point, I'm
homeowners
not writing
association.
questions. There was already an ask put from him.
It's
And I'm
not
wondering, is
the
even-
governing body of the
there's not
city.
yet-
It's literally
this
just an
happened last
HOA.
week. We are here Monday. There's been no conversation,
For-
no email, no anything to reach out to me, to reach out to me, to reach out to
The
administration,
appropriately
to say, how do we
zoned
resolve this?
parts
What's
of
our
the
next
city.
step? No, that is not going to be, but he has to be held accountable, that he needs to put this together and invite us to the table.
Yeah, and if you try to
have
change
a
that, you get a
real honest
baseball thrown at your window while you're having
to
dinner.
answer the questions as to what's going to happen and
So
what
if this
it's gonna
body
do.
is the HOA board, who's the HOA president? Can't be somebody on the board.
The community and the residents, the taxpayer of this community.
Like who's the person?
taxpayers,
Oh,
Like,
Mike
she just-
Angelini.
and the residents
Mike
of this
Angelini is the
community
president of the HOA? Okay.
deserve that
Yeah,
level
easy.
of
Yeah.
respect.
Next question.
And I, as the council, will continue to advocate for this.
Oh,
I
you
brought
mean
this
Ed
up to the
Augustus's
council, so
personal
I'm
attorney,
asking,
who was the chairman of the Worcester Redevelopment
the
Authority for many
administration,
years,
you don't have to
and
organize the meeting,
also
but let him know. This is something he has to put
absolved
together.
Clark from
Bro,
taking any stand
listen,
against the
this guy's
city
making
for
almost 300
like
Gs a year.
firing
Act
tear
like a
gas
leader.
at protesters
You
outside
are
of
a
the front
gentleman.
door.
Let's
Yeah,
contact the board.
I'm
This is
saying Mike
ridiculous.
Angelini.
This is pathetic.
He's king in the castle of
I'm
the
not
fucking
holding
Worcester
back on
Club.
anything that I have
We
to
had to
say.
figure out a
Sorry,
way
buddy.
We
to
tried to be really nice
address
about this. We
Joe
tried to work together
Carlson's
in
role,
collaboration,
though,
but the level of
as well
disrespect that
as,
he has shown
you
to
know,
this community, outside of what they did,
he's
they
chairman
did
of Worcester Housing
underhandedly, and then
Authority.
they filled the group.
So
Oh yeah, I
with
always forget
people that are
about
in
that.
recovery, utilizing people in their vulnerability, buying them food, coming and riling
doesn't
them
that feel
up.
so
Again,
It just
not
gross?
speaking to his own staff. He had Athena
stinks.
there as executive
Don't look at the
director. I
don't
hadn't
look
even
at the
spoken to her
like
until that
the
week.
board
It's
of the Worcester
ridiculous.
Housing Authority
All
if you
his
don't want to be
leadership, they're
pissed
all in
off.
Westboro. They all live far. They have no
And
connection
it's
to
like,
Worcester. Why should we have to continue? to
man,
be
like they kind of have like a 9-year
over and over
backlog, like on
I
purpose.
understand that. Trust me,
Like,
nobody's more
it's
frustrated
like
and
they
trying
are
to
not adding
driving out
units
the fire.
at
My
a
birthday would be
significant
me.
rate.
And I wouldn't be as passionate as
Listen,
this if it
you
wasn't-
don't
if
you
were
don't
there
hire
to
Walter
see
Bird
the
if you
level
want
of
to
disrespect
communicate
that he did
effectively.
to this
That's what
community,
I'm saying.
your constituents,
Like,
every city,
just
every city
indicative
council
of their
at
whole
large is calling
fucking
out. We need
deal.
help.
If I
over there.
wasn't so
These are your
just
constituents as well.
cosmically
They're not just
broken
mine
and
in District
tired,
4.
that
They're
shit
also
that
every
Walter
single
Bird
counselor
pulled
at
on
large. They're
Nelly
your
would have
constituents
been
as well.
a
And we need
great
help to
Worcester
make
Sex
sure,
post.
because the same way they're doing
But I
it
just
here,
I just
the same
couldn't
way
bring
they're doing it
myself
at District 2,
to get
they're
into
going to
it.
continue to do it over and over and over again. Why? Because we're allowing it to happen.
Accusing
So we either
someone
get
of
up and
politicizing
resist it and call them on the carpet, or we sit back and take it
the act of
and
wanting
lose
to
our
have
residents
clean
and lose our
water.
neighborhoods
Like,
and lose our
dude.
community. And it is to people that don't live here.
Reminds
that
me
are
of something
rich,
else.
crafted and wealthy, making money and don't even care, don't visit, don't do anything, don't even deal with
Something
our
else
own
in the
staff
news.
that live here. That
He's
work
such a
here,
fucking
that are
piece
in the
of
front
shit.
lines.
I have no
Something
problem
has to
saying that.
happen, and that's what I want to
I
make
hate
sure
that
that
guy guys
was
so
brought
much.
up today. Thank
He's
you.
a moron.
Council Toomey?
He's an
Mr.
asshole.
Chair, I want to thank my
It's
colleague.
like you can
put her-
be
her,
stupid or you can be an
comments.
asshole.
I was there. I was late, but I
You
was
can't be
there.
both and work
And,
for
there
my
was a great,
damn city
amount of disrespect shown to the community.
without me
It was really
trying to at least cause a
created
problem for you.
A very sad state of affairs. Some wonderful, good people that I know that are in the addiction field were played to make it sound like it was an us versus them, that we weren't supporting recovery. And I think that that was really sad.
Like,
because
but like
they're good
you're
people that are
fighting
doing some
a
really
recovery
great
center.
things. And folks that
Like,
folks that are in recovery who've worked so hard to be there, to stay there.
what do you expect?
We
Jesus
really,
Christ.
they were being used. And I think that that's really the difficult part. It's not about, no one's saying anything about helping people in and out of recovery. That's not the issue. It's how it's being done. And I think the most important thing that I got out of this was that Spectrum felt they didn't need to talk to anybody because they could do it. And that's what they did. They did it.
Yeah,
They
like
just
any
said,
other
we're going to buy it. We don't need to
fucking
talk to
leaseholder
anybody.
of a space.
Yeah, like they kind of can. They're not.
Yeah, like do you have a community meeting with every fucking convenience store that opens up in a location? Like, what are you talking about? It's very disingenuous the way this council pulls this card of like they aren't reaching out to the community. It's like they don't have to, and also you're not the community. Shut up.
Someone said,
You literally are. You demonstrate every week that you're not the community.
Right.
It's the cynicism of the way people get bored of issues as well too. I mean, like we've talked about addiction a couple times tonight in a couple different contexts, but like during the Baker years, right? Like I was managing public relations at Spectrum when Baker came into office, and it's everybody in this room would be fighting to come to Worcester Medical Center when we were hosting an event regarding funding models or whatever, because it was the sexiest thing in the world to be talking about at that time. Now that people have kind of gotten over their shit, realize that it's a problem that you just don't wave a wand and make go away, and you have to actually get in the weeds and deal with the trauma that usually backs up addiction issues. And it's not an easy fix. They've all just slowly backed away and gone back to crank mode because the neighbors are angry.
Right. What if we just criminalize?
Yeah.
What if we criminalize it? What if we try that again?
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, so Duke, just I think people are ready to go home, I think, so we'll do Councilor Rivera's last item, and Councilor King has an item he wants to do. If anybody wants, anybody else, if you want, yep, if you want something else, you're more than welcome. I'm just giving a suggestion. We can hold it to next week, or you can do it tonight if you think it's important. That's all. So we'll go back, we'll go to Councilor Rivera's, we'll go back to Councilor King, then whatever everybody else
Just a
wants.
master of the craft.
There's also 11Y from Councilor Rivera.
And Walter Bird could learn a thing or two about communicating from Joe Petty.
Provide council report concerning data and statistics collected relative.
That guy was my boss for like a long time.
And fentanyl are coming into the city. Councilor Rivera?
Yeah, as a Reese, I would just request that we would get this sooner rather than later because there's been a lot of like information that's been put out and I would really like to be able to get the data out to this. And so, thank you.
Okay. 11J.
Why do you think the city
11K
municipality keeps data on
I'm sorry, we take a vote on
ebb and
Councilor
flow
Rivera's
of
item.
fentanyl
Roll
in the
call.
city?
Councilor Bergen?
I don't know that.
Gloria?
Yes.
So
Councilor
stupid.
Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera? Councilor
Yes.
Rose?
Thoroughly punished for caring tonight in a way that
Yes.
Yes.
feels unique.
We are on K, request to see manager.
This is a bad one.
By council update
This
concerning
is a really
creation of
bad
draft
one.
ordinance to allow for the city to opt into Massachusetts General Law 60, Section 62.
I'm gonna have to have a pep talk with myself
to extend payment
after
options
this.
and agreements to homeowners who fall behind in their tax payments as means to allow for interest relief for eligible
Because like
homeowners and
fucking, I
seniors
could
and
just be
first-time
delivering
homeowners
mail right now. You
who,
know,
when it comes to a struggling to repay overdue taxes.
Be making
The
pizzas.
requesting manager
I've been
requests
making pizzas.
Said report a legal summary.
Did you get your
whack application in, Bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to make
Yeah, I
this
did. I'm really excited about that.
I did just learn that it was
I hope that goes
Councilor's
through.
birthday, so I want to wish her
Put an
happy
application
birthday,
for
Luis Cumpleaños.
to do a big project, People's History of
You
290.
know, this particular matter, I think.
I really
look
hope that
at-
goes through. I'm so excited for
filed
that.
this some years
Put together a
ago.
research team,
This particular law,
put together a series of articles
Master
about like
laws would
the
allow by
decisions
local
on
ordinance,
what neighborhoods were picked for
an
demolitions,
authorization of payment agreements,
going back through the historical record. I think it'd be
that
really
would
interesting.
have a maximum term of no more than 5 years or less in the ordinance, where you could enter into a payment arrangement with homeowners. We have an issue here. You know, we were talking about the tax liens and
Yeah, if I get the funding, I'm gonna
buying,
probably try to take like a
you know,
month off of
buying
doing Worcester Sucks
the deed or what have you on these
next year
housing,
and
where we're
just
supposed
like
to have a
bang that
moratorium on
out.
that now, I believe is my understanding. But when we look at that, we also still have the issue of ungathered, unrealized taxes. Opting into this would allow us to enter into a payment agreement. We would have the ability to waive no more than 50% of that interest if it was so decided, accrued on the amount of the tax title account. Will be subject to lower limits as an ordinance may specify. According to
Yeah, main South Mom, that's a good point. If rent is like 50 to 60% of your income, are you honestly like paying attention to anything? Right? Like how are you supposed to pay
during the
attention?
term of the agreement, there will be no action brought to foreclose the tax title unless payments are not made in accordance with the schedule in the agreement, or if timely payments are not made on others amounts due to the municipality that are lien on the same parcel. So what does all that mean? It means that in these situations where we're selling off or auctioning off, or whatever the term is, tax titles based on liens, that we have an opportunity to enter into agreements and actually claim some of those monies back without folks losing their homes because of their situations, Mr. Chairman. That's my interpretation of the law. What I'm asking for in this particular order is that we get have the city manager request a solicitor to provide us a draft ordinance for us to look on, not to vote at, to look at and go to committee, which allow us to opt into this law, Mass General Laws, Chapter 60, Section 62A. And again, it permits municipalities the authority to extend payment options and agreements to homeowners who fall behind their taxes as a means to allow for interest relief for folks. And again, this is in lieu of foreclosure, of foreclosing the tax title, Mr. Chairman. So I would like full consideration to this. I'd like a public discussion.
If this gets voted down out of
Like the
spite, I'm
solicitor,
gonna be fucking so
to weigh in
thrilled.
on what exactly
It's
this
gonna be
means. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's what we're gonna do. Counselor, you want to sign on? Okay, we'll all sign on. That's fine.
Mr. Chairman?
Before we do, Counselor Russell.
Chairman, I have no problem with this going to the administration, but
Sounds like you
through
have a
you
problem.
very quickly to the manager, I just want to make sure that the public, if there's people that are still listening in at 11:10.
Oh,
at
there's
night,
fucking
that
20
they-
plus of us. Pat.
Oh, we hear, George.
A few short months ago, on an item that you and I put on the agenda, and I believe the council supported unanimously.
Stop trying to take
the
credit for
foreclosure,
something.
Selling of foreclosure deeds for any property that is occupied by anyone living in it, whether it's a owner occupied or even a tenant occupied. So I want to make sure that the public understands that's in place now. And through you very quickly to the manager.
Is it,
Mr.
though?
Manager, don't we already set up payment plans?
It was
with
just an
folks
order
if
to
there is
consider it.
if they're at a point where there is, they're at that point of the foreclosure, isn't there an
I'm never
ability
gonna check
for
that
the
fact.
administration
Fine.
to set up some kind of payment plans? If it's something we need to adjust because of some state law, I'm all for it, but I thought we were already doing payment plans.
George Russell, weirdly
To
good
the
on
council, that is correct.
CPCs
Right now, to set up payment
in an
plans,
unexpected
we
way.
have to first file a lien on the property, and then that gives us the ability to come into an agreement on any payment plans with the resident. And so after many notices and things that go out to the residents, if there's no response to that, then that's when the decision comes once a year to sell that lien and put it in an auction.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, so we do set up payment plans if the lien was set up, not the seal of a tax lien, but this is just a lien on the property for non-payment.
Through the chair, that is correct. Only when there's a lien on the property, there is opportunity for, if we don't put the lien in this back payment of taxes, by state law, we cannot set up a payment plan. We can only set up a payment plan when a lien is issued.
Mr. Chairman, I'd support sending this to the manager and having him come back, whether he thinks it's a draft ordinance is needed, if not, with a report explaining
Sure.
what was there.
Okay, send that to the manager. Councilor King.
I'm not trying to belabor this, Mr. Chairman, but I want to be clear. This also allows us to determine if there's any waiving of that particular amount. And again, this particular bylaw, as it reads and as I read it, indicates that during the term of that agreement, that no action be brought to foreclose the tax title unless payments are not made in accordance with the schedule set out in the agreement, or timely payments are not made on other amounts due to the municipality that are a lien on that parcel. So yes, I look forward to getting this back and having a discussion in municipal operations whether or not we need it. Thank you.
So send that to the manager. Councilor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things I had a meeting with the city manager about was to potentially pause to selling the liens. And so I would like to motion for possibly a feasibility report from the city manager on not selling the liens for the next upcoming year. Thank you.
Councilor Russell. We already did that. Yeah.
That was my point, Mr. Chairman. Just that it's already done, and unless the policy is changed, the policy is ongoing. My understanding and the vote of the council was instructing the administration not to do a tax title sale of anything that was occupied. So if there's an empty lot someplace, out that someone has just walked away from, or even an industrial parcel that they would still be able to do it. But through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councilor, but anything that anyone's living in, it's the policy of this council from a few months ago. But thank you.
Thank you. So send that to the administration. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Calorio.
Yes.
I think this is the last one.
Yes.
Councilor Moore Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera. Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. So we'll go down so we'll file. We'll hold on the privilege of the rest of the orders unless someone has something they want to do.
I have just one,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman. So
Shaun.
We have, Public Works Code. This is
I'll wait till he goes.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Which one would you like, Councilor Rose?
Just 11-0. It's a little time sensitive.
Okay. Request that the manager request Commissioner of Public Works and Parks work closely with the representatives from the Holden Department of Public Works to finish the resurfacing of Frederickson Ave on the Worcester side of the road as utility work was completed on the street. Councilor Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is half the street is Holden, the other half is Worcester. They did some utility work here. This is a private street, and as they were doing the utility work, they paved the Holden side of the street and left the Worcester side of the street quite a mess. A lot of it's actually really unbelievable.
Who is laughing at that?
And the
Sounded
side,
like King.
I think it's Christian.
as
Yeah.
we're all aware, the
pretty
utilities that come
funny.
in with the trucks and everything, it's kind of damaged the street pretty badly. And so just hoping that the administration could reach out to folks in Holden and try to address this issue for, our Worcester side of the street.
Pretty sick.
It's not really fair to them to be stuck with the unfinished side when the other side
Yeah,
is
we
finished.
live on a private street,
Commissioner Fink and I did meet down there and talk to some of the people who were doing the work down there. And at the time, there was
We're
no
2 minutes away
intention
from the
on
magic
Worcester side.
5-hour.
Hoping that we could
Oh, yeah.
collectively get some people together in the administration and talk to Holden to see what we can do to address this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think you'll send that to the manager. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Calorio.
Yes.
Councilor Gia.
Yes.
Councilor King. Councilor
The
Moore
private
Carlson.
street thing is pretty crazy.
Yes.
Councilor Council Rivera, Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Toomey.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's nuts.
Yes. So we'll hold the rest of the Council King. I'll hold
Under
those orders.
suspension.
Yeah, we're not there yet. We're just gonna, so resolution, I'll hold my resolution, 12B. We can hold the, we can just do these real quick if you want. 13A, 13B, 13C to 13F, 14A to 14C, and 15A to 15I, and also 16A to Dan on the roll call. Take those collectively. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Hajia.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Mo Carlson. Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Rivera, Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Cuddy.
Yes, so 17A we can't hold. In an effort to consider expansion of the applicant pool associated with the chief of police position, request city manager provide council with draft language that would, by special act, remove
Oh,
civil service
please,
requirements
someone
for the
hold
city's chief
this.
police position, as well as any other related parameters associated with the position. Council King.
As it reads, Mr. Chairman, I'll defer if there's, unless there's other comment.
Okay. Okay. Roll call. No. You want to send that? It's 17A.
Mr. Manager, can we send that to the law department?
We can do that. Whatever. Yeah, the same thing's going to the
That's
manager.
fair, I mean. Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay. Roll call.
Fucking cares anymore. He's sleeping.
Council Bergman.
Hey, David's still up.
Hey, David.
Yes.
Council Hajia.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Mo Carlson.
Yes.
Council Nguyen.
Yes.
Council Rivera, Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Cuddy.
Yes. We're in the suspension. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's been a long night. You know, I wanted to file this on the suspension. It came to my attention after I read the agenda for this week, and it was particularly pertaining to the 12C matter. I want to say you know, I had a number of conversations with folks from the Muslim community, the Jewish community, and I didn't speak on that prior item because I wanted to give a little space. It's been a few hours. Some people say it's not enough space. What I do want to say is this, Mr. Chairman. This matter and discussing this matter has brought tears to people's eyes, my eyes, folks here today in the council, in the chambers. And I needed to say this, and I have a subsequent order. And that's that in the midst of lives lost, Mr. Chairman, the unendurable tragedies that have been inflicted upon Israelis after that Hamas attack and subsequent humanitarian crisis that has arisen for Palestinians and Israelis people, I wanted to think about what can we do here in Worcester. We are the City Council of Worcester. It's important, Mr. Chairman, that we do what we do best here in Worcester, and that's create a safe space and city. This is a city for everybody. It's a city for all, and that we can provide support and resources. You know, Mr. Chairman, I really received calls about some of our youth in our schools that struck me. Young Palestinian children, Israeli, who know people, who are impacted, who are traumatized, and folks who are from neither of those places. We need to hold and center all of the people, young and old, who are impacted by this life-altering violence, Mr. Chairman, that's occurring abroad. I can tell you as a parent and a social worker, I understand that trauma being endured by children, youth, and adults who've seen and experienced death and the targeting of civilians, which is unbearable. As a city, we have many residents who are hurting in our Jewish, Palestinian, and broader populations that live in our neighborhood, schools, and institutions that need our support as leaders. As a city council, it's my hope that we're able to make space in this community for all of those who are directly and indirectly impacted to heal, Mr. Chairman. I've spoken with leaders from the Muslim community. I've spoken with leaders from the Jewish community, as I'm sure we all have. We know that our neighbors in synagogues, mosques, churches are suffering. People are scared, Mr. Chairman, old and young alike. Many have family members or loved ones still in danger. As a city leader, I'm ready to offer my support in any way that is appropriate, at whatever pace is appropriate for folks who are impacted, Mr. Chairman. My motion is, and again, this came out. I was reached out to by individuals who have children in the schools, and to be honest with you, I was getting my hair done, Mr. Chairman, and there was a group of folks from Jamaica that were in the shop and talking about what's going on in the death of babies and children. The whole beauty salon was in tears. No connections to Israel or trauma outside of humanity or Gaza. So my order is that we request the city manager in our capacity to coordinate with local community organizations that specialize in trauma support, mental health services, and conflict resolution to develop initiatives and programs aimed at addressing the emotional and psychological well-being of those affected by violence associated with the Israeli and Palestinian conflict, period. Further request the city manager also work with the local community organizations, schools, school leadership to ensure said initiatives and programs are publicized, Mr. Chairman. We're a city for all. We're a city for all. Thank you.
The superintendent has already done that in her part. So,
well, I'm just saying that we connect with them and work together as a team. I understand what they're doing, but we need to do this together, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera? Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Candy Bale?
Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Seems like, yeah.
Adjourn.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King? Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera? Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey? Mayor
Yes.
Petty? Of course.
All right. Well,
Political fucking genius on Christian's move to do that after the Telegram print deadline. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Let's not belabor it. It's 5 hours and 7 minutes already that we've been on. It's a tough night. And
people who started with us are already on trains on their way to work. You get some sleep, dude.
The print deadline for the TNG.
Print deadline. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 9 p.m. these days.
We'll keep moving forward. We got a few weeks left till this election. Make sure that you are, if you haven't filled out your ballot already, make sure you're voting. Make sure you're voting for the right crew of people to make this a little less painful. And hopefully, we still got that to look forward to. We still got just how nice it's gonna be if Joe Petty loses. Can you imagine? The Charlie Brown walk out of City Hall is going to be... I think, actually, you know what we should do? We should, if he loses, we should hire a band to play the sad Charlie Brown song. Just every day that he walks out of... Every day of his lame duck session. So... Brendan is ripping and raring to go. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna keep pushing and encourage your friends and family to vote in this city. October 28th is the registration deadline, the last day to get registered to vote if you want to vote in the municipal elections, which are on November 7th. Hopefully the idea is don't even let him be at large. The most delicious version of this is that he actually gets the most votes for mayor, but loses his at-large race and thus can't be mayor. I think that's maybe the best way that this could go. So
what a Worcester story that would be.
Oh my God, it'd be so good. he almost quit the city council when he lost the state senate race. So I mean, I think he's close. I feel like he's close to the edge. He'll go work for the Woo Sox. They'll let him be Smiley Ball.
Yeah, I'll be in charge of concerts. Another no-show job. I'm in such a bad mood. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're justified. You'd be crazy not to be in a bad mood. So let's get after it again next week, and let's leave it here for tonight. Follow us at WCT3000 on Instagram. Like I said, if you would like to get involved with the rent control petition, please reach out. Let us know. I can put you in contact with the city coordinator for that. Make sure that you're subscribed to Worcester Sucks. That's just what we're calling it now. The I Love It is gone. It's just Worcester Sucks now. WorcesterSucks.email, BillShaner.substack.com. Pay attention for Shaun's bad advice tomorrow. Again, WorcesterSucks.email. Buy our t-shirts at WCT3K.StoreEnvy.com. Thank you, everyone that bought one tonight. We had a couple sales during the show. We love you guys. We appreciate it. We love to see them out in person. That's an old graphic. Take that down. It's actually on November 3rd is the show. November 3rd. So get your tickets for Sore Late Show. Bill is going to be hopefully in a better mood by then because he is the guest on the show. And we actually need a little pep out of him.
What's something to fucking do?
It's gonna be fine. We're gonna be okay. We really, really appreciate you guys coming out tonight. We love you guys for sticking it out and for helping us stay with even a little bit of a sense of humor. So we will see you next Tuesday. Emphasis on that tonight. And we love you all. And
yeah, love you guys.
Vote